Oh. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Well, it turns out that 2 20-hour streams back-to-back is a little bit rough. I am drained. Honestly, luckily for me, Raid was cancelled yesterday, so I basically just fished in vanilla for a while. But here we are, guys. We're back in Guild Wars 2. Big shout out to Floody, actually, here, a.k.a. Alex Armpit Liquor. That actually is his real name. Doxing himself live on stream. Organizing some really cool high-level kind of show matches in houses with the weapon beta for the final day of the beta here. That's really fun, actually. We're going to be taking a look at that. We have got Floody. We've got Misha, a.k.a. the Master of Disaster. We have Notamelon. We have Kamiya here. We have... I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Why do these people not have these goddamn names? I don't even know who that is. Who knows? Probably someone permabanned like 7 times, keep making accounts. That's the classic Guild Wars 2 PvP situation. We love to see that. We got Maya here on the Thief. We've got Test Thief. Who is this? It's Frey. Okay. We've got this guy. I think this is Pain, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed, yes. Be My Lulu. What the fuck is that shit? That's Mamaya's. There we go. We've got Ben Shapiro. This is Demolish. And, of course, Hot Boy Draz. That's going to be Draza. How do you like the fact that I can tank dungeons at the moment, but you still cannot? Honestly, it feels pretty bad, to be honest, Frosty. It feels pretty goddamn bad. But honestly, it feels good, because Metamorphosis is going to be broken OP, because it's the hardest rune in the entire game to find. Honestly, pretty epic. And actually, I'm going to enjoy the hunt. Later on today, Frosty, we are going on the hunt for Metamorphosis. We're going full safari. Nana equals Gelsine Numb. I like that. There we go. We got this guy coming in clutch there. Sloth coming in saving the day. But anyway, we have got ourselves PvP show matches. Take a look at this. Some people are using the beta weapons, not everyone, obviously. It's mostly like, you know, the balance patch combined with the beta weapon situation. Okay? So here we have the rifle. You know, I think the Shortbow rifle is one that I'm really interested in actually looking at because, like, I've heard mixed things, and it might be copium, but some NG mains have told me that it's not, like, completely unplayable in PvP. Others have told me it's completely rancid and should be completely deleted from the game and reworked from the ground up. I don't really... Well, yeah, that is not looking so good. He died instantly. To be fair, there were 3 people here at the same time, so, you know, it is a little bit more complicated. Could there be a revive hit onto Alex Armpit Liquor? No. We do have the Axe Thief in the mix there as well. People still play Guild Wars 2? Yeah, people are blasting Guild Wars 2, Nate. Yeah, Nate, log back into Vanilla as well. Get level 25. Hunter is dog shit. Okay, he's going back to level 1. Fair enough. But yeah, this axe weapon, I think, on Thief is quite interesting. Apparently, the axes are quite slow, and that does somewhat... it makes them somewhat limited usability in the PvP context. You can see the axe is almost getting stuck on the wall here. I think that probably is still fine. That has come down from the wall afterwards.
Just like that. Blue team takes a
of course, they are projectiles, so there is some counterplay there from the various reflect abilities that can be used here. We actually have the feedback here being used by Misha, and Misha is actually playing basically a support Mesmer build. As you can see here, this is the Avatar Amulet with Rune of the Dolyak, Inspiration, Chaos, and Crow, which is, look, if you actually look at this, guy's kind of cool, right? This is the exact same build that you actually run in PvE. Seriously, it actually is. Very, very similar. You have a couple of different abilities here as well. Not a surprise to see Signet of Illusions. That, of course, allows you to go for the double tap on Distortion, so you're sharing even more stability, and of course giving yourself invulnerability as well, and just, you know, even more boon access and so on from across the board. And you do have the feedback here. That will be a double revive. Of course, it is 1% per tick in PvP, unlike 5% per tick in PvE, so much weaker but still relatively potent. Time Warp, this is basically the only place you're ever going to see Time Warp in the game right now, because the cooldown is very, very short in PvP. Only 75 seconds compared to 120 seconds in PvE. And this is pretty good at kind of locking down a node. You can plonk that down, give your entire team quickness and super speed, and give your entire enemy team slow and chill the entire time, which can be very powerful in kind of a team fight situation, or just like a kiting situation, right? So your team is able to disengage well and outmaneuver the opponents. We have the sword, shield, and the rifle being used here on this Mesmer build. There you go. You can stack 4 of them, though. Stack 4 of what? Oh, it's all the feedbacks, you mean? Like, go for, like, a Giga Res? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Because you can Continuum Split, use the Revive trait and feedback, then leave, and then double it again. So you can get 4% a second, yeah, of course. Yeah, because this is of course, you can reset your trait cooldowns as well using Continuum Shift. Yeah, I almost thought you were telling me that you can stack 4 support Mesmers. I was thinking, good God, that doesn't sound very good. Like, the worst fears of the PvP scene have been realized. Now, this is going to be interesting, actually. I will admit this. I don't really see any potential in this build in PvP, Heal Rev. But maybe. Let's see if these gamers can make it happen. It is going to be utilizing Scepter Shield. And, of course, it is Aegis as well. There is going to be an Aegis situation on the Shield 4. So that is actually quite nice to have. And the Shield 5 healing is obviously very welcome as well on that build combined with Staff. But, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one. You can be pretty tanky. Of course, the Salvation trait line has kind of been the bane of PvP for quite a while now. Utilizing these 2 traits in particular to kind of become insanely tanky. But yeah, bit of an interesting situation. Maybe IDK though, indeed. Yeah, not sure about this. We'll see if it actually works. What's the barrier in this? Yeah, it's 2k barrier here. And I wonder how much barrier the third skill is. It's probably going to be a lot more. But again, this is where things get complicated. I think that you're going to be so energy starved on this build that it may not really work, especially with this tether, right? The tether is 3 pips of degeneration. So you do not have very much energy when you're trying to like rotate through all of your skills here. Like maintaining this the entire time, that's going to be pretty rough. You are going to be able to charge someone up with a lot of might. Well, I guess maybe not that much, actually. You can see here, it's not really that much might up to me either. Yeah, I don't know about this one. We'll see how it goes. We also have the warrior here. And this, wait, is this also a support warrior? It actually is. As you can see here, we have the staff and the dagger warhorn, avatar amulet, and rune of the guardian. Yeah, I was watching some of the previous games. This is the build that people are running. Now, I do expect this to end up being pretty damn good, actually. The staff here, having that mobility, where you combine it there with the dagger warhorn, you can be very, very fast moving around the map. And it means you don't have to run sword as well. Like some of the other support warrior builds actually ran sword for additional mobility. But this weapon allows you to actually fit in the dagger as well. So you have that ability to break through and pressure the opponents, removing those boons. Which, of course, is going to be high value, allowing you to use your burst skills more and more and more. The staff burst skills pretty decent too, as you can see here. Only level 1 on Spellbreaker, but still giving healing and applying weakness too. Pretty nice if you ask me. And of course you still have the Warhorn kit on this weapon. Oh yeah, we can't see relics, actually. Yeah, so we don't actually know what relic these players are using. However, I expect it will be Relic of the Soldier on this particular build with the shouts, and that will be additional condition cleanse on the warrior screams. As you can see here, the warrior is actually running 3 screams, all of which have relatively short cooldowns, and are actually very powerful too. The shout heal, healing for around 2,000, and of course, shake it off, also being a stun break on allies while removing 4 conditions on a pretty damn short cooldown. We have the revive going on to Draza, but the poison is actually enough to completely deny that, and another support weapon also dies in the crossfire there. This is basically a double support comp, I believe, from the red team. I'm not totally sure if that's intentional. So that may not end up being ideal here, as of course the damage might simply be too much from the opponent team, and that will simply break through that instantaneously. We do actually have the support druid, I think. I think this is kind of like a 1v1 druid, but also a support hybrid. That's kind of the nature of druid, right? You'd expect that. It's with Sage Amulet here, with Ruin the Doliac, so it is going to be fulfilling kind of the duelist role as well, but I think also some team support when it comes to it in kind of some of the larger skirmishes, as of course druid just has that baked in with the Celestial Avatar. With a little bit of healing power, that will end up being quite potent, especially when you combine that with the nature magic trait line, as you can see here. This trait also very nifty, actually. This used to have a 10-second cooldown on it or something, didn't it? But now that's a 0-second cooldown, so whenever you dodge roll, you can get out of conditions. Wow, insane. Insane. How about that? Oh yeah, I guess it's kind of like double support on both sides, because we have the Heal Chrono coming out from Misha here as well. Wow. Very exciting indeed. Absolutely insane. Will the Time Warp be dropped? Will it be a Continuum Shift Time Warp? Yes, it absolutely will. That was looking very juicy for that Time Warp, but you can see slows and chills all of those players. Definitely helps the blue Holosmith kind of wriggle out of there pretty effectively, as we can see there. We now have the Hollow trying to get something done. This is with the Shortbow, so no shield here. Is the damage on the Shortbow good? Well, there's a lot of projectile block going on here, actually, isn't there? We actually have the Vindicator, of course, with Ventari Bubble, shutting down a lot of the damage from this Engineer, because, of course, the Shortbow and the Mortar Kit both being projectiles here. Even some of the damage from Hollow Forge, of course, being projectiles, so quite difficult to break through that. Red team might have got themselves quite the insurmountable bunker, but actually, never mind that. The Elementalist, the Catalyst, gets some serious burst damage, is able to connect that onto the Scrapper, and now they're going to go for the Vindicator as well. They're able to find that. Here comes the Warrior too. Warrior also under pressure. And there it is. Blue team picks up a flurry of kills there. The Hollowsmith and, of course, the Catalyst. Going crazy. Going insane. Ah, yeah, Trooper. Yeah, not Soldier, Trooper. It's Trooper in PvP, it's Soldier in PvE. That's how it works. That is how it works. Relics still missing? Well, no, Relics are here. It's just that they didn't update the UI, the Spectator UI, to actually display Relics, unfortunately. I mean, they could just put it here, couldn't they?
Fire all cannons!
But regrettably, it's actually a change I don't expect them to ever actually do, which kind of sucks if you think about it. But yeah, I think it's just so niche, it's not worth the UI time. And UI is a big pain for ArenaNet, we know this. So realistically, it's never going to happen. It is never gonna happen. And there is damage going on here. You know what's really interesting, actually? I thought this was great. I was watching some Necromancer gameplay on stream, and I was like, oh man, look at this Sword Reaper just slaying. But when you actually really think about it, Sword was basically doing nothing. It was basically like playing no main hand focus, and then Staff and Reaper Shroud. And that is kind of the weird thing about some of these weapons in PvP right now. Some of them don't do a lot of damage, but of course there's still plenty of damage from other parts of the profession, right? Like if you're playing a Hollowsmith, you're gonna have damage no matter what. If you're playing a Reaper, you're gonna have damage no matter what. And like sometimes the elite specialization weapons, or the new weapons, in a way they can kind of work no matter what, especially when everyone's playing unoptimized builds, because of course in this show match everyone's kind of experimenting with stuff, so this is not exactly a meta comp, right? And the thing about PvP is that when you have two teams playing kind of random shit, it actually turns out that it works out really, really well. You know, this is how ranked works, right? Like if you have 5 players on both teams of about even skill, basically playing random shit, it actually turns out that that gives you a pretty close match a lot of the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is balanced. It just means that if people are playing random builds, then yeah, at the end of the day, like the best team will usually win most of the time. It'll end up being a close match. But of course, that's very, very different from two teams playing optimized compositions with optimized builds going full try-hard. That is kind of that's an entirely different kettle of fish, as you could say. Yeah. Anyway, is this Catalyst even playing anything different? Isn't this just the meta Catalyst build? This is illegal, guys. Where's the pistol? You need to break out the pistol on this Ellie build. I heard it was pretty good. I thought, someone told me that Grimjack says it has some potential on some of the Elementalist builds that currently exist, I believe, on Catalyst and so on. So maybe we'll see that a little bit later on today. Ah, yes, here we go. Will we see the portal usage? This is definitely the game mode where I feel like the Mesmer portal can actually be good. Being able to rescue someone like that, especially, it might be a little bit tricky outside of voice. Like, that's the difficulty here, of course. Because it is a little bit hard to notice, I think. Definitely in PvE. I think in PvP as well, you have to almost like know it's going to be coming in order to get some value out of it. Seems like a pretty decent skill. 1200 range, of course. So good for evacuating. There's the portal. Will Floody take it? Yeah, and I think this is kind of the issue with this. The problem is, of course, this is just like casual in-houses, so they were not in voice with each other. Ooh, I think that should be a res there. You can see the stability uptime there. Yeah, that big stability uptime coming from a Bountiful Disillusionment. Able to get that revive was Misha, combined with the feedbacks.
Blue team takes a capture point.
But he's kind of running out of juice now. Has a continuum shift, can press all the buttons, has the time warp too. That's pretty good. Has another one lined up if he needs it as well. Looks like the team fight is kind of dissolving. It's going to be Relic of the Herald here. Yeah, Relic of the Herald in PvP, that's going to be a lot of concentration because they removed the internal cooldown from this one right now. So you can see that he's actually capable of being essentially at 10 stacks of this pretty much all the time. That's going to be giving him a sizable bit of extra boon duration. I believe around 15% boon duration, more or less the entire time, as you can see there. which definitely is pretty decent. You combine that with, of course, Chaotic Persistence. When Misha has regen, he's really going to be getting up there, around 25% boon duration, which in PvP is a lot, by the way, because, of course, the numbers are a lot smaller in this game mode, so 25% boon duration is very significant in this game mode. Relic of AFK. Yeah, Relic of Converging, I think is what it should be renamed to. Bit of an interesting fight here. We actually have the 2v2 with the Catalyst and the Chronomancer versus the Scrapper, and I believe the Support Warrior. Yes, it absolutely is. Support Warrior here on the red team. Now, I think this build is actually pretty good, because this is, I feel like this is one of the weapons that can really shine in PvP in particular, because Support Warrior was already a build, right? It was already a build, and more importantly than that, it was actually a build that did get buffed relatively recently. Has a good toolkit for PvP as well. You can condition cleanse, you can revive. Here comes the banner onto Draza. There you go, it does land.
Like
no
that,
poison this time around.
And
of course, it's also very tanky. This is one of the things that's quite nice for the support builds, is that it's a tanky support build, especially with this full counter. Look at that full counter, guys. 8-second cooldown here, giving you that evasion potential. And look at all those other nasty effects. This build is a real nightmare to go up against, especially in the team fights, because check this out. Whenever the full counter activates, you're getting an Immobilize, because it's a Daze, and Daze and Stuns apply Immobilize. It will cripple and slow people that it hits, and it will copy conditions off yourself onto your targets while giving the warrior resistance, making the warrior very, very slippery and slimy, while also very tanky at the same time. Staff giving it that bit of mobility. And of course, this is using the Guardian rune as well, with Relic of the Trooper for more condition cleanse on the warrior screams. And also just good tankiness there with the Rune of the God. It's a lot of toughness, right? 300 toughness. Not enough to save the day, though. And yeah, blue team just going crazy here, just devastating. I think that maybe not enough damage here on the red team, right? Because there's two supports here, essentially. And I think there's just too much DPS and not enough DPS on the red team here to really get anything done. Even though there are kind of two support builds with the Druid and the Chronomancer, you know, like, support Rev in PvP does nothing. Like, you're a complete noodle. You do no damage. Or at least the Druid is actually capable of also functioning as this kind of duelist position as well at the same time. Yeah. Boom. Yo, I hate Smolderon. Yo, I mean, how can you hate Smolderon, dude? You get the, you get the Signet brand. It's huge. All the weapons are carried by the spec. Well, I think that's... as long as there are builds that make sense with these weapons, I think it's cool. I want to take a look at the Thief Axe, actually, in this matchup. Because Thief Axe is an interesting one to me. I feel like if you can actually land its attacks, it should do some pretty serious DPS in PvP. However, I have seen that it is relatively slow. That is to say that the axes are very counterplayable by the opponent. So I think when players get used to it, the weapon actually may lose some effectiveness, but we'll see how it actually looks in the game right now. Also, I think the axes might be a little bit susceptible to getting stuck on stuff, all that kind of stuff. But we'll see what's going on. We shall see what's going on. Ah, they're picking teams. Very exciting. Better than Shortbow? Yeah, Shortbow, I mean, it's something, right? Like, it's definitely something. Berserker Amulet, Rune of the Hollowsmith, with the Shortbow Gaming. That is big. So let's see, what do the numbers look like in PvP? We have the Essence of Animated Sand. Is there any way Shortbow is good? I almost can't even imagine it. I can't imagine it's good compared to Sword Shield. There's just no fucking way. I mean, three Condis removed, but it's 180 radius on these things. Oh my god. I don't see it. I don't see it. But who knows? Oh, I love this. I love holographic shockwave in PvP, guys. Check this out. Create a deadly holographic shockwave that launches foes upwards. This attack always deals a critical hit. And then look, in PvP, guys, because it's a CC, it does 9 damage. So a deadly holographic shockwave dealing 9 damage in PvP. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The Azura is here. Ready to go. We need to add damage back to that thing. I mean, that, you know, just based on the roleplay alone, that feels like a candidate potentially for that. This skill got nerfed so hard over time as well, because it used to actually have a much larger radius as well. A much larger radius. But they shrunk it down a lot. Yeah. Sag. Rune of the Hollowsmith. Power, vitality, and precision as well. So very high crit chance on this build, especially when you get the Fury rolling as well. With short fuse over here and explosives. A lot of Fury gaming. It's like the Spellbreaker trait that makes full counter do 100% more damage, so 10 instead of 5. Full counter. I will say that full counter was a bit of a menace when it did damage, though, you know? You know, the good old, like, 4K, 6K full counter crits was good. That was indeed what we like to see. So I think this is going to be the Axe Thief. Yeah, here we go. We have Axe Pistol, Dagger Pistol. So basically, instead of taking the Shortbow on a Dagger Pistol Thief, you take the Axe as well. This is going to be this big power burst from Orchestrated Assault. So you lay down the axes, and you unleash them with that third skill, as we saw previously. Again, there's poison access here as well. Thief in general has a lot of poison. There's no deadly arts, though. This is going to be critical strikes and shadow arts with this. So a lot of damage. Like critical strikes, you get some pretty serious DPS. No quarter, of course. 300 more ferocity there. 10% damage while people are above 50% health. More ferocity, basically, with precision. You give Fury when you get crits, so again, you're gonna that's going to synergize really well there, giving you basically 100% Fury at time, and Twin Fangs for even more damage. And of course, Keen Observer is also even more damage here as well. It's just like a pure DPS trait line. Then, Draped in Shadow, the Shadow Arts, giving you a little bit of sustain. Surprising to see no trickery as well. That's actually very interesting. Like, no trickery. Like, Thief, it's almost been somewhat assumed that every Thief build is pretty much going to be running trickery because of how powerful Steel is in PvP, and loading up that Steel ability with powerful effects like Thrill of the Crime and Bountiful Theft and so on is always going to end up being good. But this is a very interesting build, actually. Even going with Bounding Dodger as well. Like, this build seems like something that's going to have some almost like one-shot issues. Right? Like almost one-shot potential. If you line up all of these modifiers there, because you're going to have 15% more physical damage, then a million extra ferocity and just damage mods from Critical Strike. If they're able to actually land these axes, it will be insane. The damage will be ridiculous. Watching live private games? That's correct. Yeah, it's like an in-house thing. Still with Paether Relic. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, because they made that relic a lot better, didn't they? Yeah. I assume it's going to be Paether Relic as well from this Thief. We can't, of course, see, but we'll be able to see the effect maybe pop up. We get into it. Ooh, we're going with... This is a proper meme build. Holy shit. Impact Strike as well. Impact Strike. All the Thief usefulness as well for living. Pretty defensive utility skills. That's kind of usual, though. Blinding Powder... Bandit's Defense and Shower Step. Shower Step, pretty much one of the best skills in the entire game, especially in PvP. And then, of course, the Impact Strike. Going for the one-shot here. Yeah, it's an evade now, so it does have a bit more utility, a bit more usability to actually land this. Like, yeah, this was one in the recent patch, right, where you can actually evade while using Impact Strike. Only on the first part, though. But if you're able to actually land this on your opponent, you can, of course, instantly kill them. If you can actually land a kill... This is obviously very, very valuable, right? It's kind of like the opposite of a revive utility. It's an instant stomp utility, similar to how the warrior banner can be used. What would ANET need to implement for you to enjoy the game a lot more? You enjoy the stream, but not the game so much anymore. It's probably, I mean, content, right? Look, it would have to be something. There would have to be a motivation for people to play the game hardcore, pretty much. Like, for example, like I really enjoyed playing Season of Discovery for 20 hours straight. And everyone wants to log into the game right now and like just go crazy. Or like when the new WoW season came out, I played Mythic Plus with the boys for 12 hours. Then we raided for 6 hours after that. And people are still really excited to log into the game. That's the environment I want. Like and the way you get that is content, right? Like they need to add content. Yeah. There needs to be something. I don't like playing casual games. Basically, I don't want to play games casually. I don't enjoy playing games casually. In fact, it's not for me. That's not my preferred play style. So if I was going to enjoy the game again, it would have to be hardcore, basically. It would need to be hardcore. Yeah. There you go. Indeed.
The match starts soon.
But anyway, there you go. Find you think that the glory days of Guild Wars 2 content was probably less than a quarter of a WoW X-Pack? Maybe they can make getting top gear weapons easier? Wait, what do you mean? Like legendaries? Ah, legendaries aren't that bad. You got to put in a bit of time, but it's not that bad. All right, then. So what have we got? We each have a core warrior. Oh, a core support warrior. That is interesting, actually. So without the Spellbreaker. So discipline, tactics, and defense. And defense is being used instead of Spellbreaker here, of course. There's a new trait for support warrior in PvP, of course. You have Stalwart Focus, which is now going to give you more healing effectiveness. In PvP, there is actually a bit of a trade-off, though, as you can see here. You do have to trade Warrior Sprint, and Warrior Sprint is a very powerful trait in PvP, allowing you to get out of Immobilize with any movement skill. And, of course, that includes... Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, this is... Wait. Oh, no, man, yeah, it's Dagger Pistol. I was thinking, wait, is this a Bladesworn? It's like horrifically misread it somehow, but no, it is not. Of course, it is Weapon proficiency now enables the Dagger Pistol to be used here. Very interesting. We have the initial fight going on here. Once again, we have the engineers with the rifles, or the shortbows. Sorry, guys, I am so fucking tired. Look, it turns out, look, this is what I told you guys, right? Doing even 1 or 2 days of 20-hour gaming sessions is not that bad. You only feel it like 2 days after. Right now, I am dead. Okay, I am absolutely dead. You know, it feels good, guys. We're decaying over here. We're rotting and festering. 20 hours of Season of Discovery, 2 days in a row. Let's go. I'm playing the game for like 450 hours. Is it good that my account value is only at 4K gold? Or should I look up the account value of Guild 2 Efficiency? Playing for 2 months? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for you, but I'm sorry. If you're only at 4K gold after 2 months, I'm sorry, man. You should fucking quit, dude. Seriously, holy shit. Like, that's just not good enough. I mean, that's just not going to cut it. I'm sorry. This clearly isn't the game for you. Look, it's a fucking video game, all right? If you're having fun, that's the only thing that matters, right? Like, if your account value isn't high enough, dude, who cares, right? Like, if you're enjoying the game, keep playing. If you're not, stop. Don't worry about fucking account value. Absolutely nobody cares, especially not you. But anyway, there it is. Very, very nice. Crappy borrowed power system and recycled content. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, UT Master. Wait, the new weapons. What are you talking about? Paying a sub for time-gated content? Oh, you're talking about WoW. Oh, you're really salty about WoW. Yeah, and you know what? I will enjoy paying a sub for WoW. Look, you know what? Someone's already, made you angry, but a single patch in WoW is more content than 5 years of Guild Wars 2. You need to accept that as your reality. You need to be able to handle that mentally. But you probably can't.
Team takes a capture point.
Yeah. And that's how it is. Enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Yeah. But I will admit this, chat. For the sane people here, full disclosure, I said that purely to annoy that guy. And I will keep, here's my plan, guys. I'm going to keep saying things that will annoy this person until they leave. Because honestly, I don't really want insecure Guild Wars 2 players in my audience. I want them gone. I want them removed.
Skyhammer calibrated to blue.
Yeah. All right, anyway, let's continue. Well, it's kind of true. It's not exactly true, but it's true enough that it makes me laugh. That's the thing. It's, but yeah. All right, here we go. Dude, blue team is just dominating, man. The mighty Mace Master on the Untamed, unleashing with the Axe Mace. Yeah, Mace offhand, definitely the weapon I'm expecting to see crop up here in PvP. Has some good usability. You've got this big barrier here and some CC style abilities, of course, on the Mace offhand, which is always going to be good, right? That's always good in the PvP context for lining up your big damage combos. We see the greatsword in the main in the other offset. Makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, you can line up a really big combo, get your nature strength going with Mace, and then, of course, unleash an absolutely huge burst with Greatsword, yeah. And you even have the marksmanship trait line there with Moment of Clarity, so you can kind of line that up there. You have the 25% extra damage when you land a CC. Perfect combo, of course, with a wide variety of the bursty ranger abilities, like the Untamed abilities, and, of course, the Greatsword abilities there as well. Yo, Unaguna there with the tier 1 memes. Nice. Yeah. Yes. The Covenant is not done yet. I mean, the Covenant will never be done. Oh, yeah, I wanted to have a look at these axes. Let's see how these axes are going. Is this Axe Spectre? No, I think this is regular old Spectre, I believe. Yeah, this is regular Spectre rather than the Axe Spectre. Do we actually have the Axe Thief? Let's take a look.
Cores installed.
Here we go.
Charging the laser.
Boom. Look at these axes. I mean, they haven't really landed yet, but maybe they will. Deforestation in 28 days. That is true, actually. The trees are not long for this world. Whoa, those axes were hitting very long range there. That was crazy. Oh, this is interesting, actually. I wonder if that's how it works. Do the axes kind of, like, surge to someone so you can actually, like, mega range them? I still prefer Pistol Thief. Here we go. Paying a sub causes a sort of FOMO. Well, I mean, I guess it definitely can. But I mean, that's kind of on the user, to be honest.
The capture point. Just like that, blue team takes a capture point.
Here we go. The axes haven't done anything yet. I'm kind of waiting for something to happen. Go axes. Look at these axes, guys. They're being set out there. Look at them go. They're spinning around. Will they now land? They're still not landing, guys. Maybe in this team fight on the Skyhammer, the axes will land. Boom. There was the stealth attack, I believe. More axes are enabling. Boom! And that was pretty decent, I think.
Did you see that?
Yeah, some poison there too. Poison's good on power builds as well, because it does allow you to still oppress the healing of your opponent. Here we go. Now we have a big 1v1. Let's see how these axes are going to work out. It is going to be 1v2, though, with the Spectre. Surely with the Spectre, they'll be able to land a massive burst. More axes are flying right now. Will they land? Do we have initiative for a big burst? Ooh! That was a lot of damage, actually. The third skill, as the player kind of got, trying to climb up the stairs, got a little bit stuck there with all the snares coming from the thieves. Massive damage landing with the Axe 3. Could this be a comeback maneuver for the red team? I think that could well be, actually. Yeah. Here we go. The gaming will now commence. They keep missing. Yeah, the axes seem to be a little slow. There's definitely a lot of setup to this weapon here. You have to get a lot of stuff going on. Yeah.
Did you see that? Red team
Boom.
got a capture point.
Yeah. Our axe is Condi. They're Condi if you're using dagger offhand, and their power if you're using pistol offhand. Quite a cool usage of the thief duel system. So essentially, the duel skill changes what type of stat you'll want to use, depending with your offset, what your offhand is. Which I think is quite cool, actually. Pretty decent, if you ask me. Okay. The damage modifier has been aligned. The Fury is prepared. You know, I don't know. This is kind of my perspective from watching this. Like, I feel like all of these builds are like good builds, but the new weapon has made them worse. I'm thinking, wow, this build will be way better if this player was using Shortbow instead of Axe right now.
Ready for targeting.
I don't know. I'm just, yeah. I think the problem with this weapon is there's a lot of setup, right? You have to get your axes out, and then you have to, like, draw them in. So it's not like an instantaneous value thing. You definitely have to put a bit of work in to get some value out of a weapon set like this. Like, on its own, it's quite slow, which is unusual for Guild Wars 2 weapons, right? Like, a lot of Guild Wars 2 weapons, they kind of have value in and of themselves, but the axe, you definitely need to... And look at that, instant value there, right? Do you see what I mean here? Right, like, instant value from the backstab, right? And from the dagger pistol weapon set. But from the axe, it's slow. You take quite a lot of time in order to gain value there. Yeah. Look, the thief gets in there, throws some axes. Oh, is this going to be a rally war? It is. Ooh, Impact Strike actually kind of saving the day there. That could well have rallied this player. However, the warrior did not rally off the Holosmith, but that would have been a big rally there. But the Impact Strike was there as the finishing move, actually bringing value. We love to see it. Meanwhile, here we have the Chronomancer. This build actually looks like it has some potential. You know, again, these are not optimized compositions, but this actually does look like it is kind of doing something. Like, I think just the AoE boons, pretty damn good here. It's actually a real shame that you can't take mental defense on this build, because all these two traits in PvP will be really, really nice. And I imagine in World versus World, this is also a bit of a decision to make, right? Ah, man, I'm curious, because, of course, both of these would be really nice in World versus World. 600... This is a 600 radius AoE stun break. That is really, really nice. That is really, really, really nice. With resistance, too, so they can get out of Immobilize. Because, think about this, guys. A stun break won't save you from Immobilize, because Immobilize is not a stun. Right? Like, Fear is, but Immobilize is not. But if you think about Mental Defense is an absolute stun break, right? Because it also gets you out of Immobilize, because it applies resistance to you as well. That's an incredibly strong effect. I'm not sure if there's anything else like that in the game, for allies anyway, like a true stun break. Definitely appears to be aimed at World versus World, because, of course, you might go, well, where are you going to be stunned and immobilized at the same time? Or where would you need, like, something that gets you out of every type of CC, basically. Well, World versus World is definitely the big one. That's why resistance is so good, too, because, of course, it will also prevent you from being slowed or chilled or anything like that. So you can always kind of resustain and get out of a situation like that. Zero to Hero still in plans? If yes, when does it start? Just finished watching Season 2 on YouTube. I need to come up with a good idea. Like, the problem with Zero to Hero is... The problem with Zero to Hero is that I've done everything. I don't have any goals in Zero to Hero. And the problem is that if I was going to do Season 3 would just end up with me just grinding, right? I'd just be grinding gold. Like, you don't get a better farm than Tier 4 Fractals, ever. Tier 4 Fractals is by far the best farm in the game, not even close. So it's kind of awkward. But yeah. Alright, here we go. We actually have the Chronomancer kind of basically being a bunker here. Trying to live against the Holo. Of course, it has no pressure of its own. So that's going to be easier said than done. Yeah, can't actually end up holding there. Not really that tanky. No toughness amulets or anything like that. It's going to be Avatar amulet with running the Doliac. So not able to sustain that on the Chrono. I wonder... yeah, it's Herald Relic being used here by this Chronomancer, I believe. Get all three sets of Obsidian armor. But the thing is, that's just grinding. That's kind of my point, right? Like, it's just grinding, nothing else. And that is, you know, yeah. I'm not sure if that's really that interesting. Like, my goal with Zero to Hero was always to kind of teach people stuff and, like, show people how to do things. I feel like Season 2 was almost too effective. I almost did too much in Zero to Hero. Like, the amount of progress I made was years of progress in essentially a couple of months for most players. Like, most players will only ever have 1, maybe 2 legendaries in their entire Guild Wars 2 career. I made 7 legendaries in, what, 2 or 3 months, I think? It might have even been less than that on Zero to Hero Season 2. So, yeah. That's how it is. You must build an army with Wisdom Tree. An army of what? Anyway, back to the game. This is actually a very close match. A very close match indeed between these two teams. The core warrior. I haven't really been seeing if the core support warrior has really been doing anything. I definitely get the impression that support Spellbreaker is going to be better, meta. And honestly, I'm looking at all of these builds, and I feel like if any of these builds is actually going to make it into meta play, I do feel like it is the Spellbreaker. I think we'll keep an eye on this one as we go through, but I don't see anything else here that, in my opinion, is actually going to make it into the into actual play as of right now. And even this build, it's hard to say, right? Because there are some really good options for supports right now. Like Tempest and Guardian are very good. Of course, there has been times where Spellbreaker has competed. Maybe the support Mesmer as well. I don't know. It's hard to gauge like just how effective these are.
Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
7 legendary armor or weapons. I got all of the trinkets and a weapon as well. Yeah. Get all 3 sets without any fractal farming? Why? Like, I don't like challenges that just say, play badly, right? Like, or deliberately play poorly, right? I'm not really a big fan of stuff like that. And you know that's kind of the frustration I actually have with Guild Wars 2. You know, I like little challenges, right? Like challenges for you to solve. You know, like stuff like the Swamp Platic stuff, you know, like area locked. But a lot of challenges in Guild Wars 2 basically boil down to the only way to make this interesting is to deliberately play badly. Like really badly on purpose. And that just feels really bad. Secondary professions like in Guild Wars 1 added to Guild Wars 2. That would probably be an absolute clusterfuck. I don't think they would ever do that. I don't think that's very likely that. But you just have floor just stripping down here, I guess, for some reason. There we go. Going for the Bladesworn, potentially. The Bladesworn is on its way. Let's see if we have any other builds kind of popping up here. I think this is just like normal Spectre, right? Yeah, this is the basic Condi Spectre being used here. There we go. Once again, the support Chrono from Misha. Hollowsmith with the Shortbow here. The Thief. Sword, Dagger, and Shortbow. Bladesworn from floor. Is it going to be support, though? It looks like it actually will be, yeah. Maybe with the staff on Bladesworn, too. That might be a little bit tricky to actually pull off, because, of course, not having, basically... Well, you do still have a block on staff, actually, but you don't have the secondary block. And there's no Warhorn here as well, and you're sacrificing quite a lot there. There's a lot of Condi Cleanse on Warhorn. And, of course, you have the barrier application. So that will be a bit of a tough one to get rid of. Using the staff. But, you know, staff could work, actually, because, again, you do have some mobility, you do have the block. Yeah. Such a new utility skills, essentially how they played Guild Wars 1 9% of the time. Yeah, that could be something you could do, right? So you could, like, mix and match utility skills. I think that would... I'm not sure if it would be that good, though, because you... I don't know. I think it would turn the game into a bit of a clusterfuck. I'm not sure if it would be good. Yeah. Do you play Thief? Thief is probably... I play Spectre a bit, but not that much. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The fact you're required to play at least once a month and not feel like you paid for nothing. Well, then, I mean, if you're not going to play, you shouldn't pay, though, right? I mean, this is kind of a weird thing. Like... you could view that about anything, you know, like if you... I feel like that really sucks. Like, for example, I bought Baldur's Gate 3, and I didn't really like the game, so I didn't play it that much. But I don't feel like I wasted my money. I think that's like, that's a really unhealthy way to look at money. Like, oh shit, I spent $60 on this game, so I have to play it now. I must play it, otherwise I wasted my money. I think you've just got to accept that sometimes, yeah, you know, you're going to spend money and not get, like, huge value out of it. That's the way it is. Sometimes you're going to watch a film that was kind of shit, and you're going to like, oh, well, you know, I spent money on that, and it feels fucking bad, you know? Like, it is what it is. Or you're going to buy a game that you end up not really playing, or you didn't really enjoy it. Like, it happens. Yeah. They'll build new utility skills. These 5 skills are the /LE utility. Oh, I see what you mean, like, totally new ones? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I could see them going in that direction. Yeah. But I don't think they would ever add, like, big mechanical reworks, right? Like, I think that is probably something they don't want to do. Like, you don't want to bloat the game anymore. Like, I think it's much better kind of adding bits inside the system instead of making new systems. Like, MMOs tend to have a problem with feature bloat over time anyway, which is not really what you want. Then I'm going to do Elite Space. Yeah, that would be truly unhinged. I think what I would expect in terms of like new development is I could see them doing a new core trait line for every profession. I could see them doing new utility skills, particularly new elite skills. I think elite skills are an area that could be expanded on a fair bit. Yeah. The graphics starting to look dated in this game. Well, I mean, in terms of fidelity, sure. I think basically every MMO is in that situation, right? Like, every MMO is using engines from, like, 10 years ago. Like, especially with, like, how good modern games look. Like, modern games look insane. Like, for example, I don't know if you guys... Do you guys play this game? The Callisto Protocol? Not a particularly good game, but from a fidelity standpoint, the game looks fantastic. The amount of detail and visual effects and kind of photo... I wouldn't say photo... Fucking hell. That was a lot of damage, wasn't it? And kind of realism in that game is very impressive. Like, it's more of a tech demo than a real game, because the game isn't that impressive, but it is what it is. Like, games these days, they look pretty insane, to be honest. And yeah, a lot of MMOs are old, so yeah, they're not looking as good as a modern single-player game, that's for sure. And even, you know, even if you, in the MMO world, if you look at a game like New World, that game looks fantastic. And you can really see that modern technology, if we did have a new MMO, you can make some really, really cool stuff. I think the new MMO, like the Riot MMO, is not going in that direction. It's probably going to look like League of Legends, which actually does look really cool. Guys, imagine if you could play in the video game and you look like Arcane. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh my god, guys, that's so crazy.
Blue team grabbed a capture point.
Yeah. You could be in Arcane. Yeah. Anyway, gameplay is happening. Support Bladesworn here, I believe. No, never mind. DPS Bladesworn. Dude, people are giving up on the new weapons at an alarming rate. We do still have the staff being used here, which actually, it was seeing a little bit of experimentation, I believe, on some kind of 1v1 Spellbreaker builds as well, so we'll see how this ends up working out here. Here we go. We also have Oki enabled on Holosmith. Is it with the Shortbow? It is not. People have slowly started giving up on the new weapons. Wait, do we actually have any? I believe Floody is like the only player actually using this. No, actually, Floor has the staff still. Floody has the Shortbow. The Mace Lord on the Untamed. If you think about this, we're going to see this get refined. The only weapons that will be left still being used by the players after a couple of rounds will be the best ones. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Misha still sticking with this Mesmer build. He does seem to be delivering a good chunk of value to the team with this, actually. And I think that does make some sense. If you actually look at the toolkit here, there is some value. Here, like the protection uptime is going to be really nice. Is it actually good in PvP? 1 second when you use a shatter. Well, maybe not that good, honestly. The duration is very, very low on this stuff. But I guess if you use a lot of shatters, then maybe you can get a decent amount of protection on your team, at least for a couple of seconds to mitigate some damage. Stability, of course, on Bountiful Disillusionment
Blue team takes a capture
as well.
point.
Good boons, regeneration, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah. We're going to get 3 to 4 seasons of Arcane after the finale. The last season going to go, we introduced to this world. Here's the MMO. Go forth. I mean, that would be pretty fucking funny if they did that, to be honest. But who knows? Yeah. Animation for running is so bad. Legs glide on the terrain. Yeah, the running animation is a little bit weird. Although I thought it was pretty decent. You're just quite slow. Right, like, you're not that fast. I didn't really think the running animation was that bad. I think when you try and, like, jump, it's weird. Like, jumping in that game is a little bit odd. Yeah. They just Mace Ranger by itself, without difficult it is to get Nature's Strength. Yeah, and I guess on the offhand, you know, yeah, you have to do full auto chains, right, to get it, I think. I guess it's probably all right. That is what I feel like with the Thief Axe as well. There's a lot of setup to it. Same with the Ranger Mace. There's going to be a lot of setup here, particularly on the offhand. Like, it's going to be very difficult to get it, right? You can get 2 stacks, I guess, with the offhand, if you're able to land that. But, yeah, let's see if this player is able to actually get anything done here. But yeah, certainly, it's not going to be easy. In PvE, you can get it really easily, obviously, but here it's going to be easier said than done. for this player to actually get it with only the offhand, that's for sure. Does actually manage to get 3 stacks. But yeah, the problem is the cooldowns are quite long. They've got the Mace main hand actually as well to combo that. So we actually have both Maces being utilized here, but in different weapon sets, which is quite interesting. But yeah, still on 3 stacks. It's actually going to run out there as well. Maybe it needs to have no duration so you can keep going. But yeah, they just run out. They aren't able to get the combo going. Yeah, certainly not going to be easy. You're going to have to be relying on the strength of the weapons here a lot. Trying to actually get that is not going to work. You don't get perma alacrity and quickness in PvP, near impossible to realistically get it. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of setup required there. They might have to make it give you a lot more stacks in PvP to really reward you for landing some of these abilities. Maybe if you're able to land both of them together, that should basically just immediately juice you no matter what. Yo, Snap in the chat. Yeah, you got to bear in mind, guys, this is a beta test, right? So a lot of these weapons, the tuning is a bit weird on them. Like, some of them are too strong, some of them are too weak. That is to be expected. Nobody's playing the Elementalist pistol yet. Have to wait and see if that's going to happen anytime soon. Boom. What's the Spectre build? Is this all the Axe Spectre? No, it's not, actually. Scepter and then Sword. This is regular old Spectre. Regular old Spectre is being used here. Test either here with the Axe. There we go. Will the Axe DPS land? This, I believe, is a slightly different setup being utilized here. Somewhat similar, though, actually. Yeah, Critical Strikes and Shadow Arts both being played. Yeah. Why isn't everything OP and not tuned down later? Making bad weapons early isn't is a bad idea. Well, because, I mean, I guess they could have, like, overtuned everything, but I mean, they were probably aiming to make it, like, vaguely about right? They were probably going to go, oh, well, let's see if we can make this pretty okay, or at least in the same ballpark as we want it to be. And then tune it from there. Balance is very, very hard to do in a vacuum, right? I think we as players need to understand that, guys. Trying to balance something when you're only having like a couple of people testing it is insanely difficult. Because think about all of the possibilities, like all the permutations of every build in the game. It's going to be extremely difficult to get that tuning right when they are a very small team, guys. Bear in mind, the balance team in Guild Wars 2 is not big, right? There's really not that many people. So it's extremely non-trivial for them to actually get this done. Guardian pistol versus Ellie pistol is like day and night. Well, I mean, it's probably because the Ellie pistol isn't bad. Like, the Ellie pistol, funnily enough, is probably, I mean, what? Doesn't Ellie do, like, 46k DPS or something with pistol? And I think Guardian is actually less than that, funnily enough. At least in PvE. Yeah. Yeah. It's just not fun. Well, yeah, maybe, I guess. The Guardian's pistol is probably a little bit more fun. It has cooler, flashier skills. That's for sure. How are you viewing builds? Yeah, this is basically PvP. Ellie pistol's at 48k. But golems don't fight back. I mean, yeah, but to be fair, most stuff in PvE doesn't really fight back. Including raids. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. Dude, look at this epic 1v1. Support Chrono. Guys, Support Chrono is beating Shortbow NG 1v1. Oh my god, that is depressing. Holy shit. Dude. Oh no! Yeah, Shortbow, maybe not the best weapon ever. Oh, there we go. Another holo came in, and that was enough. That was enough to get the job done. But yeah, the Shortbow getting shut down. The feedback's too much. I think... But look, listen, guys. I think the cleansing nuke is incomplete. And I'm curious if Nike agrees with me here. But listen, guys. There's probably some of you guys who are...
Like that. Blue team takes a capture point.
You're waiting... I think some of you guys are almost expecting these new weapons to revitalize your enjoyment of the game. Or, like, change the game in a big way. But the truth is, guys, that will never happen. That's copium. right? Like, if you're looking for an excuse to quit, honestly, use these weapons as an excuse to do it, okay? Just end it. Okay, you should not be expecting the game to, like, massively, magically make you enjoy it again. That's just, it's not possible. It's not gonna happen. The cleansing nuke is incomplete. Holy shit. Dude, the thief jumped in, then immediately died to particle accelerator. That's big.
Stillness has appeared.
Yeah. Insane.
Just like that.
Shortbow NG wins again, guys. Unplayable, boring trash. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, kind of, at the same time, kind of. Look, people like to play powerful stuff, and one of the... And look, I'll say this, guys. One of the reasons why a lot of the beta weapons kind of aren't interesting to me is because, yeah, the current builds are just better. Like, both of the new healer builds are worse than Heal Scourge and Druid. Like, that's just a reality. Like, Scourge is much better than Heal Chrono as well. So, I understand where people are coming from. Now, I'm also thinking, yeah, sure, it's a beta, so things are going to get tuned, and eventually, like, the overpowered stuff in PvE might get touched as well at the same time. So, look, I understand both sides here, guys, but we need to actually communicate with each other. Dude, this fucking Shortbow NG is annihilating. Oh, my God. 1v1 insane DPS. Not sure if we really used that many Shortbow abilities, though. It was mostly Hollow Forge and the Mortar Kit getting the work done there. Shoots, I play RTS games, yeah.
Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
Low-key cracked in the most hysterical way. Heal a lack Willbender. Does it give boons now? Someone told me that, like, a lack Willbender can give 25 might to people now. Well, I'm not sure what happened with that, though. Yeah. Red team actually making a bit of a comeback here, potentially. Although two of them are dead. That might seal the deal in favor of blue team. Looks like a third death from Oki might be coming through as well. Actually, good reset there with the supply crate. Could there be some more kills being picked up here? Blue team has secured this node, and they might be able to get the bottom buff here as well. Yeah, Mighty Mace Master has fallen there. Not a melon, and of course, securing that kill. Will this be the bottom buff at last claimed for blue? I don't think so, as the warrior has now made it. If this warrior can somehow stall this 1v2, while the red team actually manages to get the decap here, this could be a way for red team to come back. It looks like we are going to see the Horseman be able to do that, be able to bully the thief away fairly handily. There it is. But again, now this is where the pressure is going to be on. Floor has to hold this 1v2 here. Must not die, and also needs to get this hold. I think the thief is coming down for the assist. Yep, here we go. Here comes Pain. And this could be a lot of damage here. The stealth is going to come through. Will there be a burst here? Who's the target? Looks like it may well be the catalyst, I think. Wait, he's just going for the buff. Wait, what? This is an unhinged play. Surely this doesn't work. Yeah. I like that. That was very ambitious from Pain there. Didn't bother trying to save the teammate. Just goes for the buff, goes for the channel, goes for the Hail Mary. I do like the energy on that. Is it going to be enough, though? Dude, the Chrono is just bunkering. It has Continuum Shift very soon. And the Refresh. Is that going to be enough to hold here? Let's see. Has to use it again, but yeah, just holds barely enough for the blue team to win. What a game, guys. Wow. That's insane. Big boons? And I feel like it is. I feel like Heal Wimber is terrible, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. It's probably garbage. Chronomancer, going for the survival. Very nice. We love to see it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. And there it is. I think that might be the end. It's over. Good games. Very exciting stuff. They're made to keep counter orbs from being pre-stacked conjure weapons. I'm not gonna lie. I am of the opinion that ANET should remove all anti-pre-stacking measures. I think it doesn't make the game better in any way. I I think the Boon removal status reset is probably... No, it is terrible. The entire thing is garbage. They should entirely remove status reset, in my opinion, from the game. It's worthless. It just makes the game less fun to play. And the problem is their implementation of it is awful. I'm sorry, it's so bad. It's a terrible implementation in the game right now. Makes the game less fun. Makes the game less fun and less... more restrictive in terms of like how you can play it and like what you can do and cool tricks you can do, especially in stuff like raid speedruns. It's terrible. It should just be removed. I think there's almost no downside. The only downside is that stupid people would think that, oh, now I have to precast 25 might and, oh, the game's forcing me to do this and I don't like it. Yeah, that would be the only downside. People who don't understand the system would feel compelled to use it, which would be potentially awkward, I guess, but honestly, I don't care. That's how it is. Inspired fighting styles only with fists. I'm not... Look. This is... Okay. The game doesn't need to change. Look, guys, I'm going to say something here that just because you don't like the game or I don't like the game doesn't mean there's something wrong with the game. This is a tough thing to accept, but it's something that you must accept. Those two things are not related. At all. Yeah.
Nan was one of the oldest survivors.
That's how it is.
Of the Titan disaster. She had so many stories about the city before, and now they're gone. Her stories, her memories.
Yeah. There is nothing wrong with Guild Wars 2, guys. That's a fact. There's nothing wrong with Guild Wars 2. Just thinking about options for future expansions, it will be basically more of the same. The game has kind of reached its formula, right? Like, we're at the formula point in Guild Wars 2 right now. The game will continue like this forever. Pretty much. You should not expect Guild Wars 2 to change significantly over the next 5 years. There you go. We're at maintenance mode? No, only an imbecile would even say that. Like, we're at the point where maintenance mode would be there is, like, no new content and they're just, like, keeping the servers on, right? Holy shit. Yeah. Yes. Dude, Doom CM Discord required. Holy shit. That's crazy. There's some serious business here. HTCM training. Wow. Dude, we got some blasters here, guys. We got some absolute insane gameplay. Big. Doom CM. HCCM draining. A bozo. Yeah, we're on EU servers. Oh, let's do this Dragon's End. Okay, I'm doing Dragon's End, guys. Get in here. I'm doing Dragon's End on my Heal Rev. Let's go. Here we go. Dragon's End Gaming. Maybe we'll converge as well. Back to WoW. Okay, aware. Dude, what do you think of the new weapons, Floody? Okay. It's really hard for me to say. I was looking at those, I was thinking, wow, these all look builds that are, like, slightly worse than meta builds, to be honest. That's basically what it looked like to me. Or maybe not even slightly worse. Maybe significantly worse than meta builds. Didn't look that good. Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. I mean, yeah, there was some good blasting there, some quality blasting. Yeah. To realize Shortbow only good on Hollow, we don't need to be in Shortbow. Exactly, because you can cover up the weaknesses by using, you know, Hollow Forge. Yeah. It's good. Yeah. Yeah. I played 21 hours in 3 days. Incredible. But once again, appreciate Floody for organizing that. It was some good content for the stream. The stream was enjoying it. Enable Yap? What the fuck is Yap?
They're coming down the walls.
Yes. Maintenance mode. Honestly, some of you guys wish. Okay? Some of you guys wish that maintenance mode was enabled. But it isn't. Yap? What the fuck is Yap? Hey, what is this? Wait. It's like a Cripper mode, I see. I'm hoping someone can help. I'm new to Guild Wars 2, and I was told to do the first mission for the gliding, and the first mission of PR for the mount. Yeah, that makes sense. I did the first HOT mission, and I find myself stuck in the story instance, either forcing me to continue the story or stay in the current instance. I want to do the first mission in part of the fire, so I log out and TP out of the instance. I want to check my rewards. Did not see the rewards in the mission I claimed. What should I do? Well, you didn't finish it. That's the thing. So you didn't get anything. Yes. Basically, sometimes the game is going to ask you to move into a different instance to continue the story chapter. So basically what happened is you didn't finish the first one, so yes, you got nothing. However, there might be a checkpoint. When you start it again, it might put you back where you were when you left.
I don't have any knives in my back, do I? No.
I have a level 60 rune that I want to apply to my level 65 leg armor. It's not working. It worked for the first upgrade. I mean, I need to see a screenshot. I have no idea what you're trying to do. You could be doing something completely unhinged. There's a distinct possibility of that. Well, you guys don't like the scepter animations, and they look a little bit goofy. But I mean, come on, guys. Like, you know, we're goofy gamers.
Don't ignore them. We need to keep moving south to our old base.
Some goofy gamers here. Looks like a mobile game. Well, I mean, look, Guild Wars 2 is the mobile game of MMOs, so that makes sense. It's actually, that's the running theme at this point. Boom. There are 2 MMOs you can imagine playing on the toilet. It's probably... Actually, no, there's probably a lot, but it's for very different reasons. Like, you play RuneScape on the toilet so you're not wasting any XP. You play Guild Wars 2 on the toilet because that's just the kind of game it is, right? You know? It's the, you know, it's the game that just fills the time. Yeah. It won't come out. It won't come out as a very high tier emote. Look at that thing. Look at that peepo.
Look, the salt spray dragon seems to be powered by those crystals. Maybe we can, you know, reason with it.
He's trying, guys. Look at this. Look at him. He's doing his best.
Real bad day. Nope. Some dragons aren't good listeners. We'll need siege weaponry to break through those shields and destroy the crystals.
He's trying.
Okay. Let's start by clearing a path to get the equipment through.
Wait, why is Peepo Girlfriend enabled? I don't like Peepo Girlfriend. You guys are going to need Peepo Tree, though. Because Peepo Tree will be cleansed. And actually, chat, you guys are only going to be allowed 1 tree emote. Look, on the 1st of January, all trees are being removed. You are only allowed 1 tree. You have to pick. Guys, please put 1 tree emote that you wish to save in the chat now. It also cannot be an animated one.
We're through. Now get the siege weaponry in there and we'll aim for the shields.
Yeah. XDD tree. DDX tree. Wait. Oh my... Jesus Christ. I have some leg armor. I applied strength rune to it. The rune gives 26 power from the first upgrade, then there's 5 other upgrades. Somebody told me to reapply the rune 6 times to get all 6 upgrades. So I'm pressing the use and clicking my armor. It's not working. You have to apply it to different pieces of armor. So basically, the rune is like a set bonus. You need to have it on every piece of your armor, right? So if I look at my items here, I've got Rune of the Monk on all 6 pieces of armor, and that's how you get all 6 bonuses. It's not like you don't apply it to the same item over and over again, yeah. Doing that ain't gonna work. Hey, you're welcome. Welcome to Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 gaming. Yeah, now you know. We've learned. We've learned many things. Oh, I have effect LOD off because I was playing PvP. I was like, why is my game lagging so hard? Now I know. When am I going to run ANET? I mean, me running ANET would be really funny, but I would probably destroy the player base within seconds. Because what I would do to the game would mentally and psychologically destroy the community within hours. Yeah. You'd have more forum posts claiming the game was too difficult than in, like, the history of the game. I would make Dragon's End far harder than the original version. I'm talking far harder. Boom. Far harder.
Okay, the salt spray dragon's vulnerable to attack.
You login farmed? Hell yeah, look. If there's a system that's kind of broken and you can exploit, always do it. That feels good. You can't buy skins until you beat Dragon's End. And that would be pretty funny, yeah. It would be amusing, would it not? I should probably CC, shouldn't I? Aren't we already playing on ArenaNet? I mean, yeah, ArenaNet is the company that makes Guild Wars 2. Yeah, that's right.
It's dead. We should celebrate. This is far from
Yes.
Yeah, but getting our base back was a good start.
World PvP in Guild Wars 2?
Didn't exactly do it out of charity. You've got supplies, and it's in range of the Harvest Temple.
Will be the gatekeeper, none shall pass. Yeah, I mean, people would have to actually put in effort. People would have to put in effort to win in Guild Wars 2.
Need more time.
Hurry it up.
Do you think they're shelving Guild Wars 2 for that Horizon MMO? Dude, seriously. Okay, no, I'm not answering your question. Why do you think that? Okay, hang on. What evidence do you have that has convinced you of thinking this? Like, this is actually starting to annoy me. Like, why do people think Guild Wars 2 is dying? I actually don't understand. Okay, hang on. Guys, listen up. If you think Guild Wars 2 is dying on maintenance mode, I need you to explain it to me in chat now. Why do you think this? This is insane. Low effort animations, but I think the animators are working on something else. Newsflash, when they made, even like elite specs didn't really have a lot of new animations. Not every weapon had new animations for like elite specs even. Like what are we expecting here? Interaction and excitement is not there? Yes, this is a casual game. What are you expecting? You aren't going to get, like, very high engagement, very high excitement in a casual game. Nobody's, like, mega excited about The Sims.
It's protected by those 3 shielded crystals. We must destroy them first before we can take out the dragon.
Nobody's hyped? Yeah, nobody's playing hardcore. Or a very low amount of people are playing the game hardcore. Like, that hype and excitement, that comes from hardcore players. That's where that comes from. And those hardcore players don't exist anymore. They're gone. Gameplay changes when major ones drop. Yes, but it's not like a mega hype event that everyone's fucking talking about, right? It's because people play that game for fun. And it's casual. Game stagnating content is low effort, but it's not in maintenance mode. Wait, actually, you know, I'm not gonna lie, no. I'm gonna white knight ANET. Like, do we really think that Soto is low effort? In terms of the content they delivered? Are we serious? Like, I'm not sure if we actually think this. Like, the story they've made there was actually very high tier. Like, the new maps are pretty cool as well. They're very impressive, like, from a visual perspective. There's loads of new models and new enemies and stuff like that. That came out. They had, like, an entire new daily system that they made and, like, put into the game. They're doing, like, stuff with world versus world eventually, too. I don't know. I think calling this low effort is a little harsh, to be honest. It's a bit of an insult to the devs. It wasn't low effort, but it was kind of bad. Wait, what do we mean exactly? Like, compared to what? Compared to the Ice Brood fucking saga? I mean, I don't know. The WoW enemies are going full Guild Wars 2 bad. Don't put this on WoW players, dude. WoW players don't give a shit about Guild Wars 2. Okay, these are Guild Wars 2 players. Don't put this on WoW people. Yeah. This is the Guild Wars 2 community doing this. Hell yeah.
That's the last one. The dragon's wide open. Attack!
The Verdant Archer. Wait, the Verdant Archer? What the fuck is that?
But you've left me no choice.
Let's go. They paid for future expert. It's going to be worth it when it's finished, not now. Well, I mean, no. That's not true. If that's true, the business model will be a failure. Like, if you have to pay for something and it's not worth it until the end, that's shit. I actually don't agree with that either. I think Soto, for what it's supposed to do, did its job. I mean, there's definitely some things that could be a little bit better, that's for sure. Like, for example, they probably should have maybe had the weapons on launch, or at least, like, some of the legendary stuff on launch to go for. There was definitely an absence in Soto that they'll probably refine for future expansions. But I think for the vast majority of players, Soto was very good on launch. For someone like me, yeah, it wasn't very good. But, you know, I'm not the target demographic for the game, so who cares? The initial launch of Soto wasn't worth it, then you should quit the game, straight up. If you feel that way. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But it's not going to change. Like, this is how it's going to be. Like, this is Guild Wars 2. And it was $20 fucking, man. I think it was perfectly worth it. There are far better things to spend $25 on. Then, honestly, I think you should do that. You should take your $25 and spend them elsewhere.
Just a joke. I love salt spray dragons.
What are your opinions on Bladesworn versus Berserker? I feel like Berserker is more reliable and widely used. Bladesworn is badass. Can you convince me Bladesworn doesn't have DPS? Oh yeah, Bladesworn's very powerful when you play it well. Especially, there are certain encounters that really favor its design, but yeah, Bladesworn's good.
I'm going to focus my prismatic energy at the barrier protecting Su Wong.
Hold up! We've got void popping up all around us.
Same here.
Ah. Blast a piercing arrow that marks the ground as mass damage, gets invisible and attack evades and AOs underneath. The regular HOT Sylvari archers. Wait, it's just like the basic mobs? I mean, don't they like die in one hit? Yeah. Yo, Dunks! Nice. What do you play on your warrior character? What elite spec? I played Berserker. I don't play warrior much though. I'm rifting, guys! I'm rifting!
But if the power of the magic is unknown, what could it do to you?
I'm rifting, guys! I'm gormandizing!
Every bit of it to break through the barrier covering Suwon. Go now.
Yes.
Release the Elder Dragon magic. There's an increasing
Big.
pool of void energy near you. Be careful.
Warrior is too trash for tagging to consider it for open world. Honestly, Berserker's gonna be good at it. You have like mega AoE on Longbow, for example. So Berserker's gonna do a good job of it. And I guess power, I mean, with power, like power builds, you're fine. I mean, Bladesworn might be a little bit slow for tagging, but Spellbreaker definitely isn't. And Berserker is fine too. Yo, Angels with the billion-year resub. Huge. Nimue and Laradar fall next week. Smolderon is coming. Feels good. How is Boon application for open world tagging? Can you always run a cheeky banner or two? That is true, actually. In fact, yeah, I forgot about that. If you actually do that, it's insanely OP. In fact, it's kind of a problem, actually. The tagging changes for World versus World in PvE have actually caused severe issues with leeching in Guild Wars 2. In fact, one of the highest loot efficiency things you can do in the entire game is AFK Boon Herald. It is ridiculously strong. Like, if you AFK in a convergence and just stand in the middle, full AFK, by the way, no inputs. If you full AFK a convergence, you will get maximum loot. With 0 inputs on your character. It's actually a slight issue. A slight issue. Yeah. Not the worst thing in the world, but it's a bit strange. Yeah. AFK farming. Yeah, AFK farming has been officially added to the game. Yeah, there is also a problem with Herald. You know, I've been thinking about this for a while now. Herald is a huge problem for Arena because Herald is currently so strong that it makes certain builds way worse than they actually should be, and it makes certain builds way better than they actually should be. But here's the problem. Herald also makes the game fun to play. So if ANET nerf Herald, the game will become less fun. It'll be better balanced, but it will be less fun for almost every single player in the game. So what do you do in that situation? I think they're much more likely to power creep other builds to be as good as Herald, rather than to actually nerf Herald itself. Because nerfing Herald would just make the game less fun. It's a massive problem though. Like stuff like Heal Herald, Heal Firebrand, Heal Scrapper, all of these builds almost can't be good as long as Herald exists. Because as long as Herald exists, you're always going to want to run Quickness Herald and then Alack Druid or Scourge. And like nothing can beat that. I don't even think Chrono can beat it. Like, and Heal Chrono, by the way, is extremely good. It's a very, very good build. But I'm not even sure if that build is good enough.
This barrier, it's protecting you from...
Compared to Scourge and Druid, anyway. Boom.
It is time.
Remove reliance on boon spam. I mean, it's a simple idea, but that would mean, like, redesigning the entire game from the ground up. And the problem is, if they did that, they'd have to rebalance every single encounter in the entire game to make them easier. Because if you remove reliance on boon spam, that makes every single encounter in the game far harder, which would mentally destroy the entire player base within minutes of logging into the game with a balance patch like that. So they could do that, but they'd have to fundamentally redesign the game.
And if they destroy those crystals, all is lost.
We need those reinforcements.
Boom.
Where are you?
They make Herald so OP, no longer the weapon band to profession. Nah, it's like the Boon application that's really good about it.
You and the others protect the magic.
Has the game always relied on boons as much as it does now? It has, but in a different way. Like, it used to be reliant on boons, now it's reliant on permanent boons.
It may already be too late.
Put Guild Wars 2 in maintenance mode and make Guild Wars 3 with 0 boons. Do you raid BFD already? Not yet. I actually want to raid with my team. I'm level 25 and I've got gear, so I could. But I'd actually like to tank, so I want to get the Metamorphosis rune, which hasn't even been found yet. And I also want to play with my friends. I actually want to go in blind with my friends and not do it first. So I'm still waiting for some of the boys to actually finish leveling up. I'm not going to do the raid without Plenix and Jester and Darren's and Jake and those lads. So I'm just going to chill out. We're gonna chill out. 99-year... Oh, dude, Darren's didn't loot? Oh my god. Is Preach pilled? They hate boons? Well, I think they don't like permanent boons. Or at least, some people are... There's some frustration there.
Kill every last one of them.
I find it funny that Scarlet Monetary is apparently already open. Oh yeah, all content's open. You can go in there. And try and get some items. You could farm greens, for example. Try and farm, like, level 25 exactly greens to get some bis. They drop in BFD? I don't think so. Metamorphosis definitely isn't in BFD, because there's actually gear that drops there that is specifically for Warlock Tank. Like, very specifically for Warlock Tank. Like, you know, funnily enough, like the Clam Weave. The Clam Weave shirt and the dagger and the offhand that has armor on it, that has stamina intellect on it. It's very obvious, like, tank warlock stuff there, but so, yeah. Level 40 dungeon. Well, Graveyard is... Honestly, Graveyard's probably even doable at level 25. I think... What's end boss there? What level is Blood Mage Thalnos? In WoW. He's not that high, is he? Yeah, he's level 34. So, I mean, you're probably not doing that. Maybe you could do the first boss. He doesn't really drop anything good, though. He's level 32. You could probably beat a level 32. And honestly, maybe you could even beat Thalnos. It's not impossible, to be fair. Might be tricky, but it's doable.
I can see Aurene. She's joining the battle.
New player experience of Guild Wars 2 now. I think it's alright. Core game's a bit weird. Only 2 pieces in Graveyard are at level 25. Well, I mean, maybe not the best place to farm then. Probably a bit pointless, but theoretically possible, I think. I think you're better off doing, I want to say, RFK to farm greens. I think that's doable. I think the hardest thing in New Builds is getting past how rough the core story is. I mean, is it really that bad? Maybe I should play it again. I mean, it's not great, is it? Like, Living World Season 1 and Season 2 are pretty bad. They have not aged well, I'll say that. They aren't amazing. I say the boons continue to be the primary source of the reduction in skill, especially in Guild Wars 2. It's a race to the bond to make these required boons provide 100% uptime. 4 players in a given group to play specs that have awful gameplay and provide these boons because ultimately support specs have low intensity gameplay, else the boons would just be non-existent in low groups. I mean, I think honestly stuff like Herald is actually pretty fun to play, to be honest, overall. But in general, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think there are any actually hard builds to play in Guild Wars 2 PvE anymore. I don't think that's even a thing. The game has been made easier over time, 100%. Like, the skill floor has massively been reduced over time.
Come, we must save her from herself. Meet me at the temple.
Yes.
Quick, to the top
I'm
of the
climbing.
Hornet's
We
Tail.
ascend.
I'll be waiting for you with what's left of Suan.
When was it harder? I think builds had a lot more skill expression in Heart of Thorns and
She's above us.
Path of Fire. It's weird because, like, in some ways yes, in some ways no. Like, back in the day, guys, like, rotations were actually easier, but the game was harder because you were less powerful, right? So it's kind of a really interesting meme. Like, rotations these days are a bit more complicated than they used to be, but in a way they're less important because the game itself is a lot easier. Requiring a tank and now Org Voca. Just a different flavor. It is, yeah, but I think the thing that rubs WoW players the wrong way, and I think Preach's main criticism, which I think is an interesting criticism actually, is that your performance in Guild Wars 2 is massively dependent on other people. That is not the case in WoW. Like, if I'm playing my tank, I don't care if my entire team sucks. I will be able to do good DPS. On my WoW character. And that's true of a DPS player, and that's true of a healer as well. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, if you're playing a DPS spec, and you're playing with 50% quickness uptime, there's like nothing you can do. Playing tank with a shitty healer is surely fun. Funnily enough, in retail, you really don't care. Tanks in that game are very independent. You can basically do what you want.
Dreams and death.
Let's go. Boons. Boons. Let's go. Death will be your deliverance. Let's go. Oh no. I don't have enough energy for stability. Oh, no. Oh, it's too slow. Tragic. Yes. It's time. How do I Pistol Gun? I think it also looks quite good with Willbender. Still wonder your thoughts. I think Pistol Gun is one of the hype ones, to be honest. I like the mechanic of it. It's pretty cool. It is pretty nifty, I would say.
In the beginning, there was only emptiness.
Boom.
And now you must join it.
Healer competitive self-healing? Oh, dude, you have way more healing. And I wouldn't say it was actually power creep. I think it was very deliberate. This is very, very true in Classic, by the way. Tanking is by far the least popular role in World of Warcraft. Maybe not anymore, actually, in retail, and there's a good reason for that. But tanking has always been a problem for Blizzard, because people don't want to play tank. You have a lot of responsibility. You're going to get blamed a lot if you fuck up. And it's kind of like the leadership role as well. So I think Blizzard did this very deliberately to make tanking more appealing and to increase the supply of tanks in the game overall. And I think it worked. It worked, actually. A lot more people play tank than I would expect. It's still an issue in, say, Classic WoW, for example. In Classic WoW, one of the reasons why I actually ended up playing tank was because nobody else wanted to do it. I was originally going to play a shaman in vanilla WoW, but I ended up switching to warrior tank because simply I knew nobody else was going to do it. Nobody else wanted the tank, right? Simple as that. Yeah. So there it is. Yeah, and tanks do damage now as well, which makes it a lot more fun. I think tank damage being relevant is really important. I don't know. I think healer damage is relevant in WoW 2. More at high level, though. I feel like healer... And same with tank damage, right? Like, tank damage is basically irrelevant in, like, casual gameplay. It only really becomes relevant later on. But I actually really like tank and healer damage being relevant in games because it's kind of like an extra... It's like extra decisions, right? You have to make decisions in like how much damage and how aggressively you're going to play, compared to like how much healing output or like tank output you're going to be doing in order to survive. I think that adds another layer to the gameplay that's really good. It's true in Guild Wars 2 as well, of course, right? But again, only at high level. Yeah. Hey, Bloody Love, how you doing? I'm doing good. Yeah. Yo, Zeus, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciated. Is being attacked related with the race you pick? I mean, at extreme min-max level, yes. For realistically, no. Like, you only, even in a game like WoW, where racial skills can be pretty powerful, you only care about racial abilities in extreme min-max scenarios, which it's irrelevant for almost everyone in the entire game. 5-man mage dungeon run? Oh yeah, I mean, mage is pretty busted. That shouldn't be a surprise. Like, mage in, like, dungeon content in Classic is insane. And now with the healer thing, it's even better. Like, with the AoE healing thing, it's pretty busted. Shadow mode is broken in M+. I mean, the dwarf racial's even better, to be honest. But, yeah, that's only relevant in very high keys. Like, you're only going to be like, oh boy, I really wish I was playing dwarf here, in extremely high Mythic Plus keys. For example, I got the Mythic Plus title last season. Vivi was playing Troll Priest, and Emissy was playing Dwarf Mage. Would Vivi re-rolling to Dwarf be better? Absolutely. Because then he could remove bleeds from himself on a 2-minute cooldown. It's insanely good. Even this dungeon pool, honestly, like, having that is insane. You know, like a boss in Waycrest, right? Like, having that is really good to remove the bleed. But it's not the end of the world. Which character is better, Taimi or Illidan? If you're going to be fair and actually compare, you'd have to compare Taimi to Chromie. You know, both characters are memes, to be honest. But Chromie has the advantage that the entire WoW story is a meme. Some could view that as a downside, I guess, and a problem with the game. But I feel like Chromie fits in a little bit better into WoW because the entire story is incredibly goofy. So, and they also just, like, go really over the top. That, you know, so all the characters in that game are total memes. I'm not gonna lie. There's not a very serious story, to be honest. I think that does annoy some people, though. Like, I think a lot of the WoW nerds are like, what the fuck is this shit? I don't really take it that seriously, and it is. If you don't take it seriously, it becomes quite enjoyable because I think the voice actors and the cutscenes are pretty good in WoW. Same as in Guild Wars 2, to be fair. But Guild Wars 2 kind of wants you to take it seriously, and that can make it annoying. Whereas WoW story doesn't really want you to take it very seriously, especially Dragonflight. The Dragonflight story is ridiculous. The entire premise is absurd. You have to just kind of sit back and watch the memes. WoW is shit. That is true, actually. World of Warcraft is the worst game ever made. It salted my crops, killed my dog, and fucked my wife. I'll never forgive that game and what it did to me. Yeah. Yes. Boom. Trying SOD, but I love Guild Wars and how Wolves was. Things work. Best MMO? Yeah, sure. I think Guild Wars is a great game. If you enjoy playing the game, you should continue doing so. Boom. An ocean of void, guys. Insane. Yeah, WoW gets around. Ritlock versus Garrosh. Who's better? I mean, Ritlock... Garrosh did nothing wrong. There it is. Boom.
Another bombardment. Just like the last. You'll have to trust me. Intercept those.
I really want to play with a meathead character in WoW if I'm ever able to play. Money issues. I already lost like years of gameplay. If I will reach there. I mean, this is one of the things that people are just really wrong about WoW. Like, you can't. You're not behind. It's not even really possible to be behind. Not really, anyway. Like, the only way you can be behind is in Hall of Fame or World's First. Like, it's not possible. And I very much doubt it was actually possible to be behind even in Legion and BFA. Unless we're talking about fully optimized 100% Ultra Bis. right? Like, world's first level of min-max, then yeah, sure, you're behind. But outside of world's first level of min-max, no, I don't think it's even possible to be behind in the game. Not in any kind of relevant way. Yeah. Collections like mounts and pets? Yeah, but I mean, I think it's unfair to say that, oh yeah, you know, like you're behind in collecting mounts. Like, I mean, okay, I guess. Artifact knowledge that put you behind. And it also had catch-up as well. And honestly, what does that even mean? Again, like I said, behind in terms of what? Right? Behind in terms of, like, absolute min-max? Sure. But, again, like, who is that relevant to? Right? Like, you know, who is it relevant to? I logged in 5 minutes after launch of SOD because of a queue. Is it worth playing, or is SOD, or is it dead? It's far too late to start playing SOD. Abandon ship. It's over. It's completely over. Boom. Nice. It's over. It's already over. I knew it. It's too late.
Careful, she's hungry again.
Boom. WoW is a dead game. That is true. WoW is a fully dead game. The game released more raid bosses than Guild Wars 2 will in 5 years in a single patch. But it's a dead game. Fact.
Watch her mouth. Ask him, don't let it hit you.
Ah. SC2 stream? Ah, maybe we'll have to do some more SC2, yeah.
Not again. Hold on tight. Look, fragments of energy. Grab some, they'll empower us. Be careful. Some are corrupted.
Salvation is waiting for you. There'll be more value in legendary artifact or armor. Which is the better thing to spend time and effort on? I mean, it's difficult to quantify. I mean, legendary armor is probably better. But the relic is going to be way easier to get. So it's kind of, they're probably going to have equivalent value in terms of like hours required. Indeed.
Listen to me. Fight it.
Which one is better, WoW Torghast or Soto Strikes? I mean, thing is, it's really hard to design systems like Torghast. Like, Torghast actually sounds like a really interesting thing, but this is the problem with mini-games, right? Like, the big problem with making a game inside your game is that, in a way, it's designed in such a way that makes it irrelevant day one, right? Like, if your game isn't... If this minigame you make, like Torghast, ultimately is only a tool to actually play the real game, what the fuck is the point in the system in the first place? And this is the problem that you have with a lot of kind of like, ooh, look at this cool feature, this cool new thing we're adding to the game. Its only purpose is basically allowing you to play the other part of the game. That's a problem. Doesn't work. So even though it's like, oh man, what if you could play WoW, but it's a roguelike? Making a game within your game is no good. Yeah. The point can be fun, yeah, but the problem is that that doesn't really work in vertical progression games, to be honest. Especially when it's a mini game, right? Like, I don't know. Like, certainly the way I see games like this is I don't want to play mini games. I don't give a shit about mini games, right? It's kind of like, okay, Imagine this, guys. Imagine if fucking Crab Toss, like, ain't it like, yo, we're adding a brand new game mode, Crab Toss. Would that really be... Would you guys buy Crab Toss as an expansion feature? Like, oh, would you guys be like, oh man, like, I'm doing Crab Toss every day for the next 5 years? That's basically what Torghast is, basically. Right? That's essentially what it is. It's like, guys, our new expansion feature is Crab Toss! Yeah! We've, like, fully fleshed out a Crab Toss expansion. It's like, this is why stuff like Torghast doesn't really work, to be honest.
The void will never beat us if we stand together.
If the only reward is cosmetic achievements, yeah, exactly. It's stuff like that is good. I think that's why the Mage Tower worked, but Torghast doesn't. Like, but the thing is, it's because when you want to add something to your MMO, you want to make it so it lasts forever, right? You want it to be, like, valuable, at least for the whole expansion. Something like the Mage Tower, in a way, is kind of not. Like, you're going to do it once and then never go back, right? And that is kind of not what Blizzard wants. It's not what any MMO really wants. Like, no MMO wants you to play something once and then never come back. Mage Tower kind of gets around that because you have, like, mini-games for every class, so you could beat it on every single class and every single spec, which, you know, that's obviously very different. If only it was not tied to regression. Well, the thing is, though, is that if it was not tied to regression, then it's just a meme, right? And Blizzard don't want it to be just a meme, right? Because it's a lot of work to add something like that. They want it to be, like, an actual part of the game. But the problem is that if you do that, you're basically saying, if you want it to be an actual part of the game, you're saying, in order to play the real game, you have to play this mini-game. And nobody wants to do that. It's the same reason why I hate mounts in Guild Wars 2 in the combat system. It's like saying, if you want to do this event, you have to do this stupid mini-game in order to do it. And I don't want to do that. I want to play Guild Wars 2. I don't want to... And in the same way, I don't want to play Torghast. I want to play WoW, right? Torghast, in a way, is not even World of Warcraft because it's like a sub-game within World of Warcraft. I don't want that. I want to play World of Warcraft. I don't want to do this. So, stuff like that is... Stuff like that, in my opinion, never works out well. You should never make your game a sub-game. You should always, like, use... oh, we actually need to CC. We wasted a lot of time there, didn't we? Dude, what if we actually failed Dragon's End? That would be insanely goofy, wouldn't it? How goofy would that be? We actually might want to kill the tail. We only have 4 minutes left. Dragon's End is too difficult, guys. Fully confirmed. We're just gonna blast this? I mean, I guess we are. This is definitely a tail kill moment. I'm pretty sure we still win, so that's the good news. Z-Sheet there with the Prime. How do you design a game fundamentally if you want to design support it for 20 years of content about power level, design space, etc.? You have to be willing to either not add things to your game or remove things from your game. You can never only add. The biggest problem with all MMOs is that they add new systems. And if you add new systems, you have to be willing to remove systems as well. And yes, you have to not power creep your game. You have to make sure that you pick a power level and you stay there forever. Yup.
I've got to go after her. See what is left.
Yes. There you go.
Look! The void is receding!
Can you remove parts of the game forever? Well, you don't remove parts of the game. You remove systems. Like, you don't... Removing content is a huge no-no, in my opinion. You certainly don't do that. But you do remove systems.
I never thought I'd see us all fighting as one.
What systems would you want ANET to remove? I'm not gonna lie, I would probably straight up remove the mastery system. I don't like this. All of it. I'd get rid of all of it. But, I mean, I wouldn't want them to do that. That would be bad for the game, but it would be good for me. We did it. Good job, team. Good job, team. Yeah. But yeah, I'd remove World versus World Masteries. I'd remove Masteries here overall. That would have to go. What else would I remove? Honestly, not much. Guild Wars 2 is actually pretty good. Like, in terms of design, it's pretty decent. I'd merge all of the PvE stuff. Like, dungeons and fractals should probably basically be the same thing. Raids and strike missions should be the same thing, and just get merged backwards. I'd say. You probably remove Stronghold from the game. It was never fully developed, just have Conquest. So that's got to go as well. Oh yeah, Agony Resistance would go. I think probably deleting Ascended Gear. I think Ascended Gear probably should never have been added to the game. Yep, Ascended Gear's gone. That's been removed. Yep. Some WoW player said that Guild Wars 2 is going downhill. Well, I mean, that might be their opinion. Maybe I mean, isn't your opinion that WoW is bad? They're sharing their opinion too. I put Gift of Battle in the Wizard's Vault. I definitely wouldn't. I think it's really important that you have to do other game modes sometimes. It's like the Wizard's Vault, right? I think that it would be really nice if, even if you select one of your dailies or whatever, you always have the option to go and do other stuff, right? Like, you always have the option to go and do PvP and PvE. If you select World versus World, same thing with all the other ones. You put legendary stats at the level of exotic? Yep. Yep. Why this game exists for over 18 years. WoW and Guild Wars 2? Well, I mean, they're pretty good games, that's why. They're good games. That is why they exist. I think Guild Wars 2 is getting monetized a bit too much. If ever you're asking yourself this question, remember that Guild Wars 2 has loot boxes, and has loot boxes since day one of the game. Yes, unfortunately, and very sadly, there are a lot of pretty anti-consumer practices that have been creeping into Guild Wars 2, and some that have been there since day one. Loot boxes are pretty much the least consumer-friendly monetization policy possible. And bear in mind, there are incredible items that are locked behind them. Notably, the Blackline contracts are exclusively within loot boxes. And usually whenever there's like special new skins, they will be exclusively within loot boxes. Yes, there are very anti-consumer practices that currently exist within Guild Wars 2. That's not even an opinion, that's a fact. To be frank. And yeah, there's some pretty bad stuff in the gem store. I think the hero point thing has kind of illustrated that a little bit, for sure. Indeed, indeed, indeed. You know, the hero point is an example of a fairly anti-consumer product that ArenaNet is selling. It's very much targeted at new players who don't know better. And are kind of looking to speed up their progress in the game. It's a new thing that hasn't been monetized previously, and now it has been. And again, it's very targeted at newer players who don't really know any better and will purchase it. Much like the level boost. The level boost is the same, guys. Look, if we want to do this, we can talk about this a little bit. Yeah. In almost all other games, the cash shop is straight cash shop. Irrelevant, to be honest. Definitely makes it better, but certainly doesn't make it good. Loot boxes are only bad for stupid people with a gambling addiction. Yeah. I could say something really mean right now, like, One day you might have a problem like that, and then you'll think about that. You'll think about that statement, and then nobody will help you. But actually, I think we'll go the other angle here. I'd encourage you to be compassionate, because people have addictions. Addiction is a real thing. It could be, you know, substance abuse. It could be gaming addiction. It could be, you can be addicted to anything. You can be addicted to exercising too much, and that can be really unhealthy for you, both psychologically and physically. You can be addicted to almost anything, right? In real life. But people don't choose to be addicted to something, right? You make bad decisions, potentially, that can lead to that, but no one's like, oh boy, I'm really glad I'm addicted to gambling or addicted to loot boxes. Oh boy, I'm really enjoying this. Real fun. Yeah. But no. You will never stop people from wasting their money stupidly. I agree. And you know what? We're never going to truly stop people from taking drugs until they die. So I guess we won't even bother to make it better. Oh, we'll just completely give up. This is, look, we're going to go nerd mode here. This is the appeal to futility. Because something basically will never be solved perfectly means we shouldn't even try. No, this is actually a logical fallacy. This doesn't make any sense. You're absolutely right. We are never going to be able to prevent anyone from getting addicted to loot boxes or gambling or drugs or drinking or fucking whatever. Doesn't matter, right? Yes. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to improve it, right? It doesn't mean we actually shouldn't try to create a better environment, a better games industry, more consumer-friendly practices in everything, not just gaming, but real life as well, in advertising standards, right? And like fucking everything, right? And better regulation when it comes to fucking TV. I don't fucking know, right? But that's how it is. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, if we look at the cash shop, guys, what shouldn't be here? Oh, you guys like that it's sale ending soon? Red? There's no FOMO in this game, though, right, guys? There's no FOMO. Like, yeah, this is obviously like a new player trap, basically. Then we can go through all the other worthless shit in the game. Like, why can you buy single-use bank access? That is insane. Even the banker golem, this is lunacy that you can even buy this. It's just such a waste. It's a useless item, basically. All of this stuff is a noob trap. It will take years to pay off. It's not really that valuable. Loot boxes, obviously. The fucking non-permanent passes, very unhinged, to be honest. The die kits are lunatic expensive. Holy shit. 2,500 gems for 25 die kits. That is wild. To be honest, that is crazy. XP booster, heroic booster. These two things are insane, right? Whatever, that, you know, that I guess you could say there's some value there, but it's a pretty useless item, to be perfectly honest with you. Same with the Magic Find booster, that's not really value. Merchant, oh my god, Merchant Express 5 for 125 gems, that is insane, right? Like, there's so many of these things that are just useless. This is, I really don't like this at all, actually. Weekly Black Lion supply package, it's just junk, basically. Guaranteed die unlock. Weekly, by the way. This is like the definition of FOMO here. You can only buy it once a week, and what does it give you? That's right, loot boxes. Yup. Yup. The 300 gold for Commander Tag is far worse than some Cosmetic, in my opinion. That's an insane opinion. The Commander Tag is one of the best value upgrades in the entire game. It's the opposite. I think it actually really sucks that it costs gold, but it's not a noob trap. It's actually one of the most powerful things you can buy in the entire game. It's better than legendary weapons. It's better than gear, even. Like, you could be in, like, full green gear and complete every map in the game way easier, entirely because of the Commander Tag. The Commander Tag is pretty much the best 300 gold you'll ever spend in Guild Wars 2, like, unironically. Like, you will never once you buy the Commander Tag, all of your gold is lower value forever, like, for all eternity. Much more unfair than some gem store chest skin. No, but it's not unfair. That it's the opposite of unfair. It's extremely fair. I think it should be free. It's a basic feature. But no, I'm not saying something being expensive is unfair. I'm saying these things are overpriced and their value is not worth it, or they have no value and simply shouldn't. They're just they sound good maybe to a new player, but veteran players know they have absolutely no value. It's the opposite of this stuff. This is expensive and has no value. This is expensive and is worthless, right? These are expensive and are basically worthless unless you're extremely lucky, right? Like all of this, a lot of this stuff here, like the boosters, they aren't valuable. Really, certainly not the price they're selling them for here, right? They're not worth this. The commander tag is worth it. Yeah. But I also don't agree. Yeah, I think that the at least some of the commander tag functionality should be baseline. At the very least, stuff like having a squad leader, being able to sort subgroups, being able to place markers and ready checks, yes, that obviously should be part of the core experience. Apple Commander is useless, though. So, Apple Commander is actually worse than nothing. Like, Apple Commander and not having a squad tag is actually funny. The fact that the tag exists means that nobody's going to join a squad or an Apple tag. Because it's noob stink. It is noob stink. Like, if someone doesn't have the tag, nobody's going to take you seriously. Which is, you could argue, is more of a social problem than anything else. But you can understand why people feel that way, right? Like, people who are going to have the tag are going to be a bit more established, a bit more, essentially capable a lot of the time. So people are never following your Apple tag. And they're never going to join your squad with no leader. They're always going to want a tag. Ah, yeah. Yeah, you can also get griefed insanely hard without the tag, actually. There's this really funny story on the Zero to Hero, guys. I was pugging some strike missions on my... I didn't have the tag yet, right? I was just tagging up and getting people to join. And guess what happened, guys? Someone joined and stole my squad and went to go Veil Guardian. Seriously. No, I'm not even joking, guys. They saw that my squad was nearly full. They joined, tagged up, and said, yeah. They changed the LFG for Veil Guardian, then everyone went to Veil Guardian. Is what it is. Yeah, but to be clear, Miss Cassiana, this is a totally different criticism. Like, I'm saying this stuff is bad value. I'm saying the commander tag is insane value. It's not the same thing, right? Like, it's definitely a pretty major issue, but yeah. Do you know the current scientific status of nuclear power and its safety? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if nuclear power was actually, like, safer than basically everything else, weirdly enough. It's going to be one of those things like planes, right? Like, people are scared of flying, but flying is, like, by far the safest mode of transportation that exists. It's probably similar with nuclear power. Nuclear power is probably really, really safe, except in the couple of situations where it isn't, right? Because, like, obviously, when nuclear power goes wrong, it goes really wrong, in the same way that when flying goes wrong, it goes really wrong. It's risk versus hazard. Like, the hazard of a nuclear power station is it's significantly higher, right, compared to, say... honestly, maybe that's not even true. I feel like if any power station blows up, that's probably pretty fucking rough. But it's probably a bit worse. I mean, like, nuclear waste, it's not good. So that's probably pretty bad. But I imagine it doesn't go wrong very often. It's just very explosive when it does. And, you know, same thing again with, like, flying versus driving. Like, people probably feel a lot safer in a car, but absolutely not. Like, driving is pretty much one of the things that's most likely to kill you in your entire life, right? It's watch out for that! Or at least injure you pretty significantly. Yeah. Nuclear power is actually safer than solar? Yeah. And I don't know, but I guess, yeah, I believe you. I was kind of guessing there. You have more control over your car than over a plane? I mean, yeah, but you don't have control over other people in the cars. That's kind of the issue. You know, the problem might not necessarily be you. It might be someone else. You know, it might be someone who's drunk, for example, and also driving simultaneously. Not much you can do about that. Yeah. 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 Your odds of being in an accident during a flight is 1 in 1.2 million. The chance of that being fatal is 1 in 11 million. Comparatively, your chances of dying in a car are over 200,000 times higher, averaging around 1 in 5,000. Wait, 1 in 5,000? I mean, fucking hell. I didn't realize it was that high. Holy shit. Jesus. Here we go. Yeah, we have a graph here. Our world in data. And, well... we have a variety of sources here. They're probably pretty good, I'm sure. As you can see here, Coal, 36% of global electricity is the most dangerous, as we can see, and also the most greenhouse gas. Not good. Nuclear energy actually has a comparable amount of deaths compared to solar, but actually, yeah, these deaths are actually including from Chernobyl and Fukushima as well. So that's probably arguably inflated even, because these are pretty, well, actually, I guess you can't really say that. Or maybe you can. Oh, no. Yeah, there's like pretty major events here. And I guess some major events here in the hydropower industry as well, as there was some kind of failure in 1975 being included here. Yeah. Give everyone a plane and it's the same or worse? I mean, yeah, of course. But again, like, that's kind of the nature of you know, of travel. It doesn't necessarily affect the statistics. We're not talking about, like, what would happen if everyone had a plane. We're talking about how dangerous is it to fly versus, like, driving. There you go. Nuclear energy and solar looking pretty good in terms of not killing people. Same with wind. Lovely. Very good. Coal and oil, it's not looking good, guys. Feels bad. How the fuck do you measure deaths from air pollution? Oh, I imagine, like, respiratory illness, right? Like, that can be caused by that. Like, I imagine that there's some kind of data metric you could withdraw from that. Nuclear is the most problematic one during wartime, though. And I guess, like, yeah, if it gets blown up by the opponents, it's probably not ideal. Yeah. Because of dam accidents. Talk about radiation, did you see the Fallout trailer? A dam being bombed is problematic too. That is definitely true, yeah. That's going to be rough. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But I mean, stuff in wartime is, it's not great, you know. If the, pretty much everything is not going to be good at that point. But there you have it. Anyway, what are we talking about? Yes, guys. I do want to make a video talking about this when I've kind of recovered from my decrepit state. Because I think the point here is kind of a sobering one. A bit of a somber one. Guild Wars 2 isn't quite as consumer-friendly as perhaps we'd like to believe. Like, Guild Wars 2's consumer-friendly reputation is very much carried on the back of the fact that it doesn't have a sub fee. Let's be honest here. Let's not piss about. That's where a lot of that comes from. And of course, that's true. And yeah, I think that's great. I think that it does mean that it is affordable for players who maybe don't want to buy a sub fee. Great. However, you do have to bear in mind that there are some pretty damn anti-consumer things that exist in the cash shop. That is what you have to agree. And I do think that the reputation of the game has kind of distracted people from that. And I think that, realistically, stuff like the hero point thing, that kind of is a rude reminder of the nature of microtransactions, right? That's what it is. It is reminding you that this game, unfortunately, does have some predatory business practice in it. And even worse, that business practice is kind of intrinsic to the nature of the model, right? Like, all microtransactions are ultimately predatory in some sense. Because what is a microtransaction? They've made a problem and they're selling you the solution. That is what a microtransaction is. There's something that you want and they've removed it from the game and you have to pay for it. That's the nature of it. Yeah. That's how it is. Nuclear's the riskiest? No. It doesn't appear that the statistics bear that out in terms of risk. Even if you include the amount of deaths from the disasters that have happened in the past kind of like 100 years, it's a fraction of the amount of deaths caused compared to other forms of power production. Yeah. But yeah. I'm pretty sure a power station going wrong is going to be pretty rough. I mean, look, I think oil rigs are quite dangerous, I think. I think you hear about that relatively often in the news, that it's quite a dangerous job to be working on an oil rig, for example, involved in the production of the resource, or the extraction of it that can then be used elsewhere. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. We're in. The group was overwhelmed. Unlucky. Yeah. I would like it if the convenience items would be a little improved, though. Crafting disciplines are account-wide, but limited to 4 with 9 disciplines. Honestly, it would be nice, yeah. If you could get all professions on one character, that would be pretty good.
Pretty lofty conclusion to jump to.
Is it true there are only 1 or 2 deaths from the Fukushima disaster? Well, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because, well, maybe not that many people... I don't know the stats. Someone can probably look it up. But maybe not that many people died immediately. But the problem is with stuff like that is that you don't die immediately from stuff like that. It could take, like, 10 years even to actually get you. In fact, I think there was... Wait, wasn't there a story about this that, like, I think some elderly people kind of went in to save the day? Because basically by the time that the radiation was going to get them, they'd already be dead or some shit. Jesus. Which, you know, is a bit morbid, but fucking fair play. Also, yo, MM there with the raid. I appreciate that, bro. Zaced. It is indeed incredibly zaced. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Ah. Yes. Incredible. Has the highest potential of mass disaster. I mean, it depends what you... No, the thing is though, Zekel, that's not how we evaluate risk. No, you'd say it's the most hazardous. You wouldn't say it's the risk. So when we're talking about danger, we have risk is like, what's the percentage chance that something happens? Hazard is how bad is it? And this is why, right? This is why, when you think about, like, are people scared of driving in cars versus flying? More people are going to be afraid of flying because the hazard is very high. Like, if you're in a plane crash, that can be very serious, right? Like, you know, I'm not going to lie, you're probably a bit fucked most of the time in a plane crash. In a car crash, though, you might not die. You know, you could be injured, or maybe you're not even injured at all, right? In a vehicle accident, right? Car vehicle accident, that is. So risk is like what's like the percent? What are the odds? Hazard is how bad is it, right? With something going on there. And honestly, I don't even know the stats. Because I imagine if a coal-fired power station goes wrong, it's probably not going to be great. Or like blows up or something. Yeah. So I'm not even sure if it's necessarily true that nuclear has a higher chance of a mass disaster compared to, you know, other forms of power production. Yeah. Yes. Ah. Yeah. The area is unusable. That's pretty rough. Yeah, we've got to figure out how we got to send it into space or some shit to deal with, like, the waste products, I guess. I love nature, guys. I love trees. Who doesn't? Yeah. I can put it in the ground, bury it there. What about the aliens? Well, the aliens, they'll be alright. They probably figured that one out by now. What's your favorite movie? Lord of the Rings. Oh shit, this guy got pulled. I should have used the 5th skill there. We might have got him. Yeah. Take more other than just burying it? Yeah, that's definitely true. Solar is the best solution. Solar was right. The sun could have saved us all. Well, there you have it, I guess. Oh, shit. We've got some pure PvP going on here, guys. Pure PvP. I'm playing Mistweaver next raid. Holy Paladin is rancid. Nice. On one screen I watched the stream. The first time watching a YouTube video. Dude, I like that. The double watch. That's high value right there. I want to go get this. We've got to go get this tower, I think. Annual full Lord of the Rings Remastered 4K Extended Marathon. Yes, indeed. That is Giga Chad. Yeah. What's going on here? Lord of the Rings is high tier. Holy Paladin is dog rat piss. I started playing Lord of the Rings online the other day. Kind of cozy to run around. I've actually never played that game. I played the real-time strategy games, though. Yeah. You know, what are your thoughts on the weapon beta trig? When does it end, by the way? Does it end at reset today? Or I actually have no idea. How long have we got? RTS ones are not available. Oh, they're available. You know, you can probably... If it's, like, actual abandonware, you can probably find it on, like, the abandonware website. There's, like, an archive of, like, all the dead software. 10 p.m. UTC -8. I see. It never ends. The beta is infinite. It's never over. I like that Nico is forced to play Holy Paladin until next tier. Lots of notes. Very nice. Very good stuff. Any MMOs in permanent beta status. The final release is its last. That is true. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Let's go. It is time to face the Dolyak. Having an easier time with my Mistweaver, 20 levels and no trinkets lower. Compared to my Holy Paladin, it's basically Biss. Yeah, that's the punishment for the God comp, right? That's what that is. Are we going EB? I'm going to go EB. Do you have any other different games on your list you wanted to play but haven't so far? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think so. Not right now. Imagine if all weapon beta feedback was taken exclusively from the forums. To be honest, I think it would be really fun if you could actually enter an alternate universe where everything that the forums wanted was implemented into the game. I think that could be pretty interesting. Just all of it. No. You wouldn't want to live in that reality, but it would be fun to see it sometimes. What would that look like? How would the game be? Forum had better ideas for NG Shortbow than these devs. Oh my god! Dude, that is brutal. Holy shit. That was an unleash, unchain right there. Harsh. Very harsh. I mean, you hate to see that. You want to see hate to see it. Whoa. We have some action. We have some gaming. We have been killed, I think. Yeah, I think NG Shortbow is the only weapon that is a bit scuffed. I'm not a big fan of the ally targeted stuff. I think ally targeted stuff probably just rework anything that has allied targeting. And you know what? One other really big problem. This is such a meme, but these weapons, it is really annoying to track like all the effects that they have. We need weak auras in Guild Wars 2. Like, tracking your nature's strength stacks is going to be kind of annoying, especially for new players. Tracking your Nura stacks is already really annoying. Tracking your axe count as well is going to be super annoying. There's actually a lot of variables and, like, effects. Tracking your bullets on Ellie is pretty difficult when there's a lot of effects going on. A lot of the stuff they've added here almost doesn't work with the UI. Like, the UI is actually just not good enough, especially for newer players, to track a lot of these effects easily. Yeah, allied targeting doesn't work very well with the current UI either. It's yeah, bit of a meme. Bit of a meme. Yeah. What's your favorite new weapon so far? New weapon, I think my favorite one might be the Mesmer Rifle. That one's pretty good. I like the Mesmer Rifle. There's no emoticon for disagreement. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The forums are not good because you're not really allowed to disagree with people. That's the problem. They don't allow you to have proper conversations on the forums. So it ends up being like a giant padded cell. Boom. I've destroyed that boar. Nice. Disagreement is obviously confused face emoji. I mean, that is indeed exactly what it is. Which, in a lot of ways, is arguably worse, right? Because I think what a lot of people don't understand who manage stuff like this is that you can't actually stop people from disagreeing with each other or even being toxic to each other. Like, it's very similar to the League of Legends thing, right? Like, in League of Legends, they added the fish hook ping, so you can suggest that you want to bait your opponents. Guess what people did with that, you know? Like, hook. Indeed. Yeah, they removed it for obvious reasons. But yeah, what I think games companies in general fail to realize is that you can't prevent this. Like, it's funny. Like, they did this in Overwatch as well. If you like try and flame people, it kind of says a line that makes you look silly. But this is a stupid thing by Blizzard. Everyone knows what that person actually said. This is the thing. Everyone knows what people are saying when they say, like, the replacement, like, GG Easy lines, like, the replacement for GG Easy. It's pointless. It's not going to stop people from doing it. Like, they'll either find a more creative way, or they'll just do it anyway, and people understand the implied meaning of those phrases. Disagreement in forums is always bad. No, it's not. What is the point in having a conversation if you're not allowed to disagree with someone? It's utterly pointless. Yeah. Yeah. You can't even ping ultimate cooldowns at the teammates. Now I get flamed because a jungler pinged their ult cooldown to themselves. Wait, what? You can't even ping your teammates' cooldowns anymore? Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, systems like that are a waste of time. Like, all it does is makes the game more annoying for, you know, non-toxic players, and doesn't really reduce toxicity. Not really, anyway. Yes. Oh, shit. Dude, we died instantly. Honestly, should I sacrifice myself for the cause? I feel like I should. Everyone's going to die here. I'm going in. I've gone in. It's over. It's over. Enrich the soil. Flame someone in chat, it's a bad. Well, this is actually the problem. If you try and actually prevent toxicity in normal ways, people are gonna find other ways to do it. Like, I haven't played League for ages, but I know this is true. There are probably so many ways that you can soft int or soft grief your own team that it's probably extremely easy to be toxic in that game without getting banned. And the issue here, of course, is that those ways of being toxic are worse, right? It is way worse that someone soft ints your team and there's like nothing you can do about it compared to someone like Flames and is toxic, but at least they keep playing the game. Like, you know, very easy to soft in. Like, anyone who's played multiplayer games know this. Like, if you don't want your team to win, there are a million ways you can subtly prevent your team from winning. Yeah. Well, you can do it real. Yeah, you can do like the obvious, like you buy like 6 tiers of the goddess and just feed. But you'll honestly probably will get banned doing that if you just actually in every game. Like, that's not good enough. You have to do it in the intelligent way, the smart way. I went in 1v5 after the fight, my bad. Well, I mean, look, you can't be too obvious, guys. Like, that's pretty fucking obvious, right? Oh, I'm running away. Woo. Yeah. To be honest, the best solution for toxicity has been one that's been there since day one. This is going to sound like the edgelord POV, but I do kind of agree with this. It's the block button. Just fucking block people, right? Is it annoying when people are toxic towards you? Absolutely. Is it acceptable? Absolutely not. But the block button is unbelievably effective. Someone's being an asshole, block them, and you never have to see a message from them ever again. Yeah. I think moderation in online games is very interesting, though, because it's kind of at the point right now where realistically, a lot of these games are simply unmoderatable. There's too many people. The games are too big because the best way to actually moderate this would be to have humans looking at it, basically. But the problem is these games are so large that there's just no way that you can actually moderate it, right? Like, it's not possible. You can't have enough humans. Like, hell, Guild Wars 2 is tiny compared to a game like League of Legends, and they can't do it. There's no way a game like, you know, a game like World of Warcraft or League of Legends could possibly have enough staff to actually moderate their game. Funnily enough, AI could be a good way to do it. AI could do it. So maybe we'll see actual good moderation with AI. Because then you will be able to do that level of analysis. Yeah. The thing is that AI will be more accurate as well. It will be better than human moderation, so it's even better. Yeah. Have you seen the AI Mountain Dew shit on Twitch? No. What is that? What are we talking about here? Small community, if you're an asset, they won't take you to content, and it's funny. Honestly, that is a very good way of doing it. Like, social policing is important. It's why games that have actual servers are important, right? Like, that is a good way of doing it. That's basically how vanilla WoW works, to an extent. So yeah, if you have like actual server clusters and no like multi-server, like no mega server style system, it's actually very easy just to completely alienate people or, you know, completely exclude people from the community, and then you just can't do anything. They're obliged to look like they're doing something. Yeah, sure, that is a big part of it. Yeah, they just have to do it because it's expected, and people like the idea of them doing that. Oh, what's this? Okay, here we go. Mountain Dew. Okay. You may find that Mountain Dew is in your chat somewhat over the next week, self-promoting their stream. This is a collaboration between Twitch and Mountain Dew using AI to detect logos and packaging similar to their branding. Big Dew fan? Mountain Dew Raid is launching soon. Keep an eye on #sippin' for your chance to be featured on the Twitch homepage. What? What the fuck? So wait. So if you get like a Mountain Dew and you show it on stream, like the AI recognizes it and like it shows up in the chat. What the fuck? Holy shit. That is weird. Yeah. That's actually insane. I don't think it will work, guys, because I'm not a US streamer. It says it's like a US only promotion by the looks of this. I also don't have any Mountain Dew. Wait, let's try, guys. So hang on a minute. If I... Here we go. We got a... There we go. We got a fucking can of Dew there, guys. Here we go. Let's see if it will show up. It probably won't, right? Like, I mean, how could it possibly be processing like every stream? I'm gonna see if it. I'm gonna see if we can summon it. I need to put an image on stream. Hang on. We need to like have just an image, a can on the stream, and see if we can summon the bot. I don't think I've ever had Mountain Dew, so I don't think I can. Yeah, that's how it is. Look at that, guys. The bot's not here. It's over. Shit bot, worthless. Yeah. If it wasn't for Mountain Dew, I couldn't get laid. How are those two things connected? Soda. I think, yeah, it's like a soda, isn't it? It's like a soft drink thing. I don't actually know what it... I don't know what's in it, though. I've never had it. So I can't comment, my friends. I've got nothing. Buy some gamer juice. And that is, you know, this is the dystopian side of AI, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah, it's science. It's very sweet. It tastes like despair. Gamer juice. Yeah, it's gamer juice. Gamer juice. Lemonade. Okay, interesting. I don't think we can really fight. This is bad, guys. There's a powerful swarm of gamers attacking our territory. Yeah. I finally got my mirror after 30 runs of Rise. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of M+ tomorrow. I need to go do my vaults on both of my characters. I'm also going to do Farak on Tuesday, I think. Probably a small group, though. I want 10 non-shitters for Heroic Farak. Big Dew fan, 3, Mountain Dew Raid is launching soon. Keep on hashtag sipping for your chance to be featured on the Twitch homepage. Boom, there it is. Dude, Trig is the bot. Confirmed. Hashtag sippin'. This is the future, guys. You know, AI could be used to solve all of our problems, but instead it's going to be used to advertise an energy drink on Twitch. Like, welcome to the boring dystopia. Got plus 10 eye level last time. Very good. Well, I just need 10 people who actually know the mechanics. Like, that's the thing, right? And then we win. Is that guy gonna die? He did. Would you say Heroic Farak mentally annihilated you? I mean, it definitely... It filled me with despair, that's for sure, right? Like, it was a despair moment. But to be honest, it annoyed me that people were just lazy and didn't learn the mechanics before showing up to the raid. That annoys me. And it also annoyed me that people didn't bother to actually learn how to play their class either. That also annoyed me. Ratga. Yeah. Have you ever asked yourself, what is Ratga? Is Ratga a rat? Or is Ratga a Pepe that for some reason looks like a rat? So a frog, but somehow with the appearance of a rat. No. It's a good question. Yeah. A hybrid. Is it a hybrid frog-rat? Both. I think it's a rat. Okay. Is it a frat or a rog? That's such a good question. Trig, what do you have any other memes that are going to make their way onto the Guild Wars 2 streams? And also, have ArenaNet caught on yet? Because I'm sure you're aware of this. ArenaNet don't like memes. All frogs are banned from the official Guild Wars 2 Twitch. All of them. Not even a single frog is allowed. I think even some of my emotes are not allowed there. Like, yeah, they actually banned Deroya's Hylic emote. Even though a Hylic is actually from the game, you're not even allowed to use any frog-themed emotes, including frogs from actually in-game. Yeah. Oh, really? Nike Frog is allowed. Interesting. I'm just there to sit there and look pretty while my dads fight. Yeah, I think it has to continue this way, because what's really funny to me is that every single stream, there's like a couple of people who don't get it, and they're just completely oblivious to human communication. It's kind of horrifying, but also fascinating at the same time. Like, every single time, there are a couple of people who are like, yeah, you can really see that the devs at ANET really don't care. Like, I don't know if you caught this. This was my favorite, because I honestly could barely believe it was a real person. But there was someone on Reddit and someone in Twitch chat who was like, they clearly don't give a shit. They actually forgot about Necromancer. They nearly didn't show Necro whatsoever because they forgot. And they didn't even bother to go back and show Thief Deadeye. And then there was one guy who was like, you know, the CMC guy was clearly mad at Roy for messing up the order. Like, with that kind of dysfunctional workplace, it's not a surprise that they're not able to get anything done. And it's just one of those situations where you kind of hope it was satire, but you know it wasn't. Like, deep down, you know that this person's being serious, but it's kind of horrifying to even think about that, right? Like, you don't want it to be real, but you know it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they skip Necro. They're not even pretending. Oh, oh, it was so brutal. You hate to see that. You really do. Do you know the new dual sword Reaper rotation? Start on GS, stay on GS, kill on JS. So I guess it's just, not really worth using then. I think, yeah, the damage on sword is not good. But the weird thing is because like, Necro is weird. I mean, surely it's got to be better as offhand, right? You have literally no offhand. Are none of the offhand skills even worth using? Like on dagger, sword, they must be. Like, there is no way that you just don't even bother to use the sword offhand, because you have the choice between like Warhorn, Focus, and Sword for a Power Reaper. Just not worth it. Unlucky, I guess. Yeah. Insane. Focus is god tier. And in we're talking PvE, yeah. But in PvP, I think you play sword main hand, right, for the leap. Sword main hand, then focus offhand on a Reaper. I think once the damage goes up on that, it will be really good. Because I think the damage is very low. Like, a lot of PvP, a lot of the weapons in PvP just seem undertuned in terms of the numbers, rather than anything else, really. No one's ever going to use the 5 flip skill to lose 5k health for 2-second fear. I mean, in PvE, that's a perfectly fine deal. In PvP, that's definitely a bit more questionable. Numbers right now are not enough to replace Axe. No, they definitely aren't. I mean, Axe is a pretty fucking good weapon. So that's not a surprise. But when the numbers go up a bit, I think it will be. Like, Reaper mobility is going to be really good. Like, having that there. If Starve is even like a couple hundred DPS lower than the best options, basically the objectively correct option in 95% cases anyway. Utility and range cleavage is excellent. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Starve is pretty decent. Especially because you can just cover up its weaknesses by going in Shroud. Yeah. But I think they might... I think the devs are being clever here, right? I think they're expecting stuff like Mace Offhand Ranger to be pretty good in, like, a choice in PvE. A choice in PvP. And then in the main hand is kind of like the PvE weapon. Or a bit more PvE-oriented. Although maybe you'd play some kind of support druid as well in PvP. I think they probably do want to make that a thing. Like staff, mace, like mace even, right? For the defensive support. I want a new offhand for Thief. That would be pretty cool, actually. That would be a lot of new skills as well. It would be, you know, because of course that would be a new dual skill for every combination with a new offhand. No SOD. I'm honestly insanely fucking drained. I'm not even sure if I'm going to stream for that long today. I am fucking dying, boys. It has fully kicked in. I am mentally drowsed to an insane degree. I honestly don't even really want to play video games right now, to be honest. I think I would prefer to do nothing and just talk to the stream. Like, my brain is barely functional. I should not have done the second stream as long as that. Look, you guys have got to understand. No, I was awake for Raid. I would have been fine. I was here for Raid. It got cancelled because not enough people showed up because people had, like, IRL stuff or whatever, which is fine, obviously. But no, I was here. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't even want to play anything, to be honest. I am dying. This is what happened, guys. I did 21 hours of SOD, 3 hours sleep, and then another 20 hours. Wasn't a good plan. Really, really wasn't a good plan. That's the reality. Yeah. It wasn't smart, no. And I'm kind of feeling the pain now. I'm paying the price now. And yeah, right now, I don't want to play video games. I wanted to come here because Floody organized some cool in-houses in PvP, so we were looking at the new weapons and stuff. But honestly, I wasn't even going to stream today, to be honest, I don't think. Yeah. Easy one-shot heroic, 409, Laradar, Friday, Nimue, Saturday. Honestly, both of those bosses, they just need good assignments. And Nimue needs good healers. It's perfectly clearable next week. And then we get into, the thing. They went over nerf Thief Axe. I think they'll be pretty good at the numbers. It will probably be around 40k DPS. Well, I guess it will be more than that. I think the top DPS builds are going to be around what, like 42k, that sort of range. Out of 10, how high your mechanical skills have reached in WoW now? 5, 4 maybe. Big. I would nerf the DPS central, make it more bursty in return. Well, if you want it to be bursty... Well, that's the interesting thing about that. I think Axe could be really cool for that as a power weapon, because it is bursty, but it kind of has like a setup to it as well. So I think I think Axe can be really bursty, but it will be bursty in the sense that... after a certain amount of time. It won't be like instant burst. You have to set up your full combo and then be bursty. Ah. Have you played the Ashenville PvP event? No, I'm going to be playing that probably over the next couple of days. And I think we're going for a raid on Tuesday or something. I'm not going to be happy with my skill level in WoW until we're basically getting all of the bosses except the actually hard bosses done within like 1 to 2 weeks. So in this case, that would be Smolderon is already dead and we're on Tindril. Up until that point, you know, you've still got a lot more work to do, in my opinion. In terms of mechanical skill and just ability to play the game. When you spam the highest DPS skill, that's actually why I think Axe is so good for Thief in PvE. Because it changes it from you just mash your best skill into a combo setup. I think that was a really elegant and intelligent design decision to improve Thief in PvE specifically. Because it will actually basically change the rotation. It will give you like a proper rotation. Were you surprised how big SOD launched? Absolutely not. If anything, I was surprised that I even got in, and how few servers they were. I think that players love Vanilla WoW, and I fully expect them to do like Vanilla Plus afterwards as well. What outfit? This is the Exemplar attire. Dagger Dagger's a combo? Kind of, yeah, because you stealth and then backstab, but like, yeah, okay. Was a target AoE that slams into the ground dealing AoE damage, then on 3 you recall them from the ground to whack someone? Well, I mean, that would be weird. Targetable auto attack would be a bit odd. Dude, I honestly can't believe that nobody has found Metamorphosis yet. I want to get in there and search and go check it out. Ooh. The search. New content for Classic, yeah. New content. For Vanilla. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm struggling to focus right now. I'm dead. I'm dying. It's over, guys. It's completely over. I'm drowned. Drowned. Vivi sent me a clip of him dying instantly in Throne of the Tides. And that is content, to be honest. It's content. He didn't have shield block up. Yo, Sneb. Sneb's calling. Yo, Sneb, what's going on, man?
Yo. I've done a lot of math, so I'm taking a break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you played any of the beta?
Not really.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of people ask me that. I mean, mostly I haven't because I've just been grinding the math, but I'm not really... I don't know. I haven't really played a lot of the betas, to be honest. I just... It's not really my thing. I will log in, I look at the skills, and I'm like, cool. And then that's about it.
Mm.
I don't think I'm a very good tester.
Mm. How do I remove the default portrait stuff? And you need add-ons for that to modify the UI. In vanilla anyway. You have a bit more control in retail.
Never capitulate.
Pistol, thief.
Yeah. I heard that Axe is very good on Thief.
Yeah, it pumps.
I think that's funny.
It's pumping. It's 1 billion DPS. Maybe even 1 squillion DPS. Maybe even that much. I mean, the beta's over today. It's ending. Sneb Slug. When are we going to get the Slug stream?
Well, I think it's over. I don't think you're getting the raids this year. So, I think it's over.
So, wait.
Slug stream has ended.
Are you going to update to, if they ever release a new raid, you'll do a Slug stream?
No, I won't do that, because I will always hold the 1% hope.
Yeah. And what's the new bet for the Slug stream, then?
You know, some might say that the over-under is pretty good for World versus World.
Oh, you mean alliances? If alliances will ever release? Okay,
Yeah.
Do you believe in alliances now?
No. The key to happiness is...
You don't believe?
The key to...
Okay, hang on, whoa. Sneb, do you think
No, I don't, of
alliances
course
will...
not.
Okay, do you think alliances will ever release?
No. And the reason I don't ever think they're going to release is because... I guess it's the black sheep fallacy, but every time they say they're going to release, they do not release. And so you just...
Okay.
At this point...
Honestly...
A bit of a pattern.
Okay,
you know?
hang on, wait. Let's do this in the chat. Chat, if you guys think alliances will release, 1 in the chat. If you guys think alliances... And by the way, I'm not talking about they'll be delayed for like 2 years. This is they will never release. If you guys think alliances will never make it into the game, like not 5 years, not 10 years, 0 in the chat.
Oh, 0. Okay, I was ready for the 2. Look, I don't believe. And here's why I don't believe. Because if I don't believe and then it happens, wow, will that be a really interesting day. Like, it'll be really exciting. But if I do believe and it just never happens, then I'm quite sad for a long time. It's false hope.
Because I do think that they will eventually release alliances. But it's going to take a while. But I think they actually are. They are going to release them. It's not that they're never going to exist.
I don't know. I think the thing that saddens me the most is I actually want to play World versus World, but I want to play with my friends. And doing that is complicated. And I just think it kind of sucks when people are like, well, we could all play together if you'll pay like $100 to transfer my entire crew. And I'm like, well, I'm not really interested in doing that. I understand that people do that, and that's awesome for them, but I'm not committed enough to it to invest that heavily.
Yeah. The way I...
Plus, now it's weird, because you think that they're going to get rid of that system, right, with the worlds and go to the guild system or whatever. So now it's in the back of your head, well, why would I spend money to transfer everyone when it could happen? But the problem is that mindset has been going on for like 2 years.
So here's the thing. You know what? And this, by the way, I think every single World versus World player can confirm that this is how it works out. If someone isn't willing to transfer their character, they ain't gonna play. Simple as that. I have seen this happen hundreds, if not thousands of times. People are like, oh yeah, I'd totally play with you guys, but I'm not going to pay the transfer fee. Then that person is worthless. They would never have played with you in the first place ever. They never would have committed to playing in your guild. Like that is how it always plays out, like this kind of thing. So I definitely understand what you're saying. But it's the same thing with the commander tag, right? Like, would it be nice if the commander tag was free? Yes. Will it actually make that many more commanders? I actually don't think so. Because if someone isn't willing to pay 300 gold, then they haven't got what it takes. They haven't got the commitment to actually tag up anyway, realistically. So it's, yeah. That's how it is.
Yeah, so I think it was last week I was streaming. And I was distressed because I was trying to run Triple Trouble.
Yeah.
And I did my psychoanalysis again, where I did multiple tags in the LFG to get people to show up. And then I said, okay, I really need somebody to take the tag, because trying to do Cobalt and Crimson at the same time is just, or is it Crimson? No, Amber. Amber's the one where you go in with the, Trying to do both those at the same time is horrible. So I was like, will someone please take the tag? Silence. Someone, please. And then someone in my chat, I started ranting about it a little bit. And someone in my chat was like, I think you grossly overestimate how many people have a tag. And I was like, I will count then. So in my squad of, I think it was 30-ish, 10 people had a tag.
Oh, yeah. That's not a surprise. That's
And
low.
no one
That's
was
low.
willing to do it, which...
That's low.
Yeah, which fair enough, I guess, but...
Yeah, that's very low. In most tags, it'll be like over 50%. Like, this is one of the things that people get wrong. The amount of people who have tags is absolutely not... It's a complete non-issue, right? It's a total non-issue. A lot of people have the tag. It's just that people don't want to use it, right? Like, it's part of like a completionist thing, so people like to collect up the tag, which, you know, that's fair enough. But that's not the issue. Like, making it free, I really don't think it even actually helps that much in terms of, like, how many people are going to be making groups and stuff. It's not really the problem. The problem is that people don't feel empowered to do it or don't feel confident enough to do it, that sort of thing. That's always going to be the issue. I'm in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, it's quite tricky, isn't it? Everyone wants to blame different things, but how do you express this? I think there is truth that obviously making it more accessible will allow more people to do it, duh. But at the same time, if you want it bad enough, I kind of think you can get the 300 gold and figure it out.
If you are committed enough to lead, 300 gold is nothing. There are people who would use it, don't have it too. No. You know what? No, I actually don't think that's true. There are 0 people. No, okay. I won't say 0 because that's ridiculous. There are... The amount of people who don't have it but would use it is statistically insignificant. I will go, nerd, you can't say, well, what about this one guy? No. It is statistically insignificant. So...
well, I will say this. There are probably newer players that would like to just jump in and do like a strike mission with their buddy, but they don't have the tag, so it makes it difficult for them to form up the group. I think that problem does exist, but I think for the people that are really determined, they will find a way to work around that, even though it sucks to have to do that. Like if you want it bad enough, you're going to be like, okay, well, what do I have to do? You know? And the answer might be, all right, I guess I got to do some meta events every day, or I got to kind of grind this sucker out, and I'll be fine.
Yep. I don't always know the mechanics for an instance. Well, that is why you learn them.
Actually, I want to point out how... Let's just take a step back and think about that thought process. You're saying, I don't know every single thing about this, so I'm not willing to take even a minute risk that something bad might happen, and therefore I will prevent myself from ever learning.
Yeah.
Because in order to get better, you have to make those mistakes. Dude, I got flamed constantly when I first was going to raids because I was just like, hello, I'm here. I'm tired of getting kicked from groups myself, so now I am the group. And I had to learn a lot. I asked a lot of questions, and some people didn't like that, but I ultimately found other people who are about my same skill level, and they were interested in learning as well, and we progressed together. And it was a good experience. And if somebody's a jerk about that, you just, kick them, block them, move on, whatever.
Yes. Flame them.
I don't think we should ever... I don't think we should ever be upset that there is a new commander trying to learn. As long as, they're upfront about their expectations and their own skill level and whatever, I think we should commend people for having the courage to go and just put themselves out there and try to learn something new.
Yeah. And I actually do want to point out, by the way, guys, this mentality is alien to every other MMO. People don't... This is like unhinged behavior. Guild Wars 2 is the only MMO that has this problem, really. Where people are like, well, I don't know everything, so I'm not even going to try. This is a very Guild Wars 2 oriented problem. Like, it's... In other MMOs, you're an alien if you feel that way. Yeah. 50k DPS minimum, 2000 AP commander. I mean, nobody does this. Like, one of the worst things actually about Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, is like the extreme misinformation. To be fair, it's a problem about the game as well. There's a huge amount of misinformation about Guild Wars 2 outside of the Guild Wars 2 community, but this is the really insidious one. Do you know the worst type of misinformation? It's the misinformation from within the community, like from, dealing with like people from other games who just don't know know anything about the game, that's actually kind of easy to deal with. But it's the misinformation from other Guild Wars 2 players. That is the stuff that is almost unbeatable. That's the I don't know how to combat. It's one of the reasons why I'm way less engaged with the game at this point, is because I view myself as being in an unwinnable war, right? I don't really feel inclined to even try, because I don't view the battle as winnable, to be honest, in this case. I think there's nothing you can do. The internal misinformation in the Guild Wars 2 community is so extreme, and in fact, supported by the community, right? Like, people back each other up on this. It's not worth it for me to even try, at this point. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say to that. I think that there's still hope, but I think it is quite a frustrating problem. It's very challenging to try to... What would I liken it to? Kind of like if somebody was like, I really want to do well on this test, but I don't think it's really that fair that I have to study. And you're kind of like, well, okay. That's going to be a bit of a problem for you then.
Can I give an example?
So
I can give an example, by the way. The idea that instance content is toxic, and if you don't play the absolute meta build, and if you don't do like benchmark DPS, you will never get into a group, and you're just going to get kicked. Or the idea that there's no way you can possibly make your own group or get into a group through the LFG as a new player. Both of those things are these things are really difficult. Those things are as not true as the flat earth, and they're equally as easy to prove false, but they are extremely widespread in the thought. Like, it is anti-vax or flat earth level of obviously untrue. Like, even a tiny examination of reality will tell you that's not true, but it's still incredibly pervasive, right, in the community. Like, and that it's the broadly held and community supported belief, pretty much. But it's equally as false as any conspiracy theory, and equally as obvious to test, right, and to, you know, show that isn't true.
Never capitulate.
I think the thing that's the rumor that goes around that I think bothers me the most is that it's very difficult to do good DPS.
Yes, that's a huge one.
I find that one to be the most frustrating to try to dispel, because people just say, no, you're wrong. It's impossible. I tried.
Yeah, and they can't.
And then and then I go, well, but did you try the correct way, essentially? And they're like, no, you're wrong. And they just dismiss it. They're like, they have created a narrative where they are not good enough. And I hate that.
Yeah.
I think that just sucks. I think people have a lot more potential than they realize, and they just kind of beat themselves up for no reason.
Yeah. There's a very big I can't mentality in Guild Wars 2, right? It's impossible. Even though, look, and I always tell people to test this, but if you basically take a rotation or take a class and you just use your 5 best skills, you will get like 70, 80% of the benchmark with just doing that. And again, if you don't believe me, I'd encourage you to test it, because you will. It really is that simple in this particular case. And that's like more than good enough. Like, you can do way better than that, obviously, but that'll get you there. That'll get you. I can't do 80% of the benchmarks. Even a scrub like me doubles most groups' chance to kill bosses by joining. I mean, yeah, like, you don't even need to do good DPS to clear Guild Wars 2 raids, right? Not anymore, anyway. Feels like even if I did an LFG, no one would show up. Well, I mean, it can be a little slow sometimes, especially at certain times of the day, but no, you'll get people. You'll be all right. Because this would be a really fun feature to add, but I would love to have a number on the LFG that when you go to a tab, a little number up here, and it shows how many people have this tab open currently at the same time. And do you know what? It would probably be hundreds, if not thousands, weirdly enough, with like people who are just like waiting for someone else to make a group for them. It's so many people would have this open. Gets kind of tricky on classes. They gain a lot of DPS and Reliance. Chances are the dude picked a class and didn't read with allies part, trying to do 40k DPS solo on Condi Spectre. I guess there's some level of confusion that can happen there for sure. And we're talking to Sneb. Go ahead, Sneb.
Hold on one second. I'm in a group right now.
Yeah.
And we're struggling a lot. People are doing about half the damage that I am. And by the way, that is not any commendation to me because I am garbage. So that's not, we're struggling with mechanics and stuff. And so we're all flipping around roles and I'm communicating saying, well, I can heal if we need to. So yeah, it's a bit of a problem. But anyway, what I was going to say before is that it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. People say I can't, therefore you cannot. And I know that that is some kind of idealistic thing that you'd read on a cat poster in your bedroom.
I don't even get that. I think that statement is incredibly true. If you don't think you can do something, then you shouldn't try until you think you can. Just straight up. If you haven't got your mental in the right spot, then there is no point in trying. Like, I'll bite the bullet all the way on that one. I'll go even more Zayst. If you think you can't do it, then you can't. You can't do it. You need to actually think that you can at least have a chance to win before you even try. Like, what is the point in doing something that you think you can't do? Holy shit. That is insane. Like, that is just like a recipe for failure there.
Yeah, you'll have a bad time. But it's because it's so widespread in the community. You see so many people say, "Oh, well, there's no way I can get groups." Like, wasn't there somebody like a week ago or something that said, "I cannot find any group for raids. I'm forced to like do whatever Sneb does or whatever." I'm like, "Well, not really. Like, you can make the group," and they're like, "Well, nobody ever joins." And I will admit that there are times where it's kind of off hours in the LFG, or it's later in the week, people aren't interested in doing the raid or whatever, where it's a little bit quieter. This is true. But if you really want it bad enough, and you really try, eventually you will find people. Even if it's a little inconvenient, even if it takes a while, and then it will become easier and easier and easier as you build connections, etc. So, I personally get tired of watching people limit themselves because I think they're capable of so much more than they realize.
Yes.
Like, I'm going to do this really hard test next week. And you know what? I know that I've struggled with math, like, pretty much all my life. So you know what I did? I worked my ass off. And you know what? I don't know if it's good enough. But I'm willing to risk it and see if it is. and put my best foot forward, right? I don't want to ever limit myself and say I'm not good enough to do it. That I don't have the capacity to learn it. Because I think I do. I just think that my speed might be different than someone else's speed. And that I have to learn how to overcome those barriers and just, embrace that part of it.
To this day, many people judge builds' value by its benchmark number alone. I mean, that's kind of true. But honestly, I can say this to that statement. People don't care about that in the game. People complain about that on the forums and stuff like that and on the subreddit, and they don't understand what makes a build good. For example, Necromains were simply too bad at the game to realize that Scourge was incredibly strong, even when it only had a 29,000 DPS benchmark. 100%, yeah. People were just too bad at the game to even comprehend it was good at that number. However, were you going to get kicked for playing Scourge? Nah, not going to happen. Do you get kicked? Dude, you won't even get kicked for playing, like, Heal Warrior. That build is actually pretty bad, and you're still not going to get kicked for playing that, right? Yeah. That's how it is. So, yeah, do people kind of overvalue benchmarks? They do. But that's because most players don't understand the game, to be honest. There it is.
Yep. put it this way. You can play whatever you want in my group, but I expect you to pull your weight. So I don't really care what you play. I just care about your competence at playing it. And the reason that people ask for specific things, like, and I do this sometimes, I'll if I'm in doing a pug group or whatever, I'll ask for a herald. The reason I'm asking for the herald is not because other things don't work, but because herald will make up for a lot of mistakes.
And also, whoa.
So the reason people want that.
Try joining up as a staff elementalist. If you can find me an example of someone getting kicked from playing staff elementalist, I'll give you $100 right now. Even one.
I think you should clarify if the reason they were kicked is purely because of the build they're playing versus their performance with that build.
Yeah. So in other words, yeah, if they're getting kicked purely playing Staff Ellie, not because they did bad DPS, it's just because they're playing Staff Ellie, $100. Because nope, that doesn't happen. Nope. Especially now, because funny enough, Staff Ellie's actually pretty good. It's not even bad. I think it does like nearly 40k. It's like 38k, I think, or something like that. It's not bad. Oh, you're not getting kicked. You're not getting kicked for that. Yeah. Nope. I'm not even, I'm not even sure if you'd get kicked for Staff Core Ellie. I'm maybe Staff Core Ellie. Because if you see a core spec in your strike group, you're going to be a little bit sus. But the funny thing is that Core Ellie's not even that bad. Like, Core Ellie is one of the best DPS builds out of core specs. I don't know if you know that. But yeah, like, Core Scepter Ellie, it's not bad at all, actually. So Core Staff Ellie probably isn't amazing, but Core Scepter Ellie is actually fine. Scepter Focus is pretty good. Yeah, Power Core NG isn't bad either. Power Core Guard isn't horrible.
I play that sometimes.
Yeah, it's not. There's plenty of builds that are core that aren't complete shit. But yeah, no, you're not getting kicked for playing Staff Ellie. You'll get kicked for doing really bad DPS. But you know what? Even that isn't true, Sneb. Like, how many times have you done like an Icebrood Saga 5 group and there's like 2 people doing like 3k DPS and they don't get kicked? Even if you join and do horrendous DPS, you still probably won't get kicked. People legit don't give a shit, dude. Like, this is what I'm...
I'm gonna expose. I'm in a group right now. There's somebody doing 6k DPS. I am doing 20 right now. I'm number 2. This person has been in like multiple polls. They have not been called out or kicked or anything. Now, I would argue that somebody probably should eventually tell them because they can probably do a lot better and it'll help the team and make us more successful. But nobody has like belittled them or said anything remotely negative. Nothing. Zero.
Aren't logs what the proof's in the pudding? Yeah, of course. Logs are actual evidence. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Like, this idea that people are getting kicked, either because of low DPS or what build they're playing, just no. I'm sorry, it just doesn't happen. Like, whenever someone says that, ask them for evidence. Ask them for the log, right? Ask them for the screen caps that show it. Like, do not take people's words for that, because 99%, they are lying. I'm not gonna lie. Or they just made it the fuck up. Because it just doesn't happen. Like, yeah, sure. Back in the core game, would you get kicked for playing Necro? Yeah, honestly, you would. And Ranger, too, funnily enough. But should you have been? Honestly, even... I mean, I don't even know. Like, realistically, no. Because, like, I'm not going to lie. Like, content in Guild Wars 2 has never really been that hard, truth be told. But maybe... You got to bear in mind, guys, the game was way less balanced back then. Back in the day, like, it was not as... balanced as it is today. Even HOT was a bit of a mess. Well, not even. I mean, HOT was a mess compared to today. And even back then, like, you weren't going to get, like, mega kicked for playing this stuff. Yeah. Why would someone lie about it, though? I don't fucking know. Maybe they were actually playing really badly. Maybe they didn't give quickness and they want to say that it was because of their class, right? Maybe they just hate raids and they don't like the raid scene, so they make something up to make raiders look bad. I don't fucking know. Who knows?
I think there's a much simpler explanation. I think that a lot of people don't know why they get kicked and they try to come up with the easiest reason for why. And the reality is that a lot of players have a very difficult time understanding what's good and what's bad. Like, of course, in the SG Discord, people ask questions all the time. And one of the biggest questions that comes up is, well, how do I know if I'm performing well on this boss? They just don't know that. And so they think, oh, well, this person's only doing 15K, but on the golem, you're supposed to do like 40K. Then clearly I'm not doing well. And they don't understand the nuance of the statistics and how all of that functions. So this creates some really interesting problems in the community, because people will kick people for the wrong reason, and people will think that they got kicked for the wrong reasons. So it's misinformation all around.
Yes. There you go. Fractals are more toxic than strikes. I mean, fractals are interesting because there's some knowledge checks that might exist that don't so much in strike missions. Like, if you join like a high tier fractal group, people are going to expect you to know skips, right? People are going to expect you to know how to do certain bosses in a I wouldn't say speedrun way, but in an efficient way. And if you don't know, people are not going to be happy with you. But that's only a problem in like high-end groups, to be honest. Like, you don't really see that in low-end groups. Yeah. Oh no, I'm dead. It's over. I'm not dead. I've never seen that in a tier 4 fractal group. I mean, yeah, you're only going to see it in like really high kill proof groups that are doing basically speedrun tactics to get through them as quickly as possible. If you don't know there, people are not going to be happy. But like in a regular group, people don't give a shit. People are kicking for not having the exact amount of KP they ask. Want it for that reason also. I don't get why you would not believe it. Yeah, but the thing is that's a perfectly reasonable reason. Like if someone says, I got kicked for not having kill proof, I go, yeah, of course. Why would you join that group if you don't have the kill proof? Like, that's perfectly reasonable, yeah. Because that, to me, is legitimate, and I think there's some evidence for that. Like, yeah, people are a bit funny about kill proof. Sure, yeah. I'll buy that. But I think there is no evidence to support the fact that people are a bit funny about, like, what build you play. Unless it's a high-end group. Again, if you join, like, a really high-end group and you're not playing a meta DPS spec, yeah, sure. People might not be happy about that. But again, there are barely any high-end groups on the LFG. People don't, like, pug, like, high-end, like, speedruns in the LFG. That's all done externally these days. But yeah, if you join, like, a full meta group that's, like, mega EXP and you're playing some shit build, people might be unhappy. But again, actually, no, I shouldn't have even said that because I don't even think groups like that exist. Really, not really.
They don't really post publicly. That's the thing. If there's a group that's really, really hardcore, they've been burned so much by people lying to them or abusing them that they just won't post publicly very often. They still will sometimes, of course, but they kind of get their group of friends and the people that they trust, and then they go in. Update, by the way, we just kicked 3 people from the group for extreme low DPS.
Extreme.
Yeah. But it wasn't even necessarily their DPS that got them kicked. It was that they died every pull early.
Yeah, no. Players don't get kicked
if you do
often.
all mechanics, then if you do all mechanics and your DPS is okay, you probably won't get kicked.
The reason you're going to get kicked is if you have no idea about the mechanics in an experienced group. And actually, here's the really big one. Do you know the really big one, Sneb, that I think gets people kicked? Not responding, not communicating. Refusing to communicate is a huge one. Like, if you're in a squad and the commander is trying to talk to you and you don't respond, you are going to get kicked. Sneb is toxic now? True. True! It's actually so funny to me that, you know, you're joking there, obviously. But there are actually a lot of people who legitimately think Sneb is toxic. Maybe not a lot, but there are some people who think that setting any standard whatsoever is toxic.
And it's actually the reason why so many LFG groups are so dysfunctional, is because if you don't set requirements, then people's expectations are all vastly different. It's kind of like, think of it like this. You go, I'd really like to play dodgeball. So you sign up for this dodgeball league, and you go there, and there's all these like former Olympian athletes, and they're taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
And you were just there because you wanted to have fun. And you're getting destroyed every time. And so you're not having fun because it's not really competitive for you. And their mindset is they just want to crush you every time, and you're getting crushed every time. So, but for them, it's also not very fun because it's not very competitive because they're crushing you every time. So you create this kind of weird problem where nobody's really getting what they want out of the experience. The same is true with basically any rec sports, even board game nights. I tell this story all the time because I think it's really good. My mom, she will play board games, but she doesn't care about them. And the problem is that the rest of my family really cares about winning. We're quite competitive. So when we play, you know, like we're trying to win. And there's some trash talk. It's a good time. But if my mom's included, she ruins the game because she's just this random wild card that'll just make bad plays for herself and seemingly just screw over other people at random. So so it makes the game kind of weird, and it's strange. Our expectations and our needs and wants and whatever out of that experience are vastly different from my mother's experience. And you can still, like, if you go in with the right mindset, you can still have a good time. But otherwise, if you're wanting to play to be competitive, playing with someone who doesn't want to be competitive is not very fun. You're not getting what you want out of the experience.
Yes.
If it's public, people should be expecting it to be casual. No. Okay. Wait. Let me just ask. Are you saying that a group cannot post publicly and ask for it to be a little bit more competitive? Because the insinuation there is that it's kind of not permissible for someone to want to be competitive and be public. And if that's the case, if you're willing to bite that bullet, then what you're saying is that all public groups will just be
terrible.
Yeah. There's always going to be discontent in them. Because there will always be vastly different skill levels. And what that then suggests is that the people that are unhappy with that will just never play publicly ever. And that's not a good, healthy environment because then there's no knowledge transfer. That's a true elitist state.
Well, and don't write something in there. They should be expecting everyone to join. People who never did it. Well, yeah, but people do put requirements though. Like, yeah, if you make a group and it has no description on it, yes, you should expect anyone to join. But nobody does that, right?
Some people do.
Well, some people do, and
that's a mistake.
Well, no, I don't think it's even a mistake. Some people just do like an all welcome run, right? Like,
well, yeah. What I mean is that in the context, if somebody's angry and they didn't post something, then they made a mistake. It's their fault.
Yeah. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. And the thing is, what's really funny about this, Wifey Jar, this is interesting, and I'm curious what your take on this is. If you're saying that you don't really want people making groups that aren't very casual in public, this actually makes the game way less accessible, ironically, for casual players, because the people who make groups won't do it. Like, if we made a new rule, you're not allowed to have any requirements on the LFG, the amount of groups that exist would crater, and all of it would basically be done externally. And in fact, the attitude here, right, like the attitude of like, yeah, the LFG, you shouldn't have requirements, that kind of is a sentiment that exists in the game's community. That's why the LFG is dead. That's why people don't use it. People make their groups, externally to basically not deal with that attitude, not deal with basically being flamed out and being called toxic for wanting to have like a smooth, experienced run. That's why the LFG is dead. It's because people don't want to deal with that mentality. And again, here's some food for thought here, There is a built-in requirement that you can have in World of Warcraft. Basically, like, you can see if people have killed bosses, and you can check people's gear, and there's a rating. There's like a rating in PvE that can be used to basically set a requirement. Like, you have to be 2,000 rating to join this group. Okay? The game's pug scene is far more accessible, and to be frank, far less toxic than Guild Wars 2's scene. So what's going on there? How is that possible? How is it possible that a game that actually has built-in requirements, okay, and, one, you don't join groups, you apply to join a group, so it's very leader-favored. How is it that that game is far less toxic and far more accessible than Guild Wars 2? And that should give you some food for thought there. Ah. Enjoy.
Yeah. You know, whenever we talk about this, all I can think is if everyone who disliked the current way it is were to go and just try to change it a little bit, then it would change. But instead, lots of people just talk about it and complain about it, but don't actually do anything. Yeah. But then when you say that, they point fingers and they go, well, not my responsibility to do it. It's somebody else's. And so everyone just points at something else and then nothing ever happens.
ANET should make a system to motivate the veterans to help casuals, new people. Why? No, and also, no, you fail to understand the problem here. People don't want more reward. They want fun. People don't... You think veteran players who played the game for years care at all about gold per hour? Of course they don't. Right? They want to actually play for fun. They want to get a fast kill, or a smooth kill, or a good rotation, or a good DPS number. They want to have an enjoyable gameplay experience. Like, you can add a system like that, and I actually think a system like that would be good, but a system like that would never prevent people from like making their own groups that have standards, because you don't understand what people want. People want good gameplay. They don't want like 20% more gold. They don't care about that.
You know, the funny part is you actually could create a system like that. You could just tip people that do trainings. But that doesn't really happen. There's kind of not a culture of that in Guild Wars 2. People... I say this as somebody who has a community that has, at least in the past, done a lot of training. People really put a lot of pressure on trainers and give them almost nothing in return. And the expectation is very high. And they just... Yeah, they just get taken advantage of. Trainers burn out really fast and then stop doing it because they get a lot of flack. Like, people are kind of rude to them, to be honest, like quite a lot of the time. And yeah, it creates quite a lot of discontent.
What is fun, clearing it first row without a wipe? For a lot of the people you're talking about, Jana, is getting a good kill. So high boon uptime, high DPS, good mechanical execution. So not failing any mechanics, killing it first try, killing it quickly, killing it efficiently, and killing it with good gameplay. For the people that you're talking about, that's what people want. Indeed. Oh, shit. Our keep is under attack.
Uh-oh.
Under attack, Sneb.
I've been in this group a long time now. I just thought I'd jump in and quickly kill... What even is this? The Junkyard Strike. I thought I'd just be like, you know, run in, wreck.
Get in, get out.
But, yeah, but it's pretty... We've gone through quite a few people at this point. You know what we're struggling with the most? Breaking the CC bars.
Yeah, it's not a surprise.
I have MOA, and I am like aggressively trying to break every bar, and it's not good enough. I think we can get the kill this time, though. Pretty close. Uh-oh. Break bars. 1.
Can you get it? Will you do it?
2. They're not killing the eye either.
And again,
creates...
I actually want to prevent this from getting derailed. I want to be clear here. Games that have systems that Guild Wars 2 players call toxic, like World of Warcraft, are far less toxic and more accessible. Honestly, that's the only relevant point. It's not even worth talking about anything else, right? Because these systems, being able to set requirements, make things less toxic, not more toxic. This is what people fail to understand. The reason why the Guild Wars 2 LFG has some accessibility issues and the Guild Wars 2 community has accessibility issues and it has toxicity issues is because you can't set requirements and because culturally the Guild Wars 2 community is very against requirements. That's why nobody makes groups. That's why it's toxic. That's why it's inaccessible. It's not because it's not like in spite of that, it's because of it. And until people figure that out, it's never going to change. Ever. If you make a group, you need to be able to essentially set a requirement and a standard for that group. Otherwise, people will find a way to do it themselves. And a lot of that will be using kill proof and stuff like that. And a lot of that is also going to be just doing it privately. Or when I say privately, off-platform, like on Discord. Because on Discord, I can set any rule I want. And I can simply remove people from my community if they don't follow the rules. Like, you know, if someone's in my community and they're repeatedly joining groups and they have no idea what they're doing and they refuse to communicate, I just permaban them. And I have done that. There are multiple people who have been permabanned from my community for not respecting the rules and not respecting people who tag up and do stuff. And they will be removed. And that's why people like to do LFG in Discord instead of in the game. Because you can't get rid of people in the game permanently. But in Discord, you can. You can permanently remove people. How do you run around and look behind you? It's something called About Face. It's a keybind, basically. That is what it is. Boom. Enjoy. Another problem is people you block can still join, say, your fractal party. I think they actually... if you block them... Yeah, I think if you block them, they can still join, yes. But if they block you, they can't see your group, yeah.
They could still join it if they squad join.
Yeah, they could, there's like some way they could do it, yeah, but it would be... I don't know why they'd want to do that. How close to Ultimate Dominator are you? Actually, very close. I just need another 600 kills. Gotta watch out for that. Here we go. Is it like Gachi Snub?
Not really, it just kind of hurts my ears.
Have you ever played Gachi on stream?
No.
Why not?
Because it hurts my ears. Painful. Especially the ones that's like... Well, I guess it's just meme music in general, not necessarily Gachi. But have you heard the Thomas the Tank Engine song?
Yes.
Or whatever. Yeah, that one where it's like very loud and it does.
Yeah.
It is painful. Yeah.
Add a weekly raid to the Wizards Weekly. There'll be a way more people creating raid groups. I actually agree with that. Yeah, that would be good. I think they would never do that, though, because I'm pretty sure if they added weekly raid, people would cry about it so fucking hard. Oh my god.
Listen, no. Listen to my idea. It's actually genius. Okay? It's not perfect, I'll say that, but I think that this could be very good. Okay, in the Wizard's Vault, under PvE, it's a little bit weird because it kind of forces you to do things that you don't want to do. I guess it doesn't force, but you know, if you want to get those rewards, you got to do stuff that you probably otherwise wouldn't. And I guess to some extent that's the point. But I think there are circumstances when it doesn't necessarily need to be that way. For example, activities, mini dungeons. It just seems kind of random that those are the dailies, you know? Why not have an or condition? So it could be do a mini dungeon or like a specified mini dungeon, or do a raid or kill one raid boss, or I don't know, do an activity or do one strike mission, or another one is collect 30 flowers or whatever, or gain X strike currency. So there's sort of two objectives. Doing either one would fulfill the requirement, and that way, if you're somebody who really likes instanced content, then you know you could just only do the instanced content.
Well,
if you're somebody who prefers, wait, what?
Well, I was gonna say, I think they can do it in a slightly more elegant way, right? They can just they can make it so that only the first like 6 things you do give you any astral acclaim. And like after that, they no more count, right? So in other words, like just make it entirely.
Just add more options.
Yeah, add more options and make not all of them count. And the reason I say that is because even if it was optional, you didn't need it to complete the weekly, people would still hate the fact that 40 astral acclaim that they'll never be able to get back would be locked behind a raid. So they'd have to make it not count after you've already done like say 6 of them, right? And then after that, you don't get any more acclaim anymore. But it's there as like an optional thing.
Yeah. Either way, I think it'd be nice to be able to play the content you want to play. At least that's feedback I've heard from lots of other people. They say that they feel like logging into the game is a bit like a chore now because the dailies are so good. Like the Wizard's Vault is so rewarding that not doing it just seems kind of stupid. And so people go around and just do these tasks that they otherwise would never do because they don't want to do them ever. And people don't complain necessarily about the meta events and stuff. They just find it kind of weird that the game is like, go pick 15 flowers, then go do this mini dungeon for the 1 millionth time. You know, I don't know. Some people like it, some people don't. I think more options
It needs more options. I think it should always give you one option from every game mode as well. Because I think one thing that's really been lost is that you only get options from one game mode now. Like nothing else.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is, in my opinion, that's no good.
Yeah. I think you should be able to have a focus, but then, like you said, you have a couple options that would diversify.
Yeah, just make it optional. Exactly. Yeah, funnily enough, this is indeed, you know what's really funny about this, Sneb? Oh, yeah. Can you guess of maybe another video game that does it exactly like how we're describing? Ooh, oh yeah, that's right. It's World of Warcraft. Yeah, And bear in mind, guys, the Wizard's Vault basically is the trading post, essentially. That is what it is. But WoW's version is basically a little bit better than yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Incredible. Yes. WoW also does classic servers better than Guild Wars 2. That is true, because there are no classic servers for Guild Wars 2. Yeah. But WoW is objectively worse. I mean, that is true, actually. It is the objectively worse game. I hold left mouse and press about face. Yeah, that's basically what you got to do. That is indeed correct. Arathorian, Prime, nice. Huge Prime gaming, huge Prime gameplay. Why not have a raid tab? Because ultimately, stuff like, look, people got mad when there was achievement points for PvP titles. Okay, they removed that from the game. This is Guild Wars 2. Like, the community will break if any skill is tied to rewards whatsoever. What do you like more, WoW or Guild Wars 2? Right now, I like WoW more than Guild Wars 2. It's definitely the better game for me. Kill one raid boss could be weekly. Again, yeah, it definitely could be, but you'd have to make it optional and not give you more acclaim if you do it compared to other stuff.
at ease.
Yup.
I'm reviewing the mock exam I took, and man, some of these questions were rough.
Yeah, it's tough. Why do I like WoW more? The easiest way to describe it, it's simply a more competitive game that releases a lot more content. That's the way to say it. I prefer the community, and I like that there's just something going on there. You know, like there's stuff going on, things are happening. You know, there's activities going on. Whereas Guild Wars 2 is a little quiet. It's a bit quiet for me. Yes. There's something going on. Drowned. Yeah, I mean, I am extremely drowned right now. Yeah, if it was HOT era, then I prefer Guild Wars 2, 100%, yeah. But if you ask me, what do I prefer, HOT era Guild Wars 2 or WoW? The answer is HOT era Guild Wars 2, 100%, yeah. Probably not Path of Fire era Guild Wars 2, though, to be honest. Well, it was pretty good, actually. It wasn't as good as HOT, though. Ah, Smolder on Mythic. How many pulls are we on? Oh, shit. Dude, 100 pulls. Yeah, this is definitely one of the first walls. That's 100% true. The first big walls. Look at that. What about swapping an action camera to move left and right really quickly? Do people do that? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. People just move. You kind of don't need to do that. In general, you can just do that, right? Which is going to be a quick series of actions. You'll end up, in a way, being slower. Because the problem with action cam is you give up so much control, right? Like, if you do that, you'll struggle to attack while doing it. Yeah. Yes. What do you think of Final Fantasy XIV? I haven't played it, so I can't exactly say, but yeah. I heard good things. I've heard good things about Final Fantasy. About this add-on for WoW, needs something to do in downtime. Actually, one of the things that I really don't like about WoW is there's no about face, and there's also no this AoE placement system. So there's no release to cast, and you can see the AoE indicator. It's actually really annoying. Yeah, it sucks. There's no about. Not having about face actually sucks. They need to add about face to WoW. No joke. About face needs to be added. And also, fast ground targeting needs to be added. Huge misplays. What are you supposed to do in your downtime if you're not spamming about face? You got nothing. Yes. Big. Yeah, and weapon stow. Well, you can do weapon stow in WoW, though, so you can do that. Yeah, you can stow. Shall I keep my materials to Legendary Relic, or shall I finish Coalescence? Honestly, finish Coalescence. By the time the Relic's here, you'll have more shit. Easy. Was HT the golden era for Guild Wars 2? Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I think a lot of people would agree that HT was the golden age, pretty much. Some of Path of Fire too, to be fair. Whereas the Shadow Bolt Volley, do you not have it rated? Shadow Bolt Volley is, where do you get it? You get it from Sludge Fen. You have to drain soul the goblin in the Sludge Fen. Draub Soul. Vivi. You died because you let mobs surround you, and you had no shield block up. Boom. Exposed. People broke. Some people did break, yeah. Like, Vanilla has broken a couple of people, even at level 25. What's actually interesting is some people broke on their first... They basically didn't even make it to like level 10. Right? They were just immediately broken by the game. Yeah. And Luaran was going to play, but she broke before level 1. Didn't make it into the game. Vivi ran in and died before I pressed a single button. Nice. Okay. That's not ideal. My deal prefers WoW to Guild Wars 2. Why is that a sad thing to hear? Right, like what? Is that a sad thing to hear? Because I didn't say I think Guild Wars 2 is a total piece of shit and WoW is the only good game. That's a funny clip right there, I guess. I said I prefer it. I didn't say Guild Wars 2 is bad. I don't think Guild Wars 2 is bad. I still enjoy playing Guild Wars 2. It's a fun game. But yeah, I prefer WoW. WoW's better. I enjoy WoW more than Guild Wars. But I didn't say the game's bad. It's not a bad game at all. I'd still, I'd still very much recommend Guild Wars 2 to people who like MMOs. Without a shred of irony, I would still say, yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a great game if you're interested in like MMOs and stuff. Because it is. It's a very good game. So I don't think that's sad to hear at all. Brand loyalty or death? Yeah, this is one thing that I said, actually, that really upset people. I fucking love it. I have improved my community massively since I started playing WoW. I said, I didn't realize this would piss people off so much, but I said, I'm not loyal to Guild Wars 2. I said, I'm a mercenary, basically, was the phrasing I used. And that actually annoyed people so much that I actually got quoted for saying that on Reddit and on the forums with people who were like, wow, I can't believe you would say something like that. And that's like, are you serious, bro? Really? Like, that's what you didn't like? So I'm deciding to say that a lot more now. Because, I'll admit it. I like upsetting people, right? Like, people who would get upset by that, they're the kind of person I actually want to upset. The influx of toxic Storm Reaver players defiling your community at an alarming pace. Ah, yes. Very good. There's not a single good game out there. Also, every game is dead, and 95% of people in any game are not good at it. Well, I mean, 95% of people in any game are not good at it. That definitely is true. But the other two statements definitely a bit more questionable. Why do people identify with corporate brands? Isn't having multiple options a positive thing? Because the game is a big part of your life, right? And if we want to go all the way here, some people view me saying that as like an invalidation of their choices, to an extent. Like, well, hang on a minute. I thought this was the best game. Am I investing my time in the best game? Maybe I should be investing my time in another game if the other game is better, or if this guy says it's better. Like, people are looking for their choices and decisions to be validated by someone else. Like, that is why people don't like that. Because in other words, in some sense, like when I say something like that, there's part of that statement that, in a way, is actually threatening the identity of people, like threatening the decisions and personhood of someone else. Yeah. Listening to Finnish raid comms is weird. Ooh. That's big. Imagine you can travel back in time to 2012 and meet yourself in a game shop next to the MMO sector. Would you stop yourself from choosing Guild Wars 2 and reach for WoW instead? It's a really good question. Maybe none of this would have ever happened if I played WoW, though. Maybe I wouldn't have had my stream if I'd played WoW instead of Guild Wars 2. Maybe I just would have done something else entirely instead of, making like Guild Wars 2 YouTube videos. I would have just not done that. The problem with a question like that is you have absolutely no idea what would have happened, like, if you went that way. So I don't think so. I don't think I would. I don't regret my choices. I'm not really the type of person who has regrets, really. I've made mistakes in my life. I've had failures in my life. But I don't look at that and go like, oh, man, I really wish that hadn't happened. Or I really wish that I hadn't made this decision. Because you have no idea. I think if you drown yourself in the, well, this could have been or this could have happened, I think that's the recipe for insanity. It's too complicated a question to even really understand. Is it still pirate ship meta in World vs. World? Nah, definitely not. Hype for Ashes of Creation? I mean, if the game is good, then yes. But I mean, the game is not coming out for like 5 years. Yeah. Ah. Oh shit! I don't know why we keep trying to take SMC. There's a pretty powerful Zerg here. We're not gonna be able to fight that. But yeah, I mean, no, I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I'm, you know, I'm playing WoW, I'm playing Guild Wars 2. Who cares? Yeah, you know, I met a bunch of friends in this game too. Hasn't worked out badly for me. Yeah. Ah. But players always come back to the old games. It's very difficult to make a good MMO. That's why. It's not really where the money is. And the games that have survived, like WoW, 14, Guild Wars, they're actually good. So if you want to make a new MMO, it has to be really good. It's hard to compete. You can't compare microtransaction to a full sub fee? You definitely can. I prefer a sub fee. Massively, hugely. Just the fact that there's no, like, one thing I really like about logging into vanilla WoW is there's no cash shop at all. I love that. I really do. It feels so good. Can't buy gold, can't buy quality of life, can't buy gear, can't buy anything. Can't buy skins, nothing. Can't buy mounts, nothing, nothing, nothing. Feels fucking good, honestly, to log into classic WoW, and it's just not there. Love it. You can buy gold. There is a huge difference in buying gold from a third party, which is against the TOS, and buying gold directly from the company. Like, this is like saying, well, no content in the game is hard if you cheat. Well, yeah, but we're obviously not going to include cheating when we talk about difficulty, yeah? That wouldn't make any sense. Aren't there WoW tokens in Classic WoW? There are in Wrath, not in Vanilla. People made fun of you if you play X amount of rated player games. Yeah, but that was not because of playing X amount because of games. That's because back in... I can't believe I'm going to say this, guys. But yeah, back in the day, gaming was considered to be a loser hobby. People would go, wait, you're paying what for a video game? What fucking loser ass are you? But that's because gaming was looked down upon as a hobby. It was considered something that only losers and recluses did, right? That's nothing to do with like sub fees, right? Or anything like that. That's because anything to do with gaming was considered like loser behavior. So yeah, it's nothing to do with a sub fee. Technically only possible since Classic WoW is funded by retail. I'm not gonna lie, I actually think you could... I disagree with that, by the way. I think Classic WoW is actually sufficiently popular that they probably could actually have it stand on its own 2 feet, no joke. People really like Vanilla. Stuff like Hardcore was successful. Season of Discovery is very successful. Like, the original Classic was extremely successful as well. And probably doesn't require as much dev effort as retail does. They could probably... weirdly enough, it's Blizzard being weirdly generous. They're basically bundling the subs together. You basically get Classic for free when you're playing retail. That's uncharacteristic for that company, but hey, we kind of lucked out, I guess. Pretty much. I am a loser, but the video has nothing to do with that. Oh, what a meme. Yeah. I kind of want to chill in Final Fantasy, but I'm only playing login when the new episode comes out, and then the next few patch days. Yeah, that's kind of the way they want you to play the game, right? Pretty much. I think the game director has even said as much. Like, yeah, unsubscribe. Like, you know, come in when there's content, play, and then leave. Yes. They only release vanilla for the money. Guys, breaking news. Company engages in profitable activities. Holy shit. I don't believe it. Yeah. No way! Yeah. Yes. They made Vanilla WoW for money, guys. They did. And you know what? ArenaNet made Guild Wars 2 for money as well. Oh my god. I can't believe it. How could they do this?
Whoa, no way. Are you
Yeah.
serious?
They did. Yeah, it's true.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. But look, there's nothing
Been
wrong
conned
with
the
that.
whole time. I just thought it was
Yeah.
for humanity.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, guys. Like, you know, they made it... You know what? The vanilla devs and the retail WoW devs and the Guild Wars 2s and the Final Fantasy devs and the fucking ESO devs, they made their game for money and because they think it's a good game. Right? And they want to make a good game for people to enjoy. It's both. Right? Like, those devs who clock in, at all of these companies, they love the game. You can see it. You can see whenever you see these devs talk on streams, they love WoW, they love Guild Wars 2, they love ESO, they love all of it. It's obvious. But guess what? They also do it for money. Because they gotta eat. They gotta pay the bills at the same time, right? Yeah. You know, someone like Trig and CMC and Roy, they love Guild Wars 2. But you know what? They also get paid for doing what they do. That's how it is. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if Solar loved Guild Wars 2. I mean, I actually spoke to Solar over voice. And you know what? He was pretty passionate, you know. He was definitely willing to actually talk to people, you know, and talk about the game. I think he just had a different opinion and maybe some issues taking feedback. He definitely thought he was right.
Most people think they're right.
Yeah, but he like really thought he was right, you know? Maybe a little too much. There wasn't a lot of doubt, you know, or like, am I wrong about this? Because I feel like sometimes you've got to question yourself a little bit, right? Question reality. I'm dead. Axe only Firebrand and Mechanist. The Emperor. Staff only. Are there people who still believe ArenaNet is their friend? Well, the thing is, devs can be. A company can't. Like, but yeah, ultimately. I understand why people get confused, though. Like, some people do feel that. They feel like personally slighted when a games company does something. But that's because maybe they've seen devs, they've interacted with devs, and it can very easily feel that it's personal. Like, I mean, look at Guild Wars 2, right? A lot of raiders feel personally slighted that ArenaNet isn't releasing any raids. The truth is, it's far worse than that. And ultimately, I think actually coming to that realization is worse, and actually is really painful for a lot of people. Yeah, it's just business. It's not personal. The reason why there are no more raids, it's not even because ArenaNet hates raiders. I think that would be easier to accept. Like, if ArenaNet actually came out with a statement and said, you know what, we actually despise all raid players and we want them to quit, that would be easier to process emotionally. In reality, it's far worse. It's, you just don't make enough money for the company, so tough luck. It's worse. It's apathy. They don't care either way at the end of the day. Because a company is not a person. A company doesn't have feelings, right? Like, it's just an entity. It's a thing. Do you feel the amount of content we get with Soto updates probably match the few months of breaks between them? It's it's same old, really. I don't think it's really that different. I think it's less content overall than previously, but there's not going to be any droughts anymore, right? That's the difference, right? Like, Guild Wars 2 has either had droughts between expansions, or even worse, it's had severe financial problems, resulting in layoffs between expansions. Because people are pointing this out, and they're right. There was a clean run of content. You had basically Living Story Season 3, then POF, then Season 4. That was pretty smooth. Bear in mind, that was only PvE. They were only able to maintain PvE. No balance, really. No PvP stuff. No World War stuff. It was pure PvE. And that, ultimately, they had a huge amount of devs at that point, and the company collapsed under its own weight, essentially, during that time. So this is going to be less content, but there won't be these big gaps, and hopefully there won't be any layoffs. So I think it's a good plan, yeah. It's a good plan. Do you feel some sort of obligation to stream play Guild Wars 2 at this point, honestly? No. If I didn't want to stream, I would just turn... I would tell people to unsubscribe, and then I'd just be gone. But no, I don't feel an obligation. I only stream because I want to. If I didn't want to, wouldn't hit the button. But yeah. Like, if I really felt that way, I just walk. But I do it in a respectful way. I'm not just going to disappear for no reason. People literally pay me to do this. People give me their money and they subscribe. So I'd tell people, I'd make sure that everyone knows. I'd basically work my notice, right? So I'd probably like stream for like a month or so and tell people that I'm going to be stopping streaming permanently or indefinitely would be probably a more accurate term, right? And then... yeah, that's basically it. Oh, they found Metamorphosis? Holy shit. Ah, who found it? Ooh. Where is it, Jester? Did they actually found it? Did they actually find it? Oh, nice. No, okay. I was like, oh, man, dude. They didn't find it. Yeah, it's over. They didn't find the room. You hate to see it. People are going to clip that extremely tightly to make it sound like you're quitting. Weirdly enough, people actually don't bother doing that with me that much. Because, I don't know. I think, weirdly being honest really helps with this. Like, I just tell people the truth, guys. I'm not very, I'm very honest with my feelings about things. I just say. I think even people who don't like me are aware of that. Ooh. You would hope that. Yeah, I mean, look, I believed you. I know someone's going to find it soon. Right? Unless Blizzard forgot to add it to the game, which is not impossible. But I think the devs, or at least, you know, the devs seem to think it is there. So I think that might not be that likely. Yeah. They will not find it before the raid. I mean, I'll be pretty sad about that. But that would also be pretty bad because we don't have a tank. We need 3 tanks for end boss. So that would be an issue. Yeah, I might have to re-roll to a fucking shaman or some shit, I don't know. Yeah. Start leveling the ult. And yeah, warrior does look pretty cool, actually. I like the warrior runes. The warrior runes... I think the warrior tanking is going to be so much fun. Because you can thunderclap in defensive stance now. Actually very cool. But it has not been found. It's over. Feels that games from the 2000s era were made by nerds for nerds more so than they are today. Before gaming became a massive industry. Games were, I mean, kind of. Gaming was significantly more niche back then. So games naturally were for people who were expected to put a huge amount of investment into it. I think a really good way to think about this is the following. Back in the day, guys, not everyone had a computer, right? A computer was kind of an expensive luxury good, right? Especially one that, you know, could actually do stuff online, right? And would be capable of playing a game like World of Warcraft. So games were designed with that in mind, because the type of person who's going to have that investment, have this piece of equipment, and will be willing to, you know, spend money on stuff like video games is going to be pretty hardcore. That's going to be a pretty seriously committed hobbyist to someone who actually has the hardware and is then going to go and do gaming instead of work, right? So games were designed with that in mind. These days, dude, don't you guys have phones? Everyone's got a mobile phone. Everyone's got multiple computers in their house, probably. Right? Technology is incredibly accessible. So games are developed with that in mind. Like, games are developed with everyone as the target audience, pretty much. Because everyone has a mobile device and everyone has a computer. I was converging in the comm. Took this time to make proper so my lack was off in Narnia, so I whispered him. This was the response. You're in the wrong place. I don't care. I need to kill weapon. What? Wait, do they mean like the siege weapon? I guess they're going for the siege weapon. Yeah. I guess, you know, that maybe makes sense. I don't know. Man, I do love this. So, check this out, guys. This is a really cool screenshot. Where is Matt? Agrand is the lead developer, I believe, for Season of Discovery. And he said, where's Metamorphosis? In Azeroth, dude. Go get it. Just find it, man. Easy. Oh, that's fun. I like that. That's fucking content, man. Oh, I've got very bad news. They have removed the ability to put reactions in the Warlock Discord. Because people were reacting to every single suggestion someone made in the Rune channel with the clown emoji. This is terrible, guys. Like, it was like perma clown emoji. And now it's over. You can no longer react with the clown emoji. Yeah. Unfortunate. It's over. I think in 10 years, PC gaming will still exist. I feel the mobile market will explode one day and PC gaming will die in the long run. Similar to the VHS for DVD that died for Netflix. I don't think so. PC gaming is pretty sustainable. I mean, like, PC gaming is growing. Like, the gaming sector is, like, growing massively. Gaming's bigger than movies, right? I think that mobile gaming will, yeah, definitely is going to remain very, very dominant in terms of, like, actual market share. But no, I don't think PC gaming and console gaming is going anywhere. Kill level 25 mage that time first. Yo, good shit, Jake. Jake remains unbroken. Jake will never break. Jake will not break. Yeah. Wait, Mises is broken? Wait, what do you mean by that? He broke in vanilla? What do you mean? How is he broken? What do we mean by that? Wait, he broke? What happened? Oh! Well, this didn't go very well, did it? It's over. What's the best MMO? The best MMO is trying all of them and seeing which one you like. There you go. Boom. Huge suggestion there, guys. smaller, more powerful PCs and consoles. I think it is going to be very interesting what happens when, because I mean, like, mobile hardware is kind of insane. If you actually think about it, man, holy shit. Like, mobile, like, how powerful, you know, your iPhone or your Android phone is kind of ridiculous. You can play, like, proper video games on mobile now. That is interesting, I think. Is a source there? I am not a subscribe. Wow. Welcome back. It has been a while, actually. Has it not? Goodness me. Welcome back. Played Lineage 2. I haven't played Lineage 2, no. Imp Activision fucked WoW up so much. When Activision came, micropayments came. You know what? True, actually. Activision buying Blizzard was like the fucking snake coiling around the, something. I don't know. Like the snake coiling around Sneb. And me not opening the door. Yes. Chat. Answer this question. You're gaming. You're blasting. You hear on the knock on the door. You look outside to your door. You see Sneb. 95% swallowed by a snake.
Inscribed on the snake is a series of math questions.
Yeah. In order to release Sneb from the snake, you must solve the math problems. If you fail to do so, Sneb will be devoured. What do you do?
Hold on, I'll give them a math question. Just gotta find the hardest possible one.
Do you risk anything? If Sneb is eaten, you must take his place, and then go to another door, and then repeat the process.
I'm not even gonna give them the options here, but I'll send this to you.
Okay.
This one got me, because I'm not very good at the rate questions yet.
A boat traveled upstream a distance of 90 miles at an average speed of V-3 miles per hour, and then traveled the same distance downstream at an average speed of V+3 miles per hour. If the trip upstream took half an hour longer than the trip downstream, how many hours did it take the boat to travel downstream? Oh, yeah, wait, this one seems relatively straightforward, right? This is just kind of like the ones that we were doing, right? Where you have to compare the before and after.
Well, I know how to do it now, but I did get a bit stuck. I made it. Well, the mistake I made was I created two variables.
Oh, yeah,
for no reason.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Like, you only need one.
Yeah, it's rate, time, distance. Obviously, the distance is 90 because it's the same both ways. You know, one's up, one's down. You know the rates.
Yeah.
And
you know the time.
Know that
you know the time as well.
Well, kind of. You know. Yes, kind of. The way that you can get the time is just distance divided by the rate. So it's 90 divided by V-3, 90 divided by V+3. And then it tells us that the difference between the times is half an hour, so that you know that 90 divided by V-3 minus 90 divided by V+3 is equal to 1/2.
Exactly, yeah.
Then you can solve for V, and if you solve for V, then you can plug that number into the...
Yeah, and you can get the time back.
Yeah.
Because then you find the original time, essentially, right? And then you can,
Yes.
Yeah.
I did get stuck on that for some reason. Because you know what I did was I went, I need to find what the time is. And then I wrote a T to represent time in the spot. And then I was like, well, now I have a V and a T.
It's over.
I tried to do like a similar thing, but I had two variables. And I was like, well, there's no way I can do this now. So, got that one wrong.
Well, I think you could do it with simultaneous equations, to be honest, with two variables.
I tried to do that, but I was taking too long. And at some point, I was like, I have to give up because I'm taking too long. I had already gone 4 minutes, and that's double the amount of time. Right?
Ooh. And
That's
look,
a good one.
Physics PTSD, guys, that is differential equations. The best way to solve a differential equation, guys, is to already know the answer. True. Yes. Yeah, that is 5-head. Exactly. That's a big 5-head meme there. Was the circuits? Oh, so basically when it's saying how does it work and like how does the voltage and the ampage work in parallel and fucking whatever, and how all the different components work and shit. Yeah. Yes. Big. Yeah, serial and parallel indeed. Ooh. I just unleash all of my damage, they healed it instantly. It's fucking over. Snab, when are you playing Vanilla WoW?
Maybe in the new year. Yeah. Gotta get through this math first.
When you die to level 1 crab, how are you gonna respond to that?
I would probably, be sad.
Some of our players did break to dying to something like that. I feel weird for liking things people have PTSD about. Well, it's okay. Look, I mean, you've got PTSD from tooltips.js and the Guild Wars 2 API, and we all like that, so, we can relate. Yes. Okay, here we go. Here's a question for you here. Check this out, so here's a math question. One tree grows roots at a rate of 378 roots per hour. Suddenly, 6 wise trees emerge, with the eternal forest wisdom taken into account. How many roots will there be before the 7th tree spores? Is it true that Sneb never finished HOT because of Pocket Raptors?
I don't think it was Pocket Raptors. I remember. Look, people. This is a long time ago. I only played Core NG, and I only threw grenades. That was my life.
Okay.
And so HOT happened, and I walked into Verdant Brink, and I went, wow, this looks like a swell place, and I couldn't stay alive anywhere. And I went, this sucks, and I never went back. I didn't do any of the metas, nothing. Didn't do the story. I just went and played PvP. And like 3 years later, I went back. I still haven't completed the story, actually.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, man, I need a little bit of good RNG next weekend. I just need a little bit of RNG. If I can get some good RNG, then I think I can ace this test. I need a little bit of RNG. A lot of it, I got some skill, but I need a little bit of RNG.
Bit of randomness. Okay.
Yeah, I need it to not consistently ask me questions that are related to work and wraith problems. I need to have it not do that.
Which science do you like most? I just like biology because it had the most writing in it. I liked chemistry, maths, and physics because you didn't have to do any writing. You just had to do the math. There you go.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm exactly the opposite. I would rather be locked in a room to write for 10 hours than be forced to do this math stuff.
Yeah.
However, I've gotten a lot better at math, and it has really affected my problem-solving ability, just generally speaking. It's kind of interesting.
If n and m are positive
A lot of
integers,
logic.
what is the remainder when 3, 4n plus 2 plus m is divided by 10?
Yeah.
Oh, is
so
this
one,
this
I was just stupid.
Yeah. Wait, is this data sufficiency here? Is that what it's asking you, or is it?
Yeah.
Do you have to do
Yeah.
both?
Yeah. So is one sufficient? Is two sufficient alone? Are they sufficient together? Are they both insufficient together? Or are they both alone sufficient? And I am dumb because this is a lot easier than I thought. But when I looked at it,
yes. Do you know the big
I
hint
didn't
here?
think about it in
Tell me if I'm
totality.
right. Tell me if I'm right. This is about the last digit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because of the 10. Divide by 10.
Yeah. Well, the biggest. Okay. Well, the biggest. Yeah. Yes. But the big thing here is when you think about 3 to the power 4 times n, it actually, what n is irrelevant because the units digit will always be, well, the units digit in multiples of
Well, it's
3.
because powers of 3 have a cycle,
powers of 3.
right? Powers of 3 have a cycle,
Yeah, so it
right?
can be
It's 3,
3,
9,
9,
7,
7
1.
or 1.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the number is. Yeah.
It's going to be 1 no matter what. So n is irrelevant. It's not sufficient to answer the question.
Yep.
All that matters is m.
Yes. That's what I would have said, yeah, looking at that.
Yeah, so I was kind of stupid because I looked at this and I was like...
Yeah, it's trying to trick you. It's trying to trick you by making you think that n is, like, special, right, in some way.
Yeah, I got tricked. I was duped.
Yes. That only uses 1 letter variables. Right. I mean, wait. What do you mean exactly? Wait. In code? No. Sometimes you're gonna need more than 1 letter. But I mean, like when it comes to like math, yeah, I'm a big fan of the letter X. You know, X, Y, Z, W, P, Q. These are all high tier variable names. Yeah. Yes. Cone. Yeah.
I knew I was doing well on this mock because I was like pretty confident I got the first 4 or 5 right. And then it started giving me harder and harder questions. But I was like, okay, these are questions that I'm relatively comfortable in, or I can make educated guesses. And then it kept giving me harder questions until I was like, oh my gosh.
Guys, this is now fully confirmed. If Sneb passes his exam, he will enable Cone for an entire day of streaming.
All right. Yes. Yeah, if I can get over 650 is the goal minimum, but ideally closer to 700. If I can get that, then...
How long have you got to practice? Because I'm not going to lie, I know you're having difficulty with the rate problems, but I really feel like you can absolutely smash those. Like, those are just algebra crunching, right? That's all it is, pretty much.
Yeah, so I've identified my weakness right now. My weakness is that when I get to a question, if you give me a random math question from like the kind of questions that I can do here, I freeze a little bit because I'm like, well, there are certain kinds of questions that cause me to freeze a little bit because I go, what kind of question is this? What logic do I need to apply? And then if I can't get it quickly, I get stuck. And then it's frustrating because when I go back and I look through these, I'm like, oh, these aren't very difficult. Like it's somewhat obvious. So I'm making kind of critical errors every once in a while. And things that should be like here, I'll send you an example of a question that tripped me up initially, even though it's actually quite simple. And this is a kind of question that you could not get wrong, especially if it's at the beginning of the exam, because it's testing your basic skills, right?
Yeah.
But I got this one wrong initially, because I couldn't quite comprehend what it was asking to begin with.
Yeah, that is the thing about tests, right? There's a lot of pressure. It's an intense situation, is it not?
Yeah. Yeah, so the thing that tripped me up with this question in particular is I went, well, is it saying that you can only get points if you're in the top 5? And then I thought about that and I was like, well, if you can only get points in the top 5, then wouldn't that mean that, like, what happens to the other 4 people?
Mm-hmm.
And then
yeah.
I guess I just got a little bit confused because the key in this question is actually if no team earned more than 6 points. Because now when you understand that, you're like, okay, well, it's a kind of like a limits question, because you think, okay, well, if there's 3 teams and no team earned more than 6 points, then you need to max out points on 2 teams.
Yeah,
so
the
6,
sum,
6, and then whatever's remaining.
That's like the maximum value that those numbers add to in all 3 cases.
Yeah. Yes. The least possible score team could earn is if 2 other teams. It's just very logical, but I just get stuck. So I'm trying to get myself to. I'm trying to find a way to kind of calm myself down and think, okay, what is this question asking me? What does it want? Here's another example.
You can't add powers like that, Waifu Jana. You can't add x cubed plus x to the 6 plus times x squared is... You can't add the powers. It's not x to the 15. When you multiply powers... When you multiply powers, you add them, but not when you add them. This is very important. So you can't do x cubed plus x to the 6th is x to the 9th. You can do x to the 6th times x squared gives you x to the 8th. But you can't do x cubed plus. There you go.
I've gotten pretty good at being able to eliminate answers based on logic, which is nice because that means my guessing, is a little bit better. But there are some times when they're all so close that it makes you question. So I got this question wrong as well. And what I'm finding is that there are some questions where I do the work correctly, but then I don't understand what it means. So what I did with this question, for example, I went, okay, well, there's a certain number of 7s and there's a certain number of 77s that sum up to equal 350. So therefore, that would mean that 7x plus 77y is equal to 350. And then I factored out the 7. And I went, okay, x plus 11y is equal to 50. And then I sat with that, and I had no idea what it meant. I was... that sounds really stupid, but I was like, okay, yeah. So I kept trying to think about it. I was like, okay, well, the X represents the number of 7s. So what do I do with this? And then I was just kind of stuck. Yeah.
Wow.
It was not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the real answer is you need to create... You can just plug and play at that point, right?
Yeah, you have to find like a possible value, right? Like it's like which of these is actually possible, essentially.
Which x plus y...
And there's not going to be a lot of 77s, are there, right? Like there's not going to be a lot of those. When it comes to
the other logical thing is you have to get it to sum to a value that ends in 0. And so if that's the case, then that limits kind of what you can do.
What can I choose from the Soto Heroes choices? I actually have no idea. Man, this is kind of embarrassing, but I'm simply not engaged with the game. I know nothing. I don't know anything about like what you should pick. I think all of it kind of sucks, to be honest. I think you need some of the stuff from the metas to make legendary armor. So you might want to go for those if you care about that, but otherwise it's probably still amalgamated gemstones will be the best. All the legendary armor stuff. I have a maths question. If we have 7 signups for the guild, Chad, we need 10 in total. How many were we missing and what's the ETA? Dude, look, I was in Orgrimmar all day yesterday. Nobody came to sign up. One guy came to sign up. It would have been very, very easy for people to sign that shit up to make Feedmen Guild. But nobody did that shit. And look, it's not my fault that many people have just broken, right? Like, vanilla is a game that breaks people. People have been utterly broken by vanilla.
Yeah. Oh, man, these questions are so easy after you look at them. It's so
they always
frustrating.
They always are. That's math in a nutshell. Especially with more complicated math. In fact, you know what? Okay, there's a bunch of math nerds here in the chat. I'm going to tell you something very painful, Sneb. The more advanced math you do, the easier the arithmetic becomes, and like in some way, the simpler it is. To an extent, kind of. I think the math is not what I'm talking about here. You don't do like crazy complex calculations with hard maths problems. It's always understanding how to solve it. Like, and that means when you look back on it, it's always like, I'm a fucking idiot, right? Because you realize that the math isn't hard. It's seeing the math that is hard. That is always the difficulty in it. You don't do crazy number crunching, like mental math fucking wizardry, like all that kind of shit. That's not what makes math hard. What makes it hard is seeing the pattern, seeing how to do it.
Yeah. I'm getting better at it, though. I mean, I'm 250 hours in, so I guess I'm getting better.
Yes, you're on the grind.
Check that one out. This one, I think, bumped up my score on the last mock because I actually think this one was quite difficult.
Okay.
I don't know if my logic is actually correct, but it worked.
Okay.
It's one of the sufficiency questions.
An integer greater than 1 that is not prime is called composite. If the 2-digit integer n is greater than 20, is n composite? And then basically it's going to give you two... But the way these questions work, chat, is it will give you two statements, and you have to determine if one of the statements, none of the statements, or both of them are required to make the determination.
Or if each alone they work.
Yeah, or if one of one of them on their own, right, is good enough. Yeah. Here's statement 1. The tens digit of n is a factor of the unit digits of n. 2. The tens digit of n is 2.
So, without even addressing A, you can look at, statement.
Well, you can look at statement 2, and that's easy just to check, right? In a way, yeah.
It just can't be correct because.
Well, there are prime numbers between 20 and 30, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, that's obviously not true. Yeah. So the only relevant statement here to look at is statement number 1, clearly.
Yeah. So the way that I did it is I looked at it and I thought, okay, well, what numbers will be a factor of each other? So I started using like 2s and 4s and 8s and 9s and 3s, and I started doing all of that, and then I realized there's no way that any of those will be prime. So I can answer the question.
Yes. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that's how I did it. But
there you go.
I think I won points for that. You know why I think I won points
Subscribe
for that?
with Twitch Prime.
Yeah, there you go. This was the next question after that. This is why I'm pretty sure that I won some points for that one.
Okay. For every integer k, from 1 to 10 inclusive, the kth term of a certain sequence is given by -1 to the k plus 1 over 1 to the 2... Oh, sorry. Multiplied by 1 over 2 to the k. If t is the sum of the first 10 terms of the sequence, then t is... I'm going to give you some answers.
Yeah, I should probably give the answers. Hold on.
You know, there's...
Infinity.
Yeah, okay. Infinity.
No, it's here.
But, okay. It is greater than
A,
2,
B, C.
between 1 and 2, between 1/2 and 1, between 1/4 and 1/2, and less than 1/4.
You know, the sad part is I actually had the pattern, but it was taking me so long that I started to get nervous, right? Because when these questions take you a long time, you start to think, well, I'm not going to be able to do the later questions if I keep going. But this is actually quite simple. You just created a pattern, right? You said, okay, well, if k is 1, then the total of this thing is going to be this. And what I found was that, well, you're basically even odd with that -1. So it's going to be negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. And then it's going to be getting dramatically smaller over time.
Indeed.
Yeah. But I think I needed to just do the thing and then add it up. Yeah. Yeah, I was spending too much time thinking about the -1 when I should have just been like, oh, it's odd, it can be negative. You know?
I think what I would...
Because then
I think what I would do there... Well, actually, the thing is, I feel like you're almost not allowed to do this, actually, but... Like, I would just look at the first term, and then I'd look at the second term. I'm pretty sure that's what you're supposed to do in that question. I actually think you might have overthought it. Because what I would do is, I would go, what's the first term of that sequence? It's a half, right? Basically? Yes, I think... Yeah, it's a half. And then what's the second term? After that.
-1/4.
Yeah, exactly. So you can kind of see where it's going, right? Because it's
so then it's going to be positive 1/8, and then it's going to be 16, and then 32,
yeah.
And
So you can kind of see where it's going. It's going to be between a quarter and a half, right?
Yeah. So yeah. I knew that it was either C or D. And I didn't complete it because I was taking too long, so I guessed wrong. But.
Yeah. I think that one is I think it was trying to scare you with a spooky looking sequence, right?
Yeah, I was just running out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I answered that one question correctly, and then I answered the next like 4 incorrectly because they got way harder. Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, some of them I actually don't view as that difficult. Is again, this kind of question that I'm about to show you. This one, every time I get to these, I like forget how to do them. I don't know why, because they're actually quite simple.
Okay.
Because it's just a matter of equivalent. Just 2 equations.
The 3 grades of milk are 1%, 2%, and 3% fat by volume. If X gallons of the 1% grade, Y gallons of the 2% grade, and Z gallons of the 3% grade are mixed to give X plus Y plus Z gallons of 1.5% grade, what is at X in terms of Y and Z? Wait, it's just asking you to give you it's like a ratio question almost, right? Yeah. Because you have to get 3 of those numbers that will, if you have. Yeah, they give you 1.5% by volume, right?
I'll tell you how I think you do it now.
Okay.
This is probably important for me to practice. So if you know that you have 3 different grades of milk, 1%, 2%, 3% by volume, and there's X gallons of a 1% grade, Y gallons of the, so X, Y, Z.
Yep.
And then you mix them to give X plus Y plus Z gallons of a 1.5% grade. Then what is X in terms of Y and Z? Well, what you know is that it's X plus Y plus Z is its own mixture times 1.5. So you have X plus 2Y plus 3Z is equal to X plus Y plus Z times 1.5. So therefore 1.5X, 1.5Y, 1.5Z. And then those are like they equal each other.
Yes.
Makes sense. So then you can solve for, you can eliminate some things. Yeah. So if it's asking what is X in terms of Y and Z, then you just isolate X on one side, and then you've got the rest there. I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, for some reason, when I get to these questions, I look at them and I go, no idea what to do, even though it's actually quite simple. So I'm trying to just get myself to take a deep breath every time I get to a question and then think, what is it actually asking?
Yeah.
There's certain types of questions that I've become like total God mode at as well. Like, remember when I was really struggling with exponents and roots?
Oh, yes.
Well, I get all of those right now because
Well, you learn the rules. I think you just learn all the rules, right, and how they work. That's the good thing about that. You just got to know the rules. Then it's not too bad. You became knowledgeable. Are you looking forward to when all the trees get banned? By the way, the tree emotes.
I think that'll be an interesting time.
Because they are going to be removed. Yeah. All trees will be cleansed soon. Well, that's a crazy combo, actually. Wisdom Tree combined with Tree Conga is quite powerful, actually. Looks a bit weird. Oh shit, Plenix needs my help. I answer the call for my king. Plenix, my king. KOCM.
What does he do?
Training.
Does he want another? Is there room for me?
Don't know actually. No.
Oh, shattered.
Plenix, my king. Plenix, my queen.
No, I think it's time for the Warcraft 3 paradigm, you know?
I think next year, Sneb, after you're done, I want to see Sneb cannon rushes to GM.
Oh boy. Do you, though? Do you?
Yeah. I'm going GM at some point. If you do Grandmaster grind, I'll do... If you do Grandmaster grind with cheese, I'll do it with macro.
People just watch me lose, like, most games, and then every once in a while, just nasty, like, complete annihilation.
Yeah. Utter destruction. Mental destruction.
Did you know that in Warcraft 3, they buffed Firelord?
Wait, ooh, so I mean, that is very good for early rushes, right? Like, tower rushes, right?
Oh, man. You got to go watch the games with Moon and Happy. Happy is the Emperor. That's actually his
the
nickname,
God
by
Emperor.
the way. Yeah, the Emperor. Moon just annihilated him with Firelord. He was not prepared. This was just right after the patch, right? Moon was just absolute annihilation. So Moon's playing Night Elf, and he goes Firelord first.
Yep.
And then he just like immediately harasses the undead, and it was so hard to stop. Yeah, so there's lots of variations, but usually what ends up happening is the Firelord drops off later, because obviously you get destroyers and they just eat your summons, you know. So you gotta be really aggressive, but if you can do enough damage, it'll help. But yeah, it was pretty miraculous. But I did watch Happy mentally destroy Moon in one game, and he won in 2 minutes. He sent one ghoul across the map and killed 4 wisps, and then Moon GG'd.
Yeah, that's probably not supposed to happen. Ghoul.
Yeah, that was a rough start, you might say.
Now, what if the trees win, Nike? What if they don't want to be removed? You'll notice that they are very powerful. The Covenant is extremely powerful. Although, honestly, judging by Vivi's tanking, maybe the Covenant is weak. You should see some of this stuff, dude, seriously. Like, I've seen Vivi die in, like, 1 frame to, like, 8 snake men. Instant snake men. It'll be child's play to defeat the trees. I mean, the Covenant is very powerful. I will say, though, guys, the Covenant has served its purpose. I needed the Covenant to cleanse my community, and it was successful. The Covenant will be remembered forever as the finest among us. Christmas trees. Cleansing of what? Basically, players who were incapable of accepting that I like other games. And actually, that I don't particularly enjoy Guild Wars 2 currently. And that I'm not going to pretend that I do. That is who needed to be cleansed. You have to move on from them, even though they made you successful. Agreed, yeah. Agreed.
It's unbecoming.
And the Covenant was very successful in accomplishing that task. The Covenant didn't go far enough. Asmongold tea time? I mean, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Change the UI to look like Guild Wars 2? Oh yeah, someone's already done that. It's not a particularly good add-on, but you can do it.
You'd be so proud of me, Teapot. I was cannon rushing and I just caught the Terran trying to
proxy or something?
What's this called? Yeah, he tried to proxy.
Yeah. Nice. Would you say that you punished the Terran?
Yeah, you might actually say that.
So, I'm in this KOCM group. I am 4th DPS as a lack DPS Scourge. I would say the DPS is essentially non-existent.
Huh.
Yeah. There are essentially 0 DPS in the group. Cone.
How dare you soil my nation?
Did you convince Asmon to try Guild Wars 2? No. I don't think he'd like the game. I wouldn't recommend it. If Asmongold said, Teapot, would you recommend I play Guild Wars 2? I'd say no. And not because Guild Wars 2 is a bad game. I don't think he'd like it.
Not the game for him.
Yeah, I don't think so. Why would I give him a bad recommendation for like a game I don't think he'd like? I wouldn't. It'd be stupid. Here we go. I'm pumping. He'd be so overwhelmed by all the button pressing. He definitely wouldn't. Especially because he plays Warrior. Warrior in retail WoW is more fast-paced than anything in Guild Wars 2. It's just, the reason he wouldn't like it is he likes vertical progression. Guild Wars 2 doesn't have any vertical progression. Ah. Alright, so we're doing the title here as well. I'm number 5. Pumpa! If Guild Wars 2 is totally different in several ways, he actually might like it. Indeed. And, you know, that statement, I can definitely get behind it. But and to be clear, guys, this is very mentally exhausting for me. If your favorite streamer doesn't like a game, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to like it. And it certainly doesn't mean that the game is bad. It just means that someone doesn't particularly have a preference for that game. Right? Asmongold probably not liking Guild Wars 2 absolutely does not make Guild Wars 2 a bad game. It just means that he doesn't like the game. Well, this is going to be weird, isn't it? There's that. Oh, this is like the worst overlap to do the CM, and yeah, you have the fucking pushback during all of this.
I've had enough of you, goons.
Oh, is one of the kiters dead? Oh no, Oh. Planix is going to have to do both. Oh, the sniper's dead, actually, so no, we don't. Dude, my Windows Explorer just opened for no reason. How is that even possible?
I'll dispose of you myself.
It just felt like it.
Yeah. I don't have any stability. Oh, I don't need it though, so that's fine. The placement here was mediocre. It's good enough though, I think. Blast. The boss is on 10% HP. Surely we will make it. I think we did it. Boom. Free win. Free win, boys! KOCM one-shot with title. Joke mode. Joke mode. Guys, T-Bot's portable editor Gamba automatically open while he happens to be in a private instance. Curious. There's so many cards emerge. Love the fake green. Yeah, just like the random fake green. I don't even know why that happens. Bit of a weird meme. Yeah. Loot is very important for Asmund. Guild loot is very boring. It is. 6 trainees, by the way. Pog. Wah, 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 melt.
What would you say if I told you I was DTing someone?
I'd be happy about it.
Like as a kind of a punishment. They tried to all in me, and it makes me upset. They must be punished.
Imagine being the leads of the C-level executives for Guild for a quarter. You're the Dictator, the Magic One, the God Emperor. Now make a strategy that can boost the strengths of Guild and reflect them so that Guild looks like it can easily destroy WoW. Go. I mean, I would keep doing what it's doing now. Like, the open world is good in this game. I would entirely focus on open world. You know what? I'd be really tempted to just kill strike missions. Although, I don't think I would, though. I think it makes sense to have strike missions just so that you can say that you have it. And it's probably not really that much effort to make strike missions. I probably wouldn't do would I even do CMs? I don't know. I'd probably I'd try to trim the fat, basically, and put it onto the strengths of the game. At this point, just straight up at this stage, I think I'd look at World versus World. World versus what I think could be good. I'd focus on that a lot. But the thing is, they're kind of doing that, right? They're pretty much doing that. Like, realistically, PvP and instance PvE in this game, not relevant. It exists there purely so that you have something, right? It looks good optically to have that. I think the actual strengths of the game that have potential to grow and go somewhere is the open world stuff, and and world versus world. I would not be going anywhere near PvP or instance content. Because I simply don't view those things as areas where this game can compete with World of Warcraft. Or Final Fantasy. Yes. Where's the money? These are free content. Well, I mean, if you make World versus World good, your ideal would be that people spend money on the cash shop, right? Because it attracts that type of player. Why Soto doesn't have hearts? Because hearts aren't good. That's why. Boom. There you go. World vs. World in big metas. Yeah, pretty much. Keys. Keys, keys, keys. Yeah, I'm doing keys tomorrow as well. When I'm actually like recovered from the SOD grind. Holy shit. Does my VOD actually work? Is the video... Oh, dude! No! You can't even watch my VOD. Yeah, because I did a 21-hour stream, and the live stream recording is not available. It's not even visible on YouTube. It's not viewable on YouTube. I wonder if can I download the VOD for this? You have to split VODs on YouTube at 10 hours. Is there a way I can salvage this VOD? Because, yeah, both of my really long streams don't even exist. Yeah. Interesting. How about that? Need to finish keys. My Prot Warrior has 476 already. Ah, nice. I don't think so. Destiny runs in this daily? That's weird, actually. Huh. That kind of surprises me. Hey, no worries, Sober 49. You are welcome. I'll pug, obviously, but we have to do it at the same time. I mean, yo, plans for the raid. Appreciate that, bro. Plungar. I did noob stick 20s, though. Yeah, I'm just going to be doing full 20s anyway. Plunger. What's up?
The same guy queued into me. And I was like, he's probably going to try that garbage again. So I immediately sent out 2 probes to go scout his proxy. Found it, distracted him. Proxy 3-gated him. Walked into his base. He saw them instantly and left the game.
Yes.
That is the most brutal counter to his cheese.
Very punished. Very punished. We love to see that.
It's good.
Plunger.
Are you winning? Where's the training?
We did it. We killed it first. It was first try.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good training.
Yeah. Planix my king. Would you say that Planix is your king?
Something like that.
Jester my queen. Lunaria. What Jester named his character Lunaria. What do you think about that? What's the thoughts?
I don't understand the significance. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, that's his character name. He's role-playing.
That's it? Oh, good. Happy for him. if you were me, what would you do now for studying? Like, I mean, what should I do?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure what else to do. Do I just keep doing like insane practice questions?
Yeah.
I'm just not sure what the gaps are exactly. So. Yeah.
You just got to blast. You got to grind.
If I could get what I got on that mock.
What do you get?
Well, I just did the quant part. I got a 47.
That's pretty good. That's what you were looking for, right?
Actually,
a little bit better than what you were looking for.
Yeah, if I can get somewhere around there, somewhere around 45, and also do well on the verbal, then I should be okay.
There you go then. Yeah, just keep practicing, keep grinding, and you're good to go. So now just preparing for the GMAT. He is blasting. Yeah, honestly, no, the best way to do it is just to grind questions. As many questions as possible. So that you kind of get used to recognizing what it wants you to do. I stopped SOD to do Guild Wars 2 weekly thoughts. They're a huge waste of time. Especially seeing as you're behind. You have Z gear. I'm already level 25. Basically maxed out and juice ready to blast. Yeah.
The void is spreading. Join me as we head south.
Yeah. There you go. You need to pump, Jester. Need to pump. Dude, I'm actually so tired. I don't think I can stream anymore, guys. I'm fucking dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. It's over.
It's over. It's totally over.
It's over, Sneb. Dude, oh my god. 20 hours in a row, guys. I don't know what I was thinking. I have nothing to say. I am nothing. I'm less than nothing. Holy shit. 1K Dragon's End. Sneb, do you believe in 1K Dragon's End?
No.
Why not?
Why would I believe in it?
Well, because...
You told me, look, I've got everybody, I'm going to extreme expose Teapot here in like multiple ways. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, you think you can do that?
So, oh yeah, I've got lots. Okay.
All right.
First of all, there was the 1K Dragon's Ends thing. Said he would give Meta a legendary weapon if he failed.
Yeah.
And then he just hasn't done it. I still think a legendary weapon is owed. Number 2. Like 2 years ago. This one I'm hard exposing for. You're not expecting this one. Like 2 years ago, I said, "Hey Teapot, can I have one of those keycaps?" And you're like, "Oh, dude, yeah, no problem."
I still have it as well. I still have it.
You're like, "Oh, no problem, man. I'll definitely get you one of those keycaps." Yeah, no problem, bro.
I do it. Yeah, I still have those. Listen, when we meet up, okay, look, when I go to the States or you come to Europe, I'll give you one. Okay, there you go. No problem.
Yeah. Evidence number 3.
All right.
I said, "Yo, bro, Teapot, bro, what if you did a challenge where you did every daily possible in one day?"
That's such a good one. Fuck.
And then I was like, "Dude, it'll be content. It'll be content, man. I can't do it, but you should do it. You should do it, man." And you're like, "Bro, that is content. I'll definitely do that."
Oh, I should do that. You're right. Yeah.
And then you just didn't. Oh man, yeah.
That is a good one, actually.
Yep. Have to be every daily thing.
Look
you
at
do all
this,
the crafting garbage. You power up the quartz, everything.
Look at this, guys. You've completed 0 out of 315 dailies. Look at this shit.
You have 51 minutes. Go. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not going to happen this time. Yeah, look at this. You know, I actually believe... I don't think 1k DE is doable anymore, but 1k Dragon's End was doable.
Was? Yeah, I think was. Now it's probably not as much.
Yeah.
Look, can you do this? People, I'm telling you, this is extreme content. Look, I've even got the clickbait ready to go. You just say something like, every daily in all caps ever. In Guild Wars 2. And then, boom, everyone will come in. Or you just say, like, extreme gold from every daily. And like Nike said, you just calculate all the gold that you make.
Huge.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe. I'm a believer.
Yeah.
I think the every daily thing is actually quite interesting because you have to plan around all of the big metas as well. Yeah, Nike's right. I do every daily and then this happened.
Every single one.
We're headed south to meet up with Aureen.
Yeah, you have to do triple trouble, you have to do Tequaddle, you have to do car, you have to do every world boss, you have to...
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
Every daily crafting, every daily in Living World Season 4, you have to do the Wizard Vault activity, if that's what it is. Genius. Every strike mission in Iceroot Saga. Perfect.
The secret strategy to win Guild Wars 2. Fizzle Darkstorm nearly took me out of this world. MSC, are you going to break, by the way? That's the big question here, because some of the WoW people are broken. Portable Dog broke. Do you think that games need to have quit moments? So in other words, moments where someone will go, I can't take this anymore. I have to quit. I think yes.
Yeah, it's probably quitting moments.
Is a broke rage quitting or is it hardcore death? Essentially, the game... No, it's not hardcore death. It's the game wins. You know, you can't take it anymore. It's too much. You have to quit.
We're heading south to the old Jade Brotherhood base.
Is that a game thing or a player thing? Well, it's where the two meet, isn't it? Make a guild? Listen, nobody signs. I'll log on tomorrow and then we all have to sign the guild. But anyway, I think I am, in fact, done with the stream today. Because I am tired. And I need to recover my energy. And therefore, I need to not stream too much. That's it. It's over. It is over, my friends. So, I'll be back tomorrow with more gaming. The beta's over. It's actually a little bit sad. Wait, thoughts on this poll? Honestly, I don't even think this one's actually bad. This is not that bad. This pull, fine. As long as you have a way to remove the debuff, I don't think it's a problem. I prefer to clear more on the right and do the plants slower. I think you pull way more on the right-hand side to get rid of the Berserkers and the Abomination. Wait, did you pull an Abomination here? Yeah, not pulling an Abomination here is not good. If you did all of this with an Abomination, it's good. But not pulling the A-Bomb is not good because you can only do one Abomination per pull. So you need to do an Abomination in this first pull as well. And there's like a patrol one that you can run over and get immediately. So it's almost good. This is fine though, I think. The A-Bomb is with the caster. Yeah, but, you know, you're playing fucking Pally. Kick him. So he runs in. Or play DK and grip him in. Boom. There you go. Not a bad pull, though.
You heard the man.
Retail, Resident Sleeper. What are you guys talking about? Retail is Pog. Who said you're going to do one Abomination per pull? Just heal? And if you do more than one Abomination per pull on a high key, you will get fucking farmed, right? Like, that is the reality there. Wing 1 FC. I kind of actually, you know what? I want to do Veil Guardian on Heal Rev. That's the last thing I'm doing today, guys. I said I was gone, but I want to do Heal Rev, Veil Guardian. Boom. Let's go. Classic might be the most boring game I ever saw someone stream. Well, listen, Nike, you're not allowed to make objective statements. In your opinion. Yeah. I think Vanilla's pretty fun. Yeah. Free-to-play Pog, why aren't you playing it right now? Because today, I don't really want to do anything. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Dude, no one's to join my Veil Guardian run. I'm pretty sad about that. Yeah. Unlucky. You've not seen triple Abomination pull. No KP. Big raids tomorrow? Well, I want to do raids in Guild Wars 2, but I just need a goal. Like, just playing the game is just so boring to me. Like, it's not good enough. There has to be, like, some kind of goal. Like, something that we need to, you know... Something that we need to do. Like, a mission, you know? We need a mission.
I've got one.
Yeah?
Got one for you. Beat all raids.
Yeah?
With all core thief.
Why would I even want to do that? Someone open
Prove
wing 1.
That you
Let's
can.
Go. Nice. Get in here. We have forgiven ANET for the 1x Arc Divider. Incredible. All raids, all fractals, all dungeons, every meta of the game in 2 hours. I'm pretty sure that's just not even a tiny bit possible. Someone give alacrity. Someone has to give alacrity, guys. We have no alacrity and probably only like 1 quickness. It's over.
If you logged into 60 accounts at the same time,
yeah,
and beat Dragon's End yourself. I actually think that would be extreme content if you could somehow do that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure... Well, I was going to do that for 1k Dragon's End. I was going to do... I was going to do 1,000 Dragon's Ends. I was going to multi-box, command multiple instances at the same time. What good Alac builds even exist? Spectre, Druid, and Heal Chrono. A heal or A DPS? 1 times A heal, 1 times A DPS, probably. People still have not found the Metamorphosis rune. I'm going to try and find the Metamorphosis rune tomorrow, guys.
Oh, did you hear about that crazy news in pre-searing Guild Wars 1?
What happened?
They found a new max damage bow. So the game's been out like what, 17 years or something? I don't know. It's been forever, basically. 18? Something like that. And they just found a new bow max damage. It's like 21 or something. It's crazy. Now everyone's like freaking out about the possibilities of that. What that means. Pretty exciting.
Yes.
I think it's cool that really old games can have these just random, I don't know, these random, like really neat new discoveries.
We got friendlies in the zone. Watch your fire.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We have 2 Chronos.
Soon was ambushed.
Hopefully there will be some Alak here.
Captured an entire squad and took them deep into the woods. Zabitha is ruthless. Your guardians will destroy your entire squad.
There may be 0 Alak. What if there's 0?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Well, then there's no Alak. We will not have any alacrity.
Whoa, I had not seen the scepter thing until just now.
Yeah. It's
that looks super weird.
Yeah, it's quite explosive.
It's like fireworks and stuff. Like, what's going on?
Looks a little strange.
Is it a Condi weapon?
No, it's a support-only weapon, pretty much.
What? But they have staff.
Yeah, and this is a support-only weapon.
Why did everything get support weapons?
Probably the least weapons in the game that I guess kind of fit that role.
Interesting. So how does it support? Like, what do the skills do?
It gives delayed barrier on the second skill, and it kind of the gimmick is the 2 and 3 they get empowered the more auto attacks you do. And the third one's like you pick a target and you can tether to them, and after a while it fully charges and gives you a bonus effect that you can use. It's a bit unwieldy.
I like
to
that.
use.
That's kind of interactive. Yeah. I like the interactivity there. However, the auto attack, I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. What do most people think about it? Is it just kind of a meh weapon? Are people excited about it?
I think people are excited because it's quite powerful. It's quite strong. It's a bit unwieldy. The allied targeting stuff is a bit unwieldy. In fact, you're basically never going to use it because of how unwieldy it is, but yeah. And the energy cost is very expensive because you have to like upkeep the tether. You have to like, use energy to keep it on someone, which is pretty expensive. But yeah, you can use it with shield, and shield is amazing because you have Aegis on the 4th skill now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Holy crap, I didn't know that. When did that happen?
This patch.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's really strong. Jeez.
That's pretty good.
That is like, what's the recharge on that skill?
15 seconds.
That is extremely powerful. With alacrity, that would be, what, 12 or something?
12 seconds.
That's not good math. 12? Yeah, okay.
That's pretty good.
Wow. That is... Man, I have not been paying attention to what's happened with this balance patch. I guess I have no idea. Interesting.
Yeah.
Would you run, like... Has it changed the meta at all? I guess is the big question.
What, as in, like... What do you mean by that? Like, is this like a new best build? No. Is it really good though? Yeah. I don't think the meta's really shifted that much with the balance patch. Like, I think you're going to see Heal Chrono a lot more. Heal Chrono is still worse than Druid and Scourge though. That's the big difference.
Yeah, I was going to say, I still think that Heal Scourge is just ridiculous with Quick Herald, but I don't know if there's any changes that made that not so anymore.
No. It's the same.
Okay.
It's still very good.
Wow.
The boss is getting deleted. The boss is being cleansed.
Is the pistol any good on Elementalist?
It does quite good damage, but I don't think people like it that much. So that's the...
Why is that?
You just, like, shoot tiny little bullets at people.
Wasn't that's what a pistol is?
Yeah, but it's kind of like there's
expect?
people are expecting a little more juice, you know? They want a little more juice.
Oh.
Yeah. So not quite juicy enough for some people, I think. This good should have middle tanked. And we don't have any push, so that would have been pretty awkward, I think. Ellie is very boring compared to Engineer Shortbow. Oh yeah, this could have, this guy could have entangled. That's true, actually. This guy got teleported and fed. What are your thoughts on that, Snub?
Fortunate. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, the healing was pretty good here.
The footprints head this way. We're on their trail.
Who released me? What's going on?
You're confused. We did nothing to you.
I like Wing 1.
Let us through.
Shame about Spirit Run, though, to be honest. Spirit Run is where things fall apart a bit. Any Gorseville openers? Honestly, Nike's not wrong. Can anyone open Gorseville? Kind of insane that the barrier output is the same as healing. Well, the thing is about healing, you got to remember this when you're looking at healing numbers, right? You can only heal so much, but you can infinitely barrier, if that makes any sense, right? Like, there is a limit to how much healing you can do, and you kind of don't really take that much damage in fights unless you tank stuff. So what's going on there that is slightly misleading is that I'm actually healing a huge amount. It's just that that healing doesn't have anywhere to go. Let's go do Bone Skinner. Easy. Fuck Gorseville. Alright, guys, cancel. We're doing the Bone Skinner. The Bone Skinner! If I was lead dev for Guild Wars 2, I would go back and rework the Bone Skinner into a fight far harder than HTCM.
Seems like a good strategy.
Yeah. Sarah CM is a big heal check in the last 25%. I still want a mission statement on CMs because realistically, and I don't think this is even irrational. If you guys think I'm being irrational here, then hey, call me out. But in my opinion, there is no reason to expect Sarah CM taking more than a single try to kill for any even remotely good group. Like, even a bad good group realistically should be one-shotting it. So I don't foresee that being the case. And also the problem is that making a heal check in this game would actually be insanely hard. Purely because how overpowered supports are. Making a heal check, it would have to do 90% of your health like every second. That's barely an exaggeration, by the way. Like, it would unironically, to be like an actual heal check, it would have to be chunking you for like 50% HP every tick. Anything lower than that is simply not a heal check in this game. That's how extreme a lot of this stuff would have to be. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, Mimi. Yeah, they'd have to do like a healing debuff, right? Like a stacking healing debuff, maybe? Which is kind of, you know, a stacking healing debuff and a damage ramp could work, to be honest. So, you get something like 10% for the first second, and then every second you get 10% more healing reduction. Maybe 5%. Yes, that would give you 20 seconds. Maybe you could do like 3% less healing every single second. That would give you like a 30%, a 30-second ramp up to 100% reduction. Something like that could actually work, I think. Boom. Dude, this boss is getting destroyed. I was hoping to see a lot of green numbers, but it's actually not even going to happen, is it? Yeah, not really. Oh, it's getting there now. But I think a big part of that is because I can't actually very effectively heal that other subgroup. Oh, there we go. Now we got him. That guy died, but I think he actually got hit by the charge, to be fair. Dude, I've somehow randomly created a group of, like, insane blasters here. Holy shit. The DPS here was pretty ridiculous. The boss died instantly. 7k barrier per second. It is a lot of barrier, to be honest. It's a very good build. It's a very, very good build. The one thing it lacks is actually revive power. It can't really res people. So that is kind of the issue. Yeah. Boom. This is a typical pug experience. Maybe not exactly typical. Yeah, a little bit like that. Hello, Megasparse. How you doing? Good blast, though. Good blast. Anti-heal shields. Yeah. Healing shields are quite good, actually. Like, heal absorbs. It's pretty decent. Watch Delta. He's mad every day in Wing 5. Look at that. 1 minute and 10 seconds. 37k DPS. Look at that. I think revive skills shouldn't be a thing in Guild Wars 2. I think strong revive skills probably... I mean, they should either have, like, really long cooldowns or... not be as good as they are, yeah. Something like transfusion probably shouldn't exist. Even though it's a really fun skill.
Game breaking.
It's quite game breaking, but yeah. We should go Farak norm mode now. Need it since I'm a noob. I will do Farak heroic on Tuesday, I think. Maybe even tomorrow, because I'm going to be playing retail tomorrow, I think. But goddamn, I'm fucking drained, dude. Heal Firebrand Sniper Kite. Ah, very good. Yeah, I was in there as well. Yeah. Good job, team. All right, I think... Okay, that actually will do it. I want to go to bed now. Actually, I want to eat something first, though. Yeah. Gamers... I am over. I am done. Okay, and you know what? Let's do an exciting raid. Just because Holy shit, yeah, we've got some good games. I'm actually going to raid Take TV. None of you will have ever heard of this. It's actually... and I'm curious, you guys might find this interesting, actually. You should stay a while and watch. It's a Starcraft 2 tournament going on, and it's actually definitely one that I'm inspired by a lot. It's Home Story Cup. Some of you guys might have heard of that. And I love the atmosphere they have at this tournament. I think the production is good. It's a much more, like, kind of cozy style of toy. It's obviously still professional, right? But it's very much like, you know, they have all the it's more relaxed, it's less formal, right? You know, there's a lot of banter, a lot of memeing going on, and it's something that I definitely learned a lot from watching these tournaments, and it's a format and a game that I really enjoy, so let's go have a look at that. Yeah, there you go, boom.
Do you require my
yeah, go and take a look at that, my friends. It's actually a very exciting match right now, actually. It is Clem versus Skillus, in fact, which is exciting. Clem, one of the best Terran players in Europe, and Skillus, a top Protoss player as well. Yeah, that was a very crazy bonus squad as well, right? Like a proper rigger squad. Yeah, you're right. With that, anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. More gaming, more memes. Gonna be doing some Guild Wars 2 stuff, retail WoW stuff, classic WoW stuff as well. It's gonna be good. But anyway, that's it. I'm done. Follow, subscribe, buy the game. Buy VPN, buy merch, buy everything. Go, 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 go. Take it easy, my friends. And I will see you next time. I am out of here. Spam this lactobacillus to help Skillus. That's a good copy pasta, actually. That's quite funny to me.
Good.